Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.
Please be seated. First item today is that Aisling Riley has been given leave to make a statement on the United Kingdom's government's announcement on Casement Park, which fulfils the criteria set out in Standing Order 24. If other members wish to be called, they should do so by rising in their places and continuing to do so. All members called will have up to 3 minutes to speak on the subject. I'd remind members that interventions are not permitted, and I will only take points of orders on this or any other matter after the item of business has been concluded. I call Aisling Riley.
Hosting the Euro 2028 Games at Casement Park was an epic opportunity to showcase the very best of our island on the world stage. Unfortunately, the British Government has now spurned that opportunity to host the Euros with its announcement late on Friday night. An announcement that is hugely disappointing to those of us who recognise the massive, long-term and transformational benefits that the Casement Park project will bring. It's also hugely disappointing to anyone who believed that the new British Government might adopt a different approach from the austerity and cuts of their Tory predecessors. But what I will say is that the Secretary of State Hilary Benn has said clearly that Casement Park will be built, and I would urge him and his government to honour the commitments that they have made. We will continue to work with the GAA, the local executive, the Irish and British governments to push this project forward and to get state-of-the-art facilities built and a first-class stadium for Gaelic games delivered. We might have missed the Euros, but the rewards are still clearly massive in terms of creating jobs, the tourism, a sporting facility that represents a vote of confidence in this and future generations. I pass Casement every day on my way home in Andytown, and as someone who's had the honour of playing in Casement and now has the honour of representing the people of West Belfast, I know that it will have a hugely positive sporting and cultural legacy for generations to come. I certainly won't be giving up on that, and we will not be giving up on that. Yes, we've been delayed, but I can assure everyone in this chamber and everyone outside this chamber that we will not be denied and Casement will be built.
Call Timothy Gaston.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to welcome the news that His Majesty's Government has finally called time on the much sought after fairy tale that is building Casement in time for the Euros. This is a project that was ill-conceived from day one, with huge opposition from local residents, which resulted in years of delay. This project lost the run of itself, and in recent years the estimated build also lost the run of itself at a cost of 400 million, which would have dwarfed the money awarded to other sports. This would have then led to a festering within the unionist community that they have been taken by the hand. We constantly hear from the executive in Westminster that pressures exist on the public finances, and it would have been madness to commit 400 million to fund the cash cow of the GAA. Having repeatedly refused to put more than a merely 15 million towards the project, the GAA in many ways have only themselves to blame. There are others who haven't actually covered themselves in glory either in this saga. Chief among them are the top brass in the IFA, who refused to listen to fans and instead backed the Casement project. Even when the chants of opposition were echoing around Windsor Park. Then, of course, we have the DUP, who just last week sought to tell us that the programme of government which committed them to make progress on Casement was wonderful. I say this to Minister Lyons: it's time to find reverse gear in this issue and listen to the unionist people who entrusted you with their votes and their transfers. Yes, the GAA deserve its fair share. I'm not disputing that. But the fair share must be measured against the money which has gone to other sports like football and rugby. Unless and until the GAA clean up their act regarding the naming of cups and grounds after terraces, and I think of Thomas McElwee as an example, then it should not be taken by the hand and treated as having hierarchy for public funds. Now it is time not to double down to plan to build Casement, but actually to reassess it. I certainly wouldn't want to be known as the unionist minister who built Casement for the GAA.
Brian Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, one clear consequence of the announcement on Friday is that we can now separate the two issues of the legacy for football from the 2028 Euros and the rebuilding of Casement Park following on from the 2011 agreement for the 3 stadia for football, rugby and Gaelic games. Both matters need their own focused attention. In terms of the 2028 Euros, it is important that there is a renewed focus on what will be the involvement and benefit for football in Northern Ireland. If we are not to host tournament games, can we host national teams during part or all of the tournament? Can we host teams for pre-tournament training camps, including friendly games? What facilities do we need to have in place? Can the National Training Centre be completed in time? What are the plans for the future development and expansion of Windsor Park? What plans exist in particular for the replacement or updating of the North Stand? And what will be the legacy for football in Northern Ireland from the UK and Ireland hosting this prestigious tournament? Northern Ireland has a growing track record and reputation for hosting major sports tournaments, including in football the men's under-19 Euros this summer, previously the under-19 women's tournament and the Super Cup final. So, as a member of Communities Committee, I am keen to engage with the IFA, with the various levels of government, with football fans and football clubs and all other relevant bodies to ensure that there is tangible benefit for the sport of football from us host sharing in the hosting of this prestigious tournament. Thank you.
David Honeyford.
Mr. Speaker, it's the start of Good Relations Week, and this is a massively missed opportunity that we are going to look back with regret. I've heard members here talk about the missed opportunity of the Maze Longcash site, and that stadium should have been built. The same people that were saying back then that we can't have that either. And in 2028 it'll be the 30th anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement. The 25th anniversary was embarrassing enough when we had a President of the United States of America coming here to try and bring an economic boost to Northern Ireland, yet we had this Assembly prevented from doing its job and didn't sit. And we didn't have a President, we had him for a morning. And when we come to the 30th anniversary, the world's cameras are going to be on the UK and Ireland. And guess what? We're not going to be there either. It is absolutely pathetic. And to listen to the vision of from behind me, which is muted from various quarters, their future's Groundhog Day. We already know their future and vision for the future because it's the past that we've already lived through. It ain't pretty, it ain't inspiring, and there's absolutely no future in it. It is the past. There was an opportunity here to break down divisions, and I started by saying it's the Good Relations Week. Alliance will always stand up for reconciliation, for shared society, for moving forward together. And here was an opportunity to bring the community together, to do more than any TBUC programme or any community programme could ever do, to put sport, who is leading the way in all of this, right at the heart and bring people into West Belfast, and people in West Belfast accepting Northern Ireland fans in West Belfast. That does more for community relations and breaking down barriers than we can ever legislate for. Because sport is leading the way in this. I just left Ulster Rugby and I was hosting their foundation launch. Bringing together the community of special needs, of female sport, from every background is what sport does. It's leading, and we're falling behind. In this chamber, the vision and direction, if it is to celebrate not getting something, is just mind-blowing. And for our economy, it's an embarrassment on the world stage. Somebody coming to invest here has now just seen that we ain't that interested. We ain't that interested in trying to convince people to open up here if we can't even do it for ourselves. You know, I don't know. A statement on a Friday night at 7:07 is disgraceful, but I want to also put on record that the IFA and the Ulster GA should be congratulated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call Lord Elliott.
Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for bringing forward the issue. I have to say, I have heard very few people say that the casement shouldn't get a redevelopment. I'm not saying that. I'm actually saying it should be developed in line on the basis that it was to be developed. But let's be blunt and fair about it, there is no endless pot of money to redevelop it in the basis that was being suggested. Now, I know there are a number of figures that have been muted, but I don't know where the accuracy of those figures are. Could be over 400 million, could be under 400 million, but whatever it is substantial. I am significantly concerned as to why they relied on hosting the Euros at Casement Park. I have to put on record my concern that why did we not try to improve Windsor Park to a level that it could have hosted the Euros instead of relying on the development that was always running behind it at Casement Park? I'm telling you, I don't believe there are people here shouting that this is a great decision not to put the money in. They're saying it's a good decision not to target the money at that particular project, whereas other projects are more in need. Yes, Casement needs redeveloped. I accept that. I'm not one that, and I don't hear many others saying this either, that it shouldn't be. But there are priorities in this country, Mr. Speaker, that we need to target more so than building a state-of-the-art development at Casement Park that's going to be solely used outside of the Euros for the benefit of the GEA. Whether that's GEA matches or whether that's concerts or other aspects, they will get the revenue from it. So I have to say we have to be realistic about how we're taking this forward. And I think there are opportunities to develop Casement Park in line and with what the GEA want, and hopefully what the local residents want, because they haven't been overly impressive up to now about the plans for the multi-stadium that was going there. I do have to say, I would be more sympathetic even to a better project if the GEA did tidy up their own act. The GEA do a lot of good work in the sporting fraternity. But what they do then, there is a cultural and constitutional political element to the GEA. That is accepted by senior people in the GEA. And if you read some of the Brian McAvoy's statements, he accepts that it's not just about the sporting element. The rules actually dictate that if you're a unionist, you can't really be a member of the GEA, because it is strictly an all-Ireland basis organisation. And if you read the rules, then that'll
Members' time is up.
Speak for themselves, Mr. Speaker.
I call Matthew O'Toole. Mr. McNulty.
This is a sad, sad day for Gaels across this island. The developments over the weekend have compounded 13 years of frustration for those of us who believe in the potential of the redevelopment of Casement Park to be a huge win for Gaelic games, and for those of us who treasure the power of sport, and for the community in West Belfast. A huge opportunity to host a global sporting event in the heart of West Belfast, with a spin-off economic, cultural, community and sporting multiplier effect that would have happened as a consequence. The last match played in Croke Park was now more than a decade ago in 2013. There should be, frankly, an apology to a generation of footballers, camogie players and hurlers who have missed their chance to step onto the hallowed turf of Casement Park and play for their club, play for their county, play for their country, play for their community, play for their friends, play for their family. That is a desperately disappointing and sad state of affairs. I welcome the participation of all parties, and particularly executive parties, in this discussion today, and I would welcome answers to the serious questions that Gaels now have. It's not just broken promises, it's much more deeper than that. This is more than the GEA or the Euros, it's about equality and fairness. GEA runs like the letters through a stick of rock. It's the core to almost 50% of who we are in this place. When did the executive ministers first know of this announcement? When did they know it was coming? And what representations did they make to the British government? What commitments have they sought? Why have the tender documents not been issued in March when they were ready to go? What commitments have ministers sought and secured relating to the financial commitment to Casement Park and to the timeline for delivery? I find it startling that a junior minister has been sent out on this issue? Who has been leading on this within the executive? Is this an executive project? Is DFC or the executive responsible? Or has this issue been farmed out by the executive and by the First Ministers? The First Minister has been definitive that Casement Park will be built. Can executive parties outline what will be built and when? What will the executive do to build the broken relationships between Gaels across this island and this government? Trust is in tatters. And with respect to the junior minister who has brought this matter of the day, why are ministers not here now to answer questions? There are plenty of questions to ask, but no one is here to answer them. Why? This is a failure of government at virtually every level. But Casement was never a UEFA project. It was an executive commitment that has been for more than a decade. The collapse of government on 2 occasions for more than 5 years in that time has had a catastrophic impact on delivering this showcase project. We must provide hope to Gaels in Antrim. We must provide hope to Gaels in Ireland and to people of West Belfast.
Members' time is up.
Casement Park must be built.
Thank you, Mr. McNulty. Call Philip Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, there are two clear issues before the House this afternoon. One, the fact that Northern Ireland will not be hosting any of the games for the 2028 tournament, and secondly, the redevelopment of Casement Park, two distinct and separate issues, and I'll deal with them both. The first, though, Mr. Speaker, as a proud supporter of our national football team, it should have been the stuff of dreams that the Northern Ireland national team would have been playing games in the European Championships here in Belfast. As I made clear at the time, both publicly and privately to the IFA, the way to achieve that was to deliver a football tournament at a football stadium. Instead, the IFA decided to embark upon the process in which they have done, and we have now ended in a situation where not a single game across these islands will be played in Belfast. And there are serious questions for the IFA as to why there was not a plan B for this. There are serious questions for the IFA as to why hopefully we will be cheering on the Northern Ireland football team in Dublin, in Edinburgh, in Wales, and hopefully in a final in London, but not in Belfast. In relation to the issue of Casement Park, this party has been very clear. It was the DUP minister who announced a funding package in 2011 which fair and equitably treated all 3 sporting codes in Northern Ireland. And we stand over the commitment that we made then. We do not renege from that, but we don't expect, Mr. Speaker, others to renege from that and try to promote or lift up one sporting organisation above another. In this place, we move forward together when everyone is treated fairly and equitably. And I just want to point out, Mr. Speaker, the reason the Casement Park has not been built to date, the fault does not lie on these benches. It was not a DUP Culture, Arts and Leisure Minister who was forced before the committee at the time for trying to bury a safety report in relation to concerns. It was not the DUP branch of the Andersons Town Road who brought this issue to the High Court. So some of those shouting loudest as to why Casement Park has not been built to date would be better to look at their own backyard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The failure to build Casement Park in time for the European Championships is a vast and indefensible failure of the people of West Belfast, everyone in this city, this region, and the entire island of Ireland. It would have been, by any margin, the most globally significant sporting event to ever take place in this region. There are multiple levels of failure. Number one, the UK government's failure to properly deliver on promises made, and their indefensible and preposterous rushing out of this press release on a Friday night is indefensible. Number two, years of contradictory statements and lack of clear prioritisation from executive ministers, and yes, as my colleague said, collapsing these institutions for 5 years, for half of the past decade, meant that decisions could not properly be made. And I will acknowledge the 2 SDLP ministers were ministers who did progress this project, including Nicola Mallon, who gave it planning permission in 2021. But I also want to reflect, members say that's true, she did, but I also want to reflect on some, frankly, of the tragic statements that have come from the unionist benches today. I have to say, Mr. Speaker, I was one of the first people who talked in this chamber about the possibility of bringing the Euros to Belfast. I wanted to see the transformational economic impact for the west of Belfast and the whole of this city. It really would have been, and though Gaels in Ulster want to see Casement Park built, let's be clear, the massive economic multiplier of having the European Championships is something that would have been incomparable in terms of the economic output. But unionism today has stood up and said repeatedly, effectively, that they didn't want to see the European Championships hosted at Casement Park. At Casement Park, I've heard multiple speakers say they didn't want to see Casement Park host the European Championships. That's the upshot. The truth is that there was no way to get Windsor Park up to spec in time for the European Championships. I'm more than happy if the member wants to explain to me at some point in this chamber or elsewhere the realistic way to get Windsor Park up to spec, but I've heard no serious proposals. So the only way to get the European Championships here, to get that transformational football tournament, was to build Casement Park. I wanted also to see, as Mr Honeyford said, the transformational community impact of having Northern Ireland fans walk or get the train to Casement Park on the year of the 30th anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement. I think that would have been symbolic, and I think it would have been hugely important, as well as the economic impact. It's a tragedy. It's not going to happen. So this is a profound multi-level failure, but what we need to understand now from the British government, from executive ministers and from all interested parties is when Casement Park is going to be built, even if we aren't going to have, sadly, the European Championships. We cannot have these siren voices from certain benches stop this project from happening now. It needs to be built, but executive ministers and the British government need to tell us when and how. Thank you.
Well, Jonathan Buckley.
There are many reasons why Casement Park has not been redeveloped. Many have been outlined in this House today. But there's two parts to this. And firstly, I, like Lord Elliott, I'm not against the redevelopment of Casement Park, in line with adequate and fair funding, as was announced back in 2011 for all the sporting codes. It was a landmark decision that could have really transformed sports in Northern Ireland. But there's 2 points that I would like to raise. And firstly, it's the cost. And, you know, a £400 million price tag put on the decision for whether or not Casement Park should be redeveloped or not. I honestly think at times, and I see Mr Honeyford shaking his head, but I honestly think that sometimes this House loses the run of itself, and members really don't understand what are the priorities of people today. Because you may think that £400 million in the redevelopment of a sports stadium would be a great thing for Northern Ireland and would deliver tangible outcomes in terms of concert venues and sporting facilities, at a time when people's priorities are about funding for waiting lists, funding for childcare, funding for special educational needs, pensioners' fuel payments. You know, these are just to name a few. And Mr Honeyford, I heard your passionate plea about visions from the Alliance Party and priorities of the Alliance Party. Your Minister in the Department of Justice just recently signed off on £13.3 million spend on a canteen at McGilligan Prison. So don't come to this House and wax lyrical about where and how money should be spent appropriately. Look in your own backyard. But members, I will also not allow the narrative to be perpetuated in this chamber that the GAA is the poor man's cousin. The GAA have yearly income revenues of over £100 million a year. I am not against the redevelopment of Casement Park, members. I'm not against a fair and equitable settlement from this place, as was committed to. But it must be on a fair and equitable basis. And remember this. It was mentioned by the proposer of the motion, Ms Riley, about building a state-of-the-art facility for Gaelic games. That indeed is the point. The Euros is to be a legacy for football. And I would like to see the Euros legacy being redevelopment and energy placed in our grassroots football fraternity here in Northern Ireland of all communities, and ensure that they are adequately provided for.
Now move to the next item of business in the order paper, and that is member statements. Usual rules will apply. and I call Emma Sheeran.
I get Concordia, I rise today to raise an issue that's been brought to me by hundreds of my constituents over the past week or fortnight at this stage. Some of the words that they've used to describe our tap water in South Derry include musty, very stale, not drinkable. The water is rotten, it's rank, it tastes like dirt, it tastes like blue mould. And I haven't had to rely on the words of my constituents to tell me what the water is like, because when I turn on my own tap in my own house, I can see, I can smell it, I can taste it for myself. And over the past week or fortnight, I've been in constant contact with NI Water about this situation and have been contacting them on an almost hourly basis, reflecting the requests and concerns and worries of my constituents. And I accept their assurances that the water is safe to drink, but the fact and the reality of the situation is that the water is not drinkable. And I know this is a problem that is not of a recent making. This is as a result of years and decades of underinvestment, and it is, I suppose, a very good reflection of the importance of the prioritisation of the Deira Minister's action plan for Lough Neagh, and the fact that we all need to work together to solve the crisis that Lough Neagh is currently in. But I want to call upon NI Water to act as urgently as they can on the requests of my constituents. Different constituents have reflected to me that their requests for individual water testing hasn't been carried out as promised, and I just want to put to this House how seriously we feel about this crisis, because water is a basic human right, and we expect that when we go to make a cup of tea that it tastes like tea and not like blue mould.
I take the opportunity this morning to raise the issue of the City Deal funding for Northern Ireland. When the City Deals were first put on the agenda for Northern Ireland, it brought a huge amount of optimism and excitement for the opportunities that they would bring to each of our communities across Northern Ireland. If delivered, the funding will not only strengthen our economy, but it will also improve the quality of life for the people that we represent. The deals will create thousands of jobs, revitalise our cities and regions, whilst promoting growth in innovation, infrastructure and skills. The funding packages worth more than £1.5 billion represents a commitment to Northern Ireland's long-term success. On Friday afternoon, I, like many people, was deeply disappointed and angered at the announcement that the City Deal packages across Northern Ireland were to be paused. This information filtered out with many of us finding out through social media. Indeed, our local councils found out in the same manner as well. The announcement of the pause alone caused significant anger and frustration, not least in my own constituency in Foyle, where our financial deal is to be signed on Wednesday, just 2 days' time. Invitees were informed by the council that the event was cancelled, only to receive a further email over the weekend to say that it was back on, following a tweet by the Secretary of State. This is a shameful way for the Labour government to treat those who have put so much effort into getting the projects up to the point and to a state of readiness. Whilst I welcome the clarification that the Belfast Region City Deal and the Londonderry and Strabane Deal are to proceed, it remains deeply concerning that the same clarification has not been provided to Causeway Coast and Glens and Mid-South West. The city that I represent is set to benefit from a package worth around £300 million. Projects such as the establishment of the Maritime Museum at Ebrington, the regeneration of our riverfront Strand Road and the walled city areas, the establishment of further projects within Magee University as well. I appreciate that each of the deals across Northern Ireland are at different stages, but to pause them is an act of bad faith. It is important that the Executive and the Assembly stand united in urging the Labour Government to deliver on the city deals and to work at pace with partners across Northern Ireland to see progress as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Nuala McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to talk about an issue that I'm sure many of us in the Chamber have been in touch with constituents about, and it's regarding the paediatric PEG tube surgery waiting list. There is a small group of parents and carers right across Northern Ireland. I believe the number is currently sitting at 93, whose children are waiting for PEG tube surgery. And to put into context, that is surgery where it's the insertion of a feeding tube through the abdomen. And these children currently have a feeding tube that is, a majority of which through their nose. And unfortunately, these parents are seeing themselves either having to visit their local GP, having the visit of community children's nursing teams, or even being trained themselves to reinsert these tubes because they often come out for various reasons. There are long-term and short-term effects of the use of the nasal feeding tubes, such as the displacement, vomiting, coughing, loss of appetite, even pain and discomfort. And as a parent myself, I never want to see my child in pain or in discomfort. But some of these families, and one in particular, has been waiting over 3 years on this surgery. For a list that is definitive, it is 93 children. We must hear from the Health Minister as to what the plans are to ensure that these children can be seen as soon as possible. We understand the resourcing issues, but whenever we are dealing with such a bespoke and narrow group of young people in Northern Ireland, there must be plans in place. We have engaged with the Royal College of Surgeons, the Royal College of Paediatrics, and they have been more than eager to work with the Minister to come up with the plans to tackle this waiting list. And in particular, when it comes to transferring children possibly to Alderhay Children's Hospital in Liverpool. We all know people who are waiting on a waiting list across Northern Ireland, and some of us indeed are waiting ourselves. However, when it does come to children who are waiting on a waiting list for issues that are causing pain and discomfort, we can understand the frustration that this group of parents feel. And I stand with them when they lobby the Minister and the Belfast Trust in ensuring that they are expedited through the process in a way that of course meets clinical need, in a way that ensures that they can get the right treatment for their children. And I hope that all members can join in making sure that everyone works together and puts the pressure on to ensure that all 93 of these young people can get the surgery that they need as soon as possible.
Lord Elliott.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to raise the issue today of Devonish College in Enniskillen, the new school that has been built quite recently. Fabulous facility for all the pupils there in the area, increasing in attendance numbers and those looking to get into it. There is an issue around the traffic outside it. It's the 50-mile-an-hour speed limit down that road, and I know they have had various attempts to get that reduced to 40, but unsuccessfully. And I'd ask it to be looked at that there are some schools in the area, and actually throughout Northern Ireland, that have a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit at certain times whenever pupils are going into the school and coming out, basically from probably 8:30 to 9:30 in the morning, and then for an hour in the evening. I think that would greatly enhance the safety of that area, enhance the safety for those pupils and parents and teachers who are going and coming from the school at that particular time. So I'd ask the Department of Infrastructure to actually look at that in the near future, because it is important that there is those people feel safe going in and out of that school, and particularly the pupils, now that there are such significant numbers. And when that rule or that speed limit has been brought in for other schools in the area, I think it would be very appropriate for this school that is well over 600 pupils going and coming from it on a daily basis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
David Loughlin.
Speaker, I too want to discuss the Friday fiasco in relation to the pausing of the city deals. This has concerned everyone in this chamber and people right across Northern Ireland. When the news emerged on Friday that funding for city deals had been paused, it was a gut punch to many of us. This funding was hard fought for and was hard won over the course of many, many years. The SDLP pioneered for the concept of city deals when others dismissed their importance. The idea that this funding could be ripped away either from our own deal in Derry or from any part of Northern Ireland was as shocking as it was unacceptable. It was particularly galling that the funding was paused just days before the deal was due to be signed this Wednesday in the Guildhall, threatening to rob our city and region of a huge opportunity and clutching defeat from the jaws of victory. And of course, in Derry, it's of central importance, given that this funding is part of the necessary financial investment that will guarantee the long overdue expansion of higher education in our city. If we are going to reach 10,000 students. And it has to be said that I'm deeply concerned that the Executive were informed of this on Wednesday, but chose to sit on the news until Friday afternoon. Anyone could have seen that to save this funding would require intense lobbying from those with influence as soon as possible. In Westminster, Colm Eastwood engaged with senior British government ministers in the Treasury to secure that funding, and I'm pleased that we were able to ensure that it was indeed secured within 24 hours. But this is only the start. As we stand, 2 of our city deals are still at risk. For the Mid-South and West and the Causeway Coast and Glens, that level of uncertainty is just not good enough. Such significant investment facing undue delays and disruption is counterproductive and extremely damaging. We are among the most deprived areas anywhere in the UK, and these deals have transformational potential. We cannot afford to give up this opportunity from anywhere across the north, not least at the last possible hour. They need to be delivered. They need to be delivered at pace, and we must ensure that happens. Thank you.
Liz Kimmins.
Well, I stand today in light of the recent news of the urgent and very worrying closure of Newry Early Years Children and Family Centre at Arana House in Newry. This news has been a massive blow to many families in my constituency who have described the services as a lifeline to them and to their children. And the closure comes as a result of the current lease coming to an end. And unfortunately, to date, despite many months of effort, no alternative premises being found, which is having a hugely detrimental impact on those children and families impacted. The Early Years Centre has been at Arana House for many, many years, providing vital support to thousands of families during this time, with support for parents, carers and children. Support for our children at preschool age is particularly critical for their learning development, and even more so for those children with additional needs who will benefit immensely from tailored support at the earliest possible stage. So, as many will know, support services for children and young people with additional needs are extremely stretched, so therefore this further reduction in services will have a significant impact on many families. And parents have told me that Newry Early Years is the only place that their child can be themselves, as they have amazing key workers who can meet their needs and provide the level of care and attention they need to help them to grow and develop. And they've been left feeling extremely anxious as a result of this news. So it is essential that a solution is found urgently, so that our children are not failed and get equal access to the support that they need, like many others are getting across the north. So I would implore both the Education and the Health Ministers to work with Early Years and with the Southern Trust to find suitable premises urgently and find solutions for those children and families, not just in the here and now, but for the future.
Mr. Speaker, like many in this chamber on Friday, I was incandescent with anger at the government's decision to pause city and growth deals in Northern Ireland, which were actually secured by the DUP in Confidence and Supply Agreement. The government have acted in bad faith and have poured cold water on projects that provided fire in the belly for our local economy. My council area falls under Mid-South West Growth Deal, which represents the largest investment outside of Belfast of $252 million across 3 council areas of Fermanagh, Armagh, Banbridge and Craigavon and Mid-Ulster. It's wrong to say that this growth deal was not at an advanced stage, and I understand these councils were due to sign the heads of terms on the 16th of October. So what now for my area? Well, the A4 Enniskillen Southern Bypass, talked about for 47 years, could be in jeopardy. This much-needed infrastructure project had just been announced to go to the second stage of procurement process on the 5th of September. Other government infrastructure documents had the A4 bypass referenced in their plans. in an area that has been ruled out of other infrastructure plans. This is a real blow. Not only was this to be delivered, but tourism projects such as 10.5 million for Culca Lakelands Geopark, a local company who were to lead on green hydrogen distribution network, a game changer for energy representing 24.7 million, a construction innovation excellence centre of 7 million, support to our agri-food industry with investment in Caffrey College, a project on industrial lands of 36 million, which would have been a real support to the manufacturing hub of mid-Ulster due to chronic shortage of lands for expansion. All left with a question mark hanging over it. The Mid-South West growth deal was not just some fine words on a page, it was to be a regional economic catalyst. Mr. Speaker, through the government's shambolic handling of this news at the weekend, we now have a situation of ever-widening gaps in inequality and regional balance. Each part of Northern Ireland was promised investment, and each part of Northern Ireland deserves it. And I will be making this point to the Secretary of State, and I will not be idle in fighting for the Mid-South West growth deal to ensure that it goes ahead.
Call Danny Donnelly.
Mr. Speaker, we all know that being able to access leisure facilities to exercise and take part in sporting activities has huge benefits for mental and physical health and general well-being. This is especially important for young people, as sport can help to create friendships, grow self-confidence and tackle loneliness and social isolation. These days, when many children reach for their screens, we should be providing high-quality sports facilities to encourage them to get out and play. Just this summer, we have seen such inspirational performances from local athletes at the Olympics and Paralympics. We know that Northern Ireland can deliver on the international sporting stage. But sadly, it is the case that many school and community facilities are now in a state of disrepair and ageing with no obvious solutions forthcoming. Last week, I was contacted about such a pitch in East Antrim. It's a large shale playing surface that's used for sports such as hockey and athletics, shared between two local schools, Carrick Academy and Carrick Grammar, and is also used by the local community. Unfortunately, the quality of the pitch, which has been the main playing surface for decades, has deteriorated badly over the years despite recent repairs, and now due to health and safety concerns, it is completely unusable for competitive sports, meaning hockey games have been cancelled. This is clearly very disappointing for the teams and young people involved. Shale pitches are not very common anymore, and it's not hard to see why. The surface is covered with small stones, like sand, and in fact it's more akin to walking on a beach than a sports playing surface. It's for this reason, to prevent injuries to the players, that the school has had to pull the use of this pitch. Mr. Speaker, I know this is far from the only issue affecting school estates, even school estates in East Antrim, and I know of schools that have areas closed off to students, but I'm asking that the EA come and visit the school with me and see the state of the pitch, see if anything can be done to reinstate it and make it safe for people to play and run on. Schemes where schools and the communities can share resources are a great idea, but in this case attention is needed. There needs to be a usable solution that provides long-term high-quality surfaces where young people's teams and members of the community can use pitches for exercise and competitions. Thank you.
Petition.
Thank you, Speaker. The International Day of Democracy was celebrated yesterday. Youth play a vital role in promoting democracy. We, as politicians, must listen to young people, as they are the ones who will benefit or will bear the brunt of the laws that we make today. We need to ensure that the views of the next generation are at the heart of the laws that we pass today. If young people feel that politicians listen to them, that the policymakers value their views, they will participate all the more in the democratic process. Therefore, I commend the great work that the Youth Assembly does here. It gives young people the chance to get a better understanding of our institutions. Democracy suffers many slights and attacks these days, from misinformation and disinformation online, to populism that is on the rise across the world. Misinformation poisons our political discourse, puts communities at odds with each other, that makes people doubt democratic institutions. The more young people who participate in democracy, the more voices there will be to refute misinformation. We need to encourage the next generation to get involved in democracy. We do this through projects such as the Youth Assembly, by listening to young people, and by showing them that our actions according to their words. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope today is a significant day for women and girls who are victims of abuse, violence and femicide, and for women and girls who inevitably will be victims of abuse, violence and femicide. It is a shameful indictment on our society that we all anticipate the next news story where a woman has been murdered by a man. We remain one of the highest rates of femicide in Europe. As a region of the United Kingdom, we have a rate higher than the national average. Last year, over 33,186 domestic abuse incidents were recorded by the PSNI. That's 1 every 16 minutes. By lunchtime today, 4 more victims will have reported abuse to the police. A slight increase on the previous year, but certainly not going down, and not taking into account incidents that go unreported due to lack of confidence in the criminal justice system. I wish to pay tribute to Rachel Simpson, the 3rd woman to be murdered in Northern Ireland within 4 weeks after the horrific murder of Montserrat Martorell in late August, the 22nd and 23rd woman since January 2020. This figure should be alarming. It should motivate each of us as women, as men, as mothers, as fathers, as human beings, to genuinely want to address the issue of gender-based violence in Northern Ireland. This begins with hard truths, with calling it out for what it is, and for recognising that we are not doing enough to prevent anyone from becoming a victim in this way. It is not all men, but when it happens, it usually is a man. Indeed, men are victims too, but again, their perpetrator is usually a man. Yesterday, a young man of 21 was charged with murder. 21. What has happened in the lives of perpetrators that violence and murder comes too easily? They are not born bad. They grow up, barely grow up, to be aggressive, to abuse, to assault and to murder. They ruin lives as well as their own. There has to be a better way, a way which recognises that this is a wider societal problem, beginning with misogyny in boardrooms, in group chats and classrooms, a recognition that we do not encourage healthy relationships via age-appropriate relationship and sexual education, and that despite being a post-conflict society, we have never dealt with the trauma of our past, which is then passed on to next generations. I welcome the executive strategy that will be launched later today. It won't stop the abuse overnight, it won't stop the lives being taken, but I hope it begins, at minimum, a new honest conversation and action about a crisis that women and girls have lived with and died for far too long. Thank you.
Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Another week in Labour La La Land. Another episode of Carry On Keir. I thought we were told that things could only get better. It tells me much about a Prime Minister who is more concerned about which donor is going to buy his latest designer suit or glasses, rather than deal with the pressing priorities that people across this country are facing. Just last week, we had, on Saturday, 800 illegal immigrants cross the English Channel. Sadly, 8 lost their lives. Just last week, we had a vote in Parliament where the UK Labour government decided to cut winter fuel payment for 10 million pensioners. The very next day, the Labour government announced 600 million in additional funds to fight the war in Ukraine, whilst pensioners fear for the winter. Just last week, Sir Keir Starmer released 2,000 prisoners from our jails, with one being arrested and detained on the very day following sexual assault. This doesn't seem to me to be like a Prime Minister who is in touch with what issues are affecting everyday citizens. A two-tier approach on victims. Just last week, the government announced a public inquiry into the murder of Pat Finucane. And whilst every family that suffered during the Troubles has a right to access justice, I can't but not say that there has been a two-tiered approach when it comes to addressing the carnage, the brutality, the barbarity of those acts carried out by the Republican movement. I think of Alan Black, a friend, shot 18 times on a roadside in Kingsmill. 10 of his colleagues killed in the most brutal sectarian act of our Troubles. A recent inquest, Sinn Féin members refused to take part. He's not the only example. There are countless people out there that are crying for justice. But who is it that this government seek to protect? Because I cannot but draw the conclusion, Mr. Speaker, that it is an attempt to spur the blushes of an Irish government which refuses to cooperate, or indeed members within the ranks of Sinn Féin who continually conceal information as to what they know, what happened in their murderous past.
Members' time is up. I call Paula Bradshaw.
As we mark the beginning of Good Relations Week 2024, I rise to make the case for including a mission on peace and peace building in the Executive's programme for government. Like many others in this chamber, I welcomed the launch of the draft programme for government for consultation last week, and I know that my party's ministers have been working hard to progress the PFG around the executive table. Alliance wanted to see the peace and peace building as a separate mission in the PFG from the outset. We proceeded on the basis that it would be included as a cross-cutting theme, and with the option for a dedicated mission on peace forming a specific part of the public consultation. I hope members will agree with me that the case for this could not be clearer. Without embedding reconciliation, diversity, equality and inclusion in everything that we do, we can't achieve so many of the priorities and ambitions set out in the document. To begin with, the draft PFG includes ambitious proposals for growing a globally competitive economy in Northern Ireland, but we know that civil unrest, paramilitarism and political upheaval are serious major barriers to economic growth. Time and again, the research shows that political stability is a driver of foreign direct investment and all of the shared prosperity and job creation that comes with it. We will never build the thriving economy we want in an environment defined by stop-start government and political chaos. Elsewhere, the draft PFG rightly targets long overdue transformation of Northern Ireland's public services, but we have to acknowledge that this isn't possible without tackling the cost of division that remains so deeply embedded across our society. The duplication and segregation of the likes of health services, housing and schools costs a fortune to maintain, a fortune that the Executive can ill afford, and one which robs these services of desperately needed funding and investment. It also stops us creating the high-quality, integrated and inclusive public services that our constituents have been crying out for so long. Whether it is growing the economy, creating safer communities, improving public services, tackling poverty or supporting the vulnerable, none of these goals will become reality without having peace and peace building at the heart of the Executive's agenda. Alliance will continue making the case for this vital mission in the time ahead, and I hope that other parties will support us in this effort. Thank you.
I call Diane Dodds. You have 2 minutes, Mrs. Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 30 years of terrorism and evil perpetuated by paramilitaries in Northern Ireland has left a shocking legacy of pain and tears. And last week, the government's actions in granting a public inquiry into only one death, citing exceptional issues, has perpetuated that legacy. And today we should think of those for whom there is no truth and no justice that should be the hallmark of a democratic society. That hypocrisy and double standards of the government was also reflected by the Irish government last week, when they welcomed the inquiry into one evil act, but did not acknowledge the collusion between the Provisional IRA and the Garda. I want to raise again in this House, and I make no apology for it, the case of Ian Sproul. He was a young loyalist from Killen near Castlederg. He was 23. On the 13th of April 1991, gunmen lay waiting for him. They fired 41 bullets into his car. Shortly after, his father would receive a phone call from the Provisional IRA to tell him to go out to the yard and see the mess that they'd left him. It was his son. There are significant reasons to believe that the Garda officers in Donegal passed erroneous information on Ian Sproul to the Provisional IRA. And I've been involved with this case for many years. I've met the Irish Government along with John Sproul in relation to this case, and there has been a blank refusal for an investigation. The Irish Government should come off the fence, stop the double talk and the gaslighting of innocent victims in Northern Ireland.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Paula Bradshaw sought leave to present a public petition in accordance with Standing Order 22. The member will have up to 3 minutes to speak. I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted as Chair of the All-Party Group on Stroke to present this petition calling for 24/7 access to thrombectomy. The petition was organised by the Stroke Association and is signed by 3,567 people, including stroke survivors who have benefited from thrombectomy. I am delighted to welcome some of them to the gallery this morning to see this petition presented and thank them for their efforts. Thrombectomy is a mechanical procedure which is carried out on eligible stroke survivors in a timely manner. It saves brains by significantly reducing the chance of disabilities like paralysis, visual impairment and communication difficulties after stroke. It saves money. Each patient who receives thrombectomy saves the health service on average £47,000 over 5 years and changes lives. A quarter of patients who receive thrombectomy experience reduced disability, while a fifth achieved functional independence. Thanks to the efforts of the hard-working stroke teams, Northern Ireland has a relatively well-developed thrombectomy service here in Northern Ireland compared to the rest of the UK. However, with only 6.7% of patients receiving thrombectomy, we still fall short of ensuring that every eligible patient, which is thought to be at least 10% of stroke patients, can benefit from this life-changing treatment. One way to enhance access to thrombectomy is by providing a 24/7 service so that patients can access this no matter when or where they have their stroke. The Department of Health previously committed to delivering a 24/7 service for Northern Ireland by the end of 2024, but are now saying that it is unlikely to happen. This is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker, and will lead to more serious disabilities and, in some cases, unfortunately, death. I would urge fellow MLAs to work with me and the Stroke Association and the community of support members to lobby the Department of Health to commit to thrombectomy expansion with multi-year investment for infrastructure, equipment, workforce training and support. To tackle stroke workforce shortages by progressing the promised stroke workforce plan for Northern Ireland, progress stroke transformation to create efficient treatment pathways so that eligible patients can access thrombectomy as quickly as possible, and to invest in innovations that can support enhanced and timely access to thrombectomy. Members, now is the time to make thrombectomy treatment for stroke patients a priority. Failing to do so will have devastating consequences on so many lives. Thank you.
Thank you. I invite the member to approach the table to present her petition. Thank you. I will forward the petition to the Minister of Health and send a copy to the committee. The next item of business is a committee membership motion from the DUP. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Mr Peter Martin replace Ms Cheryl Brownlee as a member of the Committee for Education. that Mr Jonathan Buckley replace Mr Stephen Dunn as a member of the Windsor Framework Democratic Scrutiny Committee, and that Mr Stephen Dunn be appointed as a member of the Committee for Justice.
Thank you. I call Trevor Clark to move the motion.
Moved.
The question is that the motion standing in order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And that members now to take their ease while we change the chair, and we'll then move to a statement from the First and Deputy First Minister's office.
Page 6.
Members, the Speaker has received notice from the First Minister and Deputy First Minister that they wish to make a statement. Members, before I call the First Minister, I remind members that they must be concise in asking their questions. This is not an opportunity for debate. Long introductions will not be allowed. Call the First Minister.
Today, I'm delighted that we are announcing executive approval for the strategic framework to end violence against women and girls and its first delivery plan. Before I continue, I would like to remember all those women who have been tragically murdered in our community recently. I want to extend our sincere condolences to the family and friends of Patsy Aust, Catherine Parton, Sophie Watson, Montserrat Matarel, and all of whom died in horrific circumstances over the last few months. And this weekend we heard of another tragic loss, that of Rachel Simpson. 5 women dead in a matter of weeks. 5 women whose names we now know for the most tragic of reasons. There have been many others. In the last 4 years, over 20 women have been killed here, and all their untimely deaths have had a lasting and a traumatic impact on their families and friends. The depth of the loss is always felt. It's so hard to express here in words today. But all of that points to how shocking our statistics are, and behind those statistics are all those individuals. These stories, the stories of all these women who were killed, must make us even more determined to act to tackle the scourge of violence, harm and abuse, which seriously impacts the lives of too many women and girls right across our community. Today we bring forward a strategic framework and first delivery plan to help mobilise a whole of society and whole of government response. This strategic framework was co-designed by different voices, many with years of experience in this area, and all of whom, like us, are committed to ending violence against women and girls, and we're very grateful to them for that, and I acknowledge some of which are here in the gallery this afternoon. Public consultation gave overwhelming support for realising the framework's vision, a changed society where women and girls are free from all forms of gender-based violence, abuse and harm, including the attitudes, systems and structural inequalities that cause them. The framework sets out a 7-year roadmap and describes the changes that are needed and also the work that needs to be done to bring about an end to violence against women and girls. It will help mobilise all parts of society to improve outcomes across 4 key themes. Prevention, which is about addressing the underlying causes of violence against women and girls to stop it before it even starts, and the main focus of the strategic framework. We want everyone to understand what violence against women and girls is, and also how to take action to prevent it. We want everyone to be equipped, especially our young people, to enjoy healthy, respectful relationships. We want to ensure that women and girls feel safe and are safe everywhere. This means educating ourselves, our society, our young people in every aspect of their lives to ensure that we are clear that violence and abuse in relationships is never acceptable. And ultimately, we want a changed society where women and girls no longer live under that underlying threat and that very real risk of harm and abuse, a place where everyone can thrive and be safe. Protection and provision of services is key to the success of this strategic framework. We will support delivery of quality frontline services for victims and survivors, whilst investing in grassroots communities who carry out amazing work in tackling this issue, to build capacity and extend those services. Our strategic priorities also include strengthening the justice system, to build confidence of victims and survivors and the public, and create a safe space for them to tell their story and to see justice done. All of this requires us working better together across all parts of government and society to end violence against women and girls. We must work together to equip and empower our young people to enjoy healthy, respectful relationships. And men and boys have an important role to play in ending violence against women and girls. They are part of the solution. If we're to bring about a change to attitudes and behaviour and challenge a misogynistic culture which can lead to harm, abuse and violence against women and girls. The framework sets out and tells us very clearly what needs to be done. It is shaped by real people and real life experiences. From that, we have created an initial delivery plan, a plan that will deliver real life change to people in need, and it is just the beginning. We will continue to work together right across this chamber to build a changed society where women and girls are free from all forms of violence, abuse and harm. Collaboration is essential for us to start to build the transformative change that's required. This delivery plan is designed to connect and support many parts of government and other strategies and investment. This includes the Department of Justice and Health and their work in delivering domestic and sexual abuse strategy and the Gillen Review. Collaboration and innovation will improve frontline services, protection and provision for victims and survivors, and will therefore improve experiences and better outcomes for women and girls. This work will support efforts across all parts of society. This includes building on the vital work of the grassroots groups and organisations across the voluntary and community sector. We have spoken to these people on the front line who help women and girls suffering in the most dire need of support and guidance, and they make a difference each and every day, and they're often the first port of call, a trusted and safe space for women and girls who need help. They are the continued source of support for victims and survivors. Their work on the ground is helping to address the culture of damaging attitudes, beliefs and behaviours that can lead to violence against women and girls. We must continue to support the delivery of that life-changing work. Community investment is therefore key, and this plan ring-fences £3 million over 2 years in a change fund. This will support grassroots groups and community and the voluntary sector organisations to do more, to further build capacity and to be better equipped to address the significant issue in their areas. This way we'll see more interventions that will make a real difference to people's lives. We will announce further details on the Change Fund in the time ahead. We will also develop campaigns to raise awareness, providing strong, consistent messaging so that there are no excuses, so that everyone understands the issue and the attitudes, behaviours and culture that enable and lead to this deep-rooted problem. I've said it before and I'll say it again, there is no place in our society for violence against women and girls. It is an epidemic and we must stop it. The harm and abuse that many suffer is often hidden in plain sight. It can affect anyone, the lives of the people that we know, the women and girls in our lives, our mummies, our sisters, our daughters, our granddaughters, our friends, the woman who lives across the street, the woman who sits next to you in work, the woman you meet on the bus or in the shop or at the school gates. It happens everywhere. So this must stop, and there is something that all of us can do. This framework has been designed by our society and government working together. It's been fully endorsed by the public in the consultation, and it's now for all of us now to continue the work together and to make real change possible. This way we can end violence against women and girls. Thank you.
Thank you, First Minister, for that statement. For the first question, I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you, First Minister, for your statement today. I really welcome the progress that has been made today. It's long overdue and very, very positive. The elephant in the room is about funding. Your statement has mentioned £3 million for a change fund over 2 years. Do you accept that this wouldn't even scratch the surface of what is actually required? And we are far, far away, in line with the €60 million investment and dedicated 35 members of staff made by the Irish Government in recent days to tackle violence against women and girls.
Well, I can say to the member that, of course, we would want to have more funding and, of course, we would want to have more resources, but I can say that this is a good first step. I mean, we're nowhere near in a similar position as they are in the south of Ireland. You know that. 2 different jurisdictions, unfortunately, for now. But we have to deal with the reality in which that we are working within, and this is, I think, a positive first step to be able to announce £3 million today to back up some of the delivery work that we want to see over the next 2 years. But it is just a start. Let's build on it. Let's learn as we go. I mean, that's right at the heart of the strategy that's being set out and the plan that's being set out, that we can actually measure our progress as we go. We can continually look towards revising areas where we think we need revision. And I think that we need to continue to invest in this area. I wish that we were in the same position that we could invest in the level in which you have referred to. However, that's not our reality. But where I'm pleased is the fact that we now have this strategy, this framework, that there's broad support for it, that we now need to see the delivery plans and the practical benefits on the ground. And let's continue to get this £3 million out into those groups that are actually providing first-class services day and daily, often on very restrained and restricted budgets. So I think that today marks the start of us actually getting to a point where we can end violence against women and girls. And I think we all have to accept that that is actually a reality. We can end violence against women and girls, and prevention is right to the heart of that, so we must invest. And as I said, I'm pleased that we've been able to do this today.
Call the Chair of the Executive Office Committee, Paula Bradshaw.
And thank you, First Minister, for your statement. I would just like to start by sharing the condolences that you send to the bereaved families of those poor women who've lost their lives so tragically. I thank you for meeting with us earlier, and I just want to pick up on the point you made there around the grassroots groups in the community and voluntary sector who have been battling away in this area for so long. And we know that when media attention comes on an issue such as ending violence against women and girls, that there may be some women who come forward who have experienced historical cases of violence and abuse. And I'm just wondering how they will be provided for in this framework. Thank you.
Minister.
So the framework is obviously very much about ending violence against all women and girls, including anyone that's been impacted by historical institutional abuse. But obviously we also have a focused area of work in terms of making sure that we have proper support for people who've come through such a trauma. If, for example, throughout the lifetime of the delivery plan, if we start to see that that becomes an issue of concern, for perhaps launching this today invites more women to come forward, then obviously then we'd have to adjust to reflect that. So thank you for raising that question.
Karen McKinnon.
This strategic framework states that a whole government and society approach is needed to end the daily violence against women and girls. Can the First Minister confirm that the voices of those with lived experience and expertise are going to be and are reflected in this vital strategy and delivery plan? Gormagat.
First Minister.
Thank you for that. And I mean, I think the point you make is very relevant. I mean, the success, I think, in this area of work has to be that we listen to those people that are on the front line, those people that actually are there on the coalface supporting women day and daily. And I think that there's no better experience to be brought to bear in terms of how we should respond than the real lived experience of those people that have been impacted. So those real life experiences, those real life voices have been absolutely crucial in actually getting us to the juncture that we are today. So it helps us to properly understand just that journey that a woman may go through. So right at the heart of developing the strategy has been that co-design, something which we're very proud of, the fact that so many partners have come together to actually get this right. And I can confirm that in terms of the consultation that we had, that the feedback was very positive in terms of this being the right approach. And as I said, today marks the start of our journey in ending violence against women and girls.
Call Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and as a member of the Committee for the Executive Office, I warmly welcome the announcement of the strategy and delivery plan today. It is essential that the strategy on ending violence against women and girls is not categorised as a woman's issue, but is very much an all-of-society issue. It is the responsibility of everyone in society to challenge negative beliefs and attitudes towards women and girls. Will the Minister join with me in saying that everyone sitting here in this chamber has a role to play and we must lead by example?
Minister.
Yes, thank you, and I look forward to working with the member in the committee as we develop this work and see the implementation come to bear in terms of the delivery plan. But absolutely, I mean, this is a whole of society problem. It's not a woman problem, it's all of society. Everybody out there has a role to play, and I think the areas of work that we've identified under the delivery plan will very much focus minds around key messaging, ensuring that people understand what violence looks like, and that it comes in many forms, getting that better understanding, and therefore that helps us to actually try to get to the point where we can actually say that we have ended violence against women and girls. So I absolutely concur that this is a whole of society approach that's required if we're going to be successful.
Petey.
Thank you, Minister, and I welcome this framework. It really is something that we can get stuck into. Much of prevention is brought about through education, and you focus on that quite heavily. Yet punishment is also a clear deterrent. Outcome 5 says holds perpetrators to account, and that in itself brings across societal confidence. Our sentencing, particularly for violence against women and girls, is absolutely pitiful. Therefore, could I ask the Minister and the Executive Office if they will work with the Justice Minister and the Judiciary so that we get sentences that are fit for purpose?
First Minister.
Yes, thank you. And as you have rightly highlighted, one of the areas where we're focused on is around the justice system. So there's all of the executive colleagues are committed to delivering upon the framework, including the area of work around justice. So what falls in the framework itself and then what's under the responsibility of justice. But absolutely, I mean, I think that's, when we come at things, prevention is the best approach here. And that's why the framework and the delivery plan is very much focused on prevention. But the other side of that is obviously ensuring that there's appropriate sentencing. So yes, absolutely, we will continue to work with justice on that.
Emma Sheeran.
Minister, I thank you for your answers thus far, and I would like to associate myself with the condolences that you passed on to the families of all of those murdered women recently. Minister, I welcome this statement, and I think it's particularly relevant given the actions of the past few weeks that you've referred to. Minister, can you comment on whether or not you'll give specific consideration to the groups of women within society who are at particular risk of violence, such as our LGBTQI plus women, or women from ethnic minority backgrounds, and other women who might be in the margins of society?
First Minister.
Thank you for that, and of course you're absolutely right. There's no doubt in my mind that there are many women and girls across our society who will face more particular and increased risks, as well as additional barriers to justice, to services and to support. So not only women who are deaf, disabled, or minority ethnic communities or LGBTQI plus communities, but also older women, those that are financially dependent, women who are homeless, women who suffer from addiction, women who are in immigration, who've immigrated here. You have people who live in rural areas. There are just the particular barriers that will be faced by different categories of women. And I think it's important that we say here from this chamber today that we say to all those women that we see you and that we hear you and that we are determined to reach you as well as everybody else, because part of our delivery plan, as you'll see, actually includes ensuring that we fully understand any of those additional barriers, whatever form they may come or whatever additional challenges there may be, and then we have to work out how we can overcome those challenges. So I can assure the member that this is, again, an area of work where we would be very much evidence-based and driven by the lived experience of so many women and girls.
Paul Harry Harvey.
Deputy Speaker, like the Minister, I welcome this strategy and the positive difference that it will make to the lives of women and girls in Northern Ireland. What funding has been allocated to the strategy, and where will this funding come from? Thank you.
First Minister.
I'm really glad that is part of, and thank you for your comments in relation to the strategy itself, and I'm very delighted to say that both the Deputy First Minister and myself have been able to secure the £3 million funding. I want to get that out onto the ground as quickly as possible, so we're actively working our way through how that can be done, because we've published the plan today. We know what the actions are, and now we just need to be able to fund it, and I think £3 million for the first 2 years of the programme allows us to get moving on that work, but we need to continue to build on that and add to it again as we can.
Connie Egan.
This is a really welcome day, and I'm thinking of all women in Northern Ireland who've lost their lives to gender-based violence. There's some really good positives in this delivery plan, but I wanted to touch on funding. Have you engaged with the co-design partners in regards to the funding that's been allocated, and are you confident that all the positive actions in this plan can be delivered with the funding?
First Minister.
Yes, so I absolutely can say that we've engaged with partners the whole way through, and they are part and parcel of actually getting us to this juncture, and we're very grateful. And I think that's the strength of the strategy itself and the delivery plan. Look, I don't think there's anybody out there that wouldn't say that we would want to have more finances to put in this area of work. We've identified this £3 million, and we work with the sector and with the organisations to get that out onto the ground as quickly as possible. And as I said, I think one of the benefits of the plan itself is that we're going to really take a stock take every 6 months. We're going to report to the executive in terms of progress, and then we'll also be able to identify where additional areas perhaps come on board that we perhaps haven't planned for, and then we have to just continue to try to maximise the funding that we have for this area of work. So we'll very much work with the sector, but I've no doubt there wouldn't be anybody in the sector that wouldn't say that they need additional funding to do this necessary work on the ground.
Linda Dillon.
Thank the Minister for bringing this strategy today, and it's long awaited but very, very welcome, and I'm glad to hear all the work that has been done and has been put in by all of those most impacted. Minister, we know that obviously there needs to be a justice response and we need to support all of the victims, but the most important thing is to ensure that there are not victims or perpetrators in the first place, and to protect all of those that end up in that circumstance. So, Minister, do you have confidence that all of the ministers and all of the departments are fully bought into the strategy and will work in collaboration right across departments with statutory partners and with the community and voluntary sector in delivering the strategy?
First Minister.
Yeah, I am confident about that. I mean, every department has been involved and engaged in the work that we've done to get us to this point. So the fact that the executive has signed off, and this is as an executive-wide strategy, shows that commitment right across the executive to this area of work. I've no doubt that every member in this Assembly chamber also supports this work being brought forward. I mean, this is something that's so deep-rooted in our society, and if we don't start to try to turn it around and actually end it and focus on prevention, then the problem will only get worse. So if you can see from the document itself, we talk about working better together, and that's very much our commitment to work at a ministerial level across with the sector, with those that are on the ground in terms of the delivery of this framework, just to make sure that we do meet the needs of all. So I am confident that we have that commitment to work together, and the working better together I think applies to most things in life. We'll get more done when we work together than we will when we work in individual silos.
On Bunting.
I welcome this strategy, and I trust that work will also be done with men and boys as the strategy is taken forward. Could I ask the First Minister what processes have been put in place to effectively evaluate the strategy to ensure that it's actively making a difference for women and girls? Thank you.
First Minister.
Thank you, and to concur, I absolutely agree that this is not just for women to solve, this is for everybody in society to solve. And I think when it comes to the piece of the jigsaw around education, that's crucial, and making sure that we have very clear, consistent messaging right across society, including in our school system. In terms of being able to measure our progress, again, written into the plan itself is an outcomes-based framework. Accountability framework. We're going to have an oversight board in place. It's going to report twice a year to the executive, and that will be reports from not just the executive office itself, but right across all departments and all strategies that are aligned to the framework itself. So in the coming weeks we'll be talking about the Department of Justice and Department of Health, domestic DSA, domestic and sexual abuse strategy, and all those things will be interlinked, and it's important that, and they're complementary in many ways, so it's important that these things are all aligned. But yes, I'm very confident that we can measure our progress as we go.
Danny Baker.
And I thank the Minister for her statement. It is extremely important that we instil in our young people and in society the understanding of what healthy, respectful relationships are, particularly amongst men and boys. Does the Minister agree that this will be a key component in addressing the issue of violence against women and girls?
Minister.
Yes, I do absolutely agree, and as I said previously, it's an everyone issue, and we have to take that approach to it. Otherwise, we won't be successful in ending violence against women and girls. And all the evidence tells us that most acts of violence against women and girls are by men. So the problem won't be solved without the support of men and boys, and we need them to be allies in this area of work, and they are an integral part of the solution. So it's important that we talk to young people in particular, that we talk to men and boys about their role in getting us to the point where we actually eradicate violence against women and girls.
Cheryl Brownlee.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I certainly welcome the strategy here today. I just want to touch on in terms of grassroots organisations and local communities, and how will they be involved in delivering on the ground for protection and services, and if you could touch on possibly the likes of alcohol abuse or mental health services and how this can be supported moving forward.
First Minister.
Just in relation to the last two areas, I mean, there are obviously strategies around those particular areas themselves, but I think, again, none of these things can work in silos. I think to have a whole of society approach, we have to come at everything in that kind of holistic and collective way. We want to be able to say more about the Change Fund and how we're actually going to get the £3 million out onto the ground over the coming weeks. We're working our way through the practicalities of that, what it looks like. But I can assure the member that we will make sure that's widely publicised, that groups know what it is that they can apply in for, the quantum of that, and actually the area of work that they can deliver. So we will be able to document a lot more about that once we get to a final juncture. So we'll be able to say more in the coming weeks.
Neil McAllister.
Both the ministers for bringing forward this statement this morning, and I welcome its launch. I do have a question, notwithstanding the independence of the judiciary from both the Department of Justice and the Executive Office. I think it is important that all parts of our criminal justice system work together in tackling violence against women and girls. And I want to speak or ask specifically about the issue of bail. And I think of the brutal murder of Katie Simpson, in which her murderer was let out on bail and not remanded back into custody. How the First and Deputy First Minister will engage with the judiciary regarding this aspect of bail and those who are charged with quite serious offences against women.
First Minister.
For that, and perhaps it'd be better to come back to the member in detail in writing, because I think a lot of that will come under the remit of DOJ and what they're doing, but I'm very, very happy to follow it up in terms of a more holistic response. But it's like, in answer to a question previously, none of these things can be looked at in isolation. They need to be looked at in the round. Our strategy is around prevention. It's about making sure that prevention is at the heart of our plan, and I think that's the best solution that we have here, that we're not focusing all of our efforts at the end point, but clearly we have to whenever terrible, horrible murders have occurred. But I think that in terms of the bail in particular, I'll actually get DOJ to write back to you.
Cara Hunter.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to join the First Minister in her comments about thanking the incredible organisations and their staff who are here today. Without this, it wouldn't have been possible, and this is a very positive, historical day for ending violence against women and girls. First Minister, for sexual violence victims, so many feel an important aspect of violence is the re-traumatisation that they experience in our court systems. Can I ask, within this strategy, what has been included to support victims and survivors going through our court system, and perhaps if you have any detail of any conversations you have had with the Justice Minister on this matter? Thank you.
Minister.
Yeah, so one of our key themes is around the justice system, because we know, as you said, this can be a very traumatic time for any woman who's experienced violence, and I think that to go through the justice system and to feel that re-traumatisation is something that has to be tackled. So I'm very glad to say that yes, we have been working with Justice on this area, and this is one of our key themes and one of our things that we are going to make improvement on. And we'll be able to say more about that as the plan itself develops. But you can see from the first delivery plan that this is an area that we are focused on in this first 2 years, because we identify this as one of those early areas where we need to see progress, and we hope to keep the member up to date just in terms of the work that we're doing there. So one of our areas of work is around, when it comes to justice, for example, is My Justice Journey platform, which is it's going to allow us to improve access to information and support and to build confidence in the justice system. So that's going to be a very targeted campaign to ensure that people have the fullest information, and I think that that will be a good development in addressing some of the areas that you have just referred to.
Liz Cummins.
I thank the Minister for her statement and commend the launch of this strategic framework and ambitious first delivery plan. I mean, as others have said, there's incredible work being done on the ground already within our communities to help prevent violence against women and girls, but also to help those who are suffering from abuse and harm every single day. Can the Minister therefore outline how she will continue to support those groups and organisations which carry out that life-changing work?
First Minister.
Yes, that goes right to the heart of how we will use the £3 million that we have identified for the Change Fund. And as I said, it is only the beginning. I mean, it is just in order to allow us to get moving on this first 2-year plan. But this investment into our community, into our community and voluntary sector, it's going to really enable all those grassroots groups that are and regional organisations that are going to be able to expand on the ground projects and responses to particular issues which they are already working on. So this is going to really, I think, I hope, enhance the work that they do, enable them to do what they do so well by us being able to support them. And I know that many of the groups and organisations are ready to scale up if we're able to secure additional funding also. So I think it's that type of work that makes a huge positive difference to people's lives. It transforms people's lives. So I just want everybody to be clear that in terms of our ambition for this programme, it is it's about what we can do in the immediate future, but it's also for the next 7 years. How can we continue to build on what we have announced today, and how can we continue to create that long-term transformation in society?
Matheson.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the First Minister for her statement. I would join with my colleagues in welcoming the launch of this strategy today. A number of members have referenced the importance of education in tackling violence against women and girls, so I want to ask if you can confirm what engagement there will be with the Education Minister to ensure that any interventions in our schools in terms of education in this space will be accessed by all pupils in Northern Ireland and will not be a lottery based on the priorities set by individual schools.
First Minister.
Thank you for that, and the member will know we've had a debate recently on that topic. So I agree with you. I mean, in today's world where there's so much misleading and mistruths out there, and it's so easily accessed, whether that be online for all of our children, for our young people, for people, for adults even. But it's even more important than ever that our young people have that age-appropriate information, that it's consistent, and that it's there in school, and also that they have trusted adults that they can speak to, that they can engage with. So. As you know, the relationship and sexuality education curriculum is being reviewed by Education, and right now I know that you will have a role to play in trying to shape that. But I think that we need to reach further beyond. It needs to be right in school, but it needs to be even beyond that as well. So that's the wider societal piece. So how do we support community groups in terms of messaging, who work with young people, for example? How do we support families as they help to navigate a complex world which we live in today? So I think the Healthy Relationships Forum that's led by the Department of Education is reviewing not only what we teach our young people, but how we equip the trusted role models in our schools, in our communities and homes. So I think our Change Fund will have a role to play also in terms of being able to support groups that are actually really working with young people in particular.
Declan McAleer.
I thank the Minister for her statement. I also note that this framework is based on the lived experiences, as well as lived experiences and the expertise from those who are working every day to end violence against women and girls. Could the Minister outline how progress of the strategic framework and delivery plan will be made? Minister.
I think it's an area where we can actually really clearly measure our progress. So we will have an oversight board. It'll not just be within departments, it's also working with the sector themselves. It'll be benchmarked regularly. We'll have regular reviews, and we'll be able to monitor just how effective we have been, or perhaps where we haven't been, where we need to do better. So I'm quite confident that we have the tools built into the plan in which to measure the progress.
Kelly Armstrong.
Speaker, and thank you, First Minister. I'm delighted to hear your last answer there. You talked about the Oversight Board, so just to confirm, you talked about the collaboration and the co-production and co-design. Does that then mean, as part of the Oversight Board, the community and voluntary sector will continue to have a role that can update and amend the framework moving forward if needs be?
Minister.
Yes, so we've got a performance management framework which has been developed, and it's going to monitor the progress against the achievement of our objectives. And part of the work to be undertaken under the first delivery plan that we've set out here today involves the establishment of baselines. So that's going to support the effective measurement of progress, and it's going to be able to be monitored at both the programme and project level on an outcome-based accountability basis. And we actually want to ensure that the Oversight Board itself will be cross-sectoral and inclusive of representation of both government, local government, the community and voluntary sector, and also independent experts, so those people that actually helped design the framework that we have today.
Margaret Ira, I thank the Minister for the statement, and I note in her remarks the First Minister referenced and spoke about the women who have lost their lives in horrific circumstances in recent weeks. Can I ask the First Minister if she agrees that the launch of this framework and delivery plan is both essential and timely?
First Minister.
Yes, I mean, I think it is. I mean, every loss of life or every woman that's experienced violence is too much. And I think it's so timely that we get to the point today where we're able to announce this framework and delivery plan, and particularly given, as I said at the start, given the number of women that have so tragically lost their lives in something that is preventable, because violence against women and girls is preventable. So 5 more names that I referred to at the start. Enough's enough. I mean, it's time for this to end, it's time for this to stop, and it's time for everybody in society to step up and make sure that this is the end. And I believe that today we start on a journey as a society where we actually are going to get to the point where we can end violence against women and girls, and we create an environment where everyday sexism, misogyny, abuse, that we say no to all of that, and we do so collectively.
Yeah, Nicole.
Speaker, and thank you, First Minister, for your answers so far. My thoughts are also with the victims of violence, and there are some survivors in the gallery today who I'd like to pay tribute to. Under the Working Better Together, the plan includes conducting the first phase of gap analysis of violence against women and girls provision. I just wondered if there's a timescale for this analysis, as well as a timescale for when the additional phases will be rolled out. Thank you.
Yeah, so gap analysis is important because in year 1 we're going to have research on men and boys' attitudes and behaviours related to violence against women and girls, so in year 1 of our 2-year plan. We also want to evaluate the criminal justice support worker pilot, which was in Belfast and Lisburn Women's Aid, and we want to conduct the first phase of gap analysis for violence against women and girl provision in general and specialist services to help us to inform for their policy. So if we're going to keep advancing and making strides forward, then it's important that these areas of work. So the first piece is around the research on men and boys' attitudes, but the 3 pieces are work that we want to do over the course of the next 2 years.
Mark Durkin.
Speaker, and I thank the First Minister for her statement. I'd also like to put on record my sympathy to the families of those ladies lost to violence and solidarity with those who suffer the scourge of violence day and night. We've heard that prevention, education and early intervention are crucial. Effective punishment also plays a part, but does the strategy say anything about the role that rehabilitation of offenders might play in reducing risk to women across our society?
Minister.
So the strategy is very much focused on prevention. That is at the heart of the strategy. So in terms of rehabilitation or that area of work, that would all fall under justice outside of this framework, but obviously alongside, because all these things are interlinked.
Jan Mulholland.
Speaker, and thank you very much, First Minister and Deputy First Minister. I'm really keen in terms of the outcome 3. That women and girls feel safe everywhere, with a particular focus on creating that safer nighttime economy and within our arts venues and spaces, either as audiences or as artists. But I'm really keen to understand how all departments will be feeding into this on an ongoing basis when it comes to a change of policy, change of regulations, whether it's licensing regulations or mandatory training for venues and entertainments, licensed premises, things like that. I'm just wondering how all departments are feeding into that.
First Minister.
Well, thanks for that. And as you say, there is a dedicated stream to that area, so safer, being able to go out and socialise safely. I think that's really, really important. So I think that as we develop this, the fact that there's a group now in place I think whenever there's any of those changes that come forward, then this should be the filter in which we provide that lens. So I will make sure that that is the case. I think that is how it's going to operate, but I'd want to confirm that. But I do think that we now have a ready-made group. Why would it not become the filter and the lens for this framework, what we're trying to achieve, and make sure that it does give us that feedback and where we need to adapt policy, regulation or legislation, and that's what we should do.
Timothy Gaston.
Last week in evidence at the Executive Office Committee, the Equality Commission suggested that transgender rights was a gap in equality legislation. In Scotland, we had the ridiculous situation where a rapist was held in a female prison before rightfully being moved. Is there anything in this strategy to defend women's only rights, women's only spaces and the efforts of a biological man who thinks he's a woman to gain access to female only spaces?
Minister.
It's unfortunate that you take that approach, but we're not going to get distracted. We're here today to launch a strategy to end violence against women and girls. It must stop. It's an endemic situation that we have in our society. So the whole focus of the framework is on prevention and tackling root causes of actually why violence actually happens to women. So I think we'll remain focused on the work that we're trying to do. This is a whole of society approach, and I encourage you even to get behind it, because this is really, really important. This is about women who are being murdered and losing their lives. We need to end violence against women and girls, and I would like to think that everybody who's elected to this chamber has that same goal in mind.
Gary Carroll.
Thank you, First Minister, and I want to join you in remembering those people killed by partners or ex-partners. I can't help but raise the point, First Minister, that intimidation points are still not awarded to women who are harassed by current or ex-partners. So keen to hear how the strategy works into that problem and that point. And £3 million doesn't seem a lot given the scale of the problem, the endemic that we face in our society. So what financial support, First Minister, will be made to support women who want to leave abusive partners but feel and are economically trapped?
First Minister.
Thanks for that. I mean, I think, again, I'll go back to the point that the strategy is about prevention, and that's vitally important that we focus on the area of prevention and ensuring that this doesn't happen. That's going to take time, of course. We're not going to do this overnight, but we have to start somewhere, and today is the start of that work. I agree with you in terms of the intimidation points. I know that my party colleagues have raised that issue also. It's separate to this area of work in terms of the preventive piece and the framework, but yes, I think that collectively we as an Assembly should be looking towards how that can be rectified within the housing system. And the £3 million comment, I mean, this is the start of a plan. It's £3 million for this first 2 years. I hope we can build on that. I want us to build on that, particularly whenever we find areas of work where we can invest more. So we'll not be found wanting in trying to find every penny that we have to tackle what is the biggest issue facing our society today.
Claire Sugden.
Speaker. First Ministers, I welcome this strategic framework launch today, and I also appreciate that both First Ministers have taken this forward almost as a flagship policy priority for this mandate. I think that sends a really clear message about how serious this issue is. I also join the First Minister in, I suppose, paying tribute to the victims of violence, not just those who have lost their lives and who are trying to move on from what has happened to them, but inevitably those who will lose their lives in the future, because this isn't going to fix this overnight. I would ask the First Minister, though, does she genuinely have executive buy-in from all ministers, mindful of the fact that 6 months ago the last Health Minister cut funding to Nexus and then reactively reinstated it because of public outcry, and also we had a debate in this Assembly just prior to the summer where the Minister of Education did not support a change of RSE in schools, which would encourage healthy relationships, which is a big part of that wider societal piece you talk about.
Minister.
Thanks to the member, and I know that you also raised this issue earlier in Assembly business, so thank you for that, and I know that you'll get right behind the framework itself. I mean, all executive ministers signed up to the framework. It is now a collective executive strategy, so it's now down to the collective executive to make it happen. I can probably say no more than that. I can tell you that I'm determined, and I know that the Deputy First Minister is determined to ensure this framework, this delivery plan is live from today. I encourage people to look it up online. We want people to be engaged in it, and the hard work starts here, but we have a huge opportunity here now to actually start to turn this tanker, to actually end violence against women and girls. And it's incumbent upon us, if we did nothing else in this Assembly mandate, wouldn't this be the thing to do, that we actually get to the point where we end violence against women and girls? So I just thanks to everybody for their contributions as part of this debate.
Thank you. Members, that concludes questions on this statement. Can I ask members to take their seats for a moment or two as we make preparations for the next item? Thank you. Members, the Speaker has received notice from the Minister of Finance that she wishes to make a statement. Before I call members, I remind members again that questions must be concise when they are asked. Minister.
Lascan Corlia, thank you for the opportunity to provide the Chamber with an update on the deplorable decision by the British Government to pause its funding commitments to the city and growth deals until the spending review. Members will have heard by now that on Saturday evening, the Secretary of State, Hilary Benn, confirmed the Derry City and Strabane District Council City deal signing will go ahead. I am aware and thankful that other members of this House had also been making representations to reverse this ill-considered move. And I'm very glad to confirm that the deal signing event is back on and will take place this Wednesday morning in the Guildhall. The Secretary of State also confirmed late last night that following communication with Treasury, nothing has changed on the status of the Belfast Region City deal. While I welcome this move, the pause must now be immediately lifted for the Causeway Coast and Glens growth deal and the Mid-South West growth deal. As members will be aware, there are 4 city and growth deals: the Belfast Region City deal, Derry City and Strabane District Council City deal, Causeway Coast and Glens growth deal and Mid-South West growth deal. The Growth Deals initiative is a package of capital investment of some £1.7 billion from the Executive, the British Government, local councils and deal partners. The British Government pledged £617 million for 4 deals across the North on the basis that the Executive would match fund this investment. We have done that and added another £100 million to the pot, with a £717 million contribution. Local councils and deal partners then also added significant funding to the overall investment, seen as a catalyst for local economic growth. Over 60 projects are currently being developed, which will be delivered across the 4 deals, covering every council area. This substantial capital investment and the numerous projects in development will be truly transformative for local regions and for the North as a whole. The projects range from cutting-edge innovation centres and research facilities to digital transformation projects, alongside developments in local infrastructure, exciting tourism offerings and regenerations of local cities and towns. We only became aware of the decision by the British Government to pause its funding commitments until the spending review when officials were informed on Wednesday. I immediately informed my executive colleagues and took action to raise this with the British Government. During a meeting with the Chancellor in London on Thursday, the First Minister, Deputy First Minister and I outlined our shock and laid out the dire consequences such a decision would have, urging for a reconsideration. We conveyed the considerable time, effort, commitment and enthusiasm that has gone into the deals for years, and advised that plans and contracts have already been put in place at significant cost to local councils, project promoters, the civil service and Whitehall departments. We also made clear that such a short-sighted decision could risk private sector confidence in the investment, the securing of which has been a key objective of these deals. The Chancellor advised that I should engage with the Chief Secretary to the Treasury on this. I wrote to the Chief Secretary to the Treasury that evening and asked for an urgent call, the courtesy of which has still not been extended to me. I had hoped the British Government would provide space for proper political engagement to get a positive outcome and a commitment to proceed with city and growth deals, honouring the pledges that have been made for some years. Pledges which have included official announcements, financial profiling and British Government ministers signing different deal documentation for 3 out of the 4 deals so far, what are known as heads of terms and deal signing. On Friday afternoon, the NIO informed representatives from the 4 deals of the decision to pause the funding commitments. This reprehensible decision came less than a week before the scheduled signing of the Derry City and Strabane deal. The Derry and Strabane deal signing event was called off shortly afterwards. Thankfully, common sense prevailed, with the British Government coming to the right decision late on Saturday evening, which has now enabled the Derry City and Strabane District Council deal signing to go ahead as planned on Wednesday. And I know from speaking with the Council Chief Executive on Saturday night that the reinstatement of the deal signing has come as a huge relief to the Council and deal partners, who have worked and invested significant time and effort preparing for this important milestone, which will allow funding to begin to flow to the cutting-edge projects and bring real change to the region. While some level of common sense has prevailed, we are now faced with the incomprehensible decision to treat the deals differently. I am clear there can be no disparity of approach. This approach could undermine the momentum and confidence of deal partners in the Causeway Coast and Glens and Mid-South West growth deals, who have put so much time and effort into developing the many projects. I have spoken to the chief executives of these councils this morning and assured them that I continue to press for the immediate reversal on the pause on funding commitments to these deals. I am very frustrated and angry by the handling of the matter by the British Government. The lack of information and lack of formal communication to both departments and deal partners is totally unacceptable, and it is not how I would expect people to do business. If the British Government is serious about resetting relationships, then they must seriously reflect on this shambolic episode, put an end to this appalling behaviour. It is completely unfair that Causeway Coast and Glens and Mid-South West growth deals would have to wait until the spending review for clarity. The British Government must immediately lift the pause on the Causeway Coast and Glens and Mid-South West growth deals. It's time for them to have a reset on their reset. These city and growth deals will be game changers for our cities and towns and a catalyst to boost economic development and create good jobs. It's crucial that all deals continue as planned. I will continue to impress upon the Chief Secretary to the Treasury that the British Government must honour its commitments and pledges made to the city and growth deals, which will be transformative for our cities and towns and regions, bringing hope and prosperity right across the north for our citizens, communities, businesses and future generations.
Thank you, Minister. Members, I think we have time for one question before question time, which is scheduled. I call Matthew O'Toole.
Deputy Speaker, Minister, the SDLP has long been a champion of city and growth deals, including when others weren't so enthusiastic. So we are frustrated and disgusted by the ineptitude and chaos that we saw on Friday night, and we support the call to ensure that all growth deals, city and growth deals proceed as planned. Can I ask, Could you be specific in terms of what the conversation was that you had with the Chancellor of the Exchequer on Thursday? Because it appears there was a conversation about this. You made representations to her. Was she aware that this had happened? Was she unaware? What was the specific ask that you made, and what was her response? Because I think it's important that we, including on the Finance Committee, understand what went wrong here.
Yeah, and I thank the member for his question and support in relation to this matter. As I had set out, I laid out our shock at the news that we had received just the day before, and the considerable time, effort and commitment that have been put in by deal partners right across the north, and the consequences that such a decision would have and how negatively it would be received. I could not answer as to whether she had previously been aware. I assumed that she was, because we had obviously engaged at official level in advance of travelling to London. But she advised that I should engage with the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, which I did immediately. He would have had an email in his inbox before I arrived back to Belfast. So I had, as I said, requested an urgent call, and I haven't yet had that call, which I think is really, really disappointing. I don't think that's how you should do business, and I would expect better. And I am continuing to press that all of these deals go ahead as planned, and that the pause on the funding commitment is lifted.
Minister, thank you. And members, I'm afraid I must interrupt the proceedings as it's time soon for questions to the Minister for Communities. We will start again after question time on this item with questions to the Finance Minister, and the next question then will be from Philip McGuigan. Can I ask members to take their ease for a moment or two for a change at the top table?
Order, members. We now move to questions to the Minister for Communities. We start with listed questions. Question 6 has been withdrawn. I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 1.
Mr. Speaker, I will be writing to executive colleagues before the end of September to outline the next steps in developing the anti-poverty strategy. Details of the proposed timetable for the next steps in developing the disability, gender equality and sexual orientation strategies will follow in the coming weeks.
O'Toole. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, we've now been waiting more than 7 months for meaningful progress on the inclusion strategies. A few months ago, whenever we had an opposition day focused on poverty, the opposition was dismissed and told that lots of work was happening in this area. But as of now, we haven't seen a single one published. We haven't seen the poverty and anti-poverty strategy, gender strategy, disability strategy, or strategy on sexual orientation. And obviously, we didn't get any of that detail about when they're going to be published in the programme for government. Can you be specific here today to give me dates about when one or possibly all of those will be published?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, just because you don't see the work going on doesn't mean that the work isn't taking place, and that work has been happening. And as I outlined in the answer, perhaps he had already prepared a supplementary question before he'd listened to the answer to the first question. I was very clear in saying that I will be writing to executive colleagues before the end of September. I also don't accept what he's saying in relation to the programme for government. Although there is not a specific reference to the anti-poverty strategy, it is clear that in so many of the areas in which we are bringing forward work, those will all be used to tackle poverty. So, for example, getting good housing for people in Northern Ireland is a way to tackle poverty. Getting more and better jobs for people in Northern Ireland helps us to tackle poverty. Better educational attainment and indeed better health outcomes. All of these will contribute towards reducing poverty, and I look forward to being in a position to publish that strategy in the near future, but of course the member will understand that it will be subject to executive referral and approval.
Ryan Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wish to ask the Minister, given the rise in poverty with the cost of living crisis, will he commit to prioritising the anti-poverty strategy?
Minister.
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. Not just because there is a legal duty on me, as there have been on all of my predecessors since 1998, but this is an issue that we need to tackle. It is something that we need to see real progress on, because too many of our people are out of work, too many of our people are living in poverty, and we need to do everything in our power to change that. That's something that I am committed to doing, and I'm taking concrete steps to make sure that greater progress has been made on this issue than at any other time in the past.
Shamra Holland.
And thank you, Minister. So given the deadline that you've spoken about, and we had it in our DSC key deliverables plan for 24-25, are there any initiatives that are currently being discussed to actually try and combat that level of poverty that is increasingly rising?
Minister.
Absolutely. There are a number of things that we are doing which help to minimise the risk of people getting into poverty, that limit the impact of poverty and help people to escape poverty as well. What the strategy will do is bring those together, add additional measures, make sure that we have executive buy-in so that we can actually do something concrete. And I'm determined that we deliver on this.
Detail the last time his officials engaged with the expert panel members who helped shape these strategies?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is important that we have that coordination and that we listen, and it will certainly be my intention to make sure that the strategy is viewed and that we have further time for input on the strategy as well. In reference to the specific date, the member will forgive me, but I don't have that detail, but happy to provide it to him.
Gildernew.
Question 2.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I said when it was announced, restricting the winter fuel payment will have a detrimental impact on many in our society. For those who are well less off, it creates an additional financial burden and comes amid a range of cost of living pressures. I have already made it crystal clear to the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions my opposition to this decision, and I have outlined the impact it will have on people in Northern Ireland. A household is considered to be in fuel poverty if it must spend more than 10% of its household income on all fuel use. And the last House Conditions survey identified the types of households most likely to be impacted by fuel poverty. And this reported that 31% of households with one or more people of pensionable age are likely to be in fuel poverty. This rate increases to 38% of households headed by a person over the age of 75. Given the decision to move the annual winter fuel payments to a means-tested system, the fuel poverty strategy will aim to minimise the impact of this change on pensioners at risk of fuel poverty in Northern Ireland. And we will analyse the impact of the removal on pensioners who are above the threshold and income-related benefits and are susceptible to fuel poverty.
Mr. Gildernew.
And thank you, Minister, for that. Can you outline, Minister, given the amount of rural properties that have been identified with that crossover, what steps you can take or are considering taking to mitigate for rural homes which don't have access maybe to gas and other forms of heating?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it absolutely is the case that rural homes are affected even more by fuel poverty, and it's something I think I addressed in my response to Deborah Erskine last week, actually. And we are, of course, going to see that reflected not just in the fuel poverty strategy, but also in the energy strategy that is brought forward. How do we tackle fuel poverty? It's not just about raising incomes, it's making sure that people spend less of their income or have to spend less of their income on heating their homes, and that's where energy efficiency in particular is very important.
Leanne Forsyth.
Can the Minister ensure that the fuel poverty strategy reflects the cuts to the payments by the Labour government?
Minister.
Absolutely. We're finalising and indeed making good progress on the parameters around the fuel poverty strategy, but obviously that's going to have to change now, because this is a significant difference compared to what was the case. There is the possibility of many more falling into fuel poverty in that category of older people, and so we now need to make sure that we're taking all of the steps that we can to address what, unfortunately, because of the decision of the Labour government, has been a new aspect to this whole issue.
Kelly Armstrong.
Mr Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. Minister, could I just ask, when it comes down to the winter fuel payments, we know that have affordable rent or warmth is very important. Can I confirm, or can you confirm that the Housing Executive then will direct at pensioners who live in homes that have not yet been retrofitted will be targeted first with that scheme in order to make their heat as affordable as possible?
It's absolutely an issue that I will be raising with the Housing Executive at our next meeting, and I will be encouraging them to take all the steps that they can to make sure that we are identifying and helping those who are going to be most affected by this decision.
Mark Durgan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thank the Minister for his answers thus far. It's following on from Ms Armstrong's question and the Minister encouraging the Housing Executive to target with its affordable warmth scheme pensioners impacted by the loss of this payment. Can the Minister outline how he expects the Housing Executive to do that when the budget for their affordable warmth scheme has been cut by 53%?
Minister. Of course, I'm actually grateful to the member for raising this issue, because it is right that we identify the serious budgetary situation that we find ourselves in, and why I will continue, and I hope that the member will also continue to press for that additional funding for these key schemes and strategies that my department implements, which actually have an impact on reducing so many of the societal problems that we face. It's also why, in bringing forward a new a new fuel poverty strategy, that we will make sure we're looking at new and innovative ways in which that we are targeting that money and making sure that we're helping those most in need.
Shugden.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister, the change to the winter fuel payment will bring in itself a new process which will undoubtedly cost money. How much is this going to cost compared to the savings that the British Government are trying to make?
Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, I don't have the details on the changes of what that will be. First of all, because it's for a UK Government and the Department of Work and Pensions who issue that, and I don't expect any cost directly for the department. I think that the savings are probably going to be fairly limited overall, and in terms of the additional expense for the system, I think it may just be about pressing one or two buttons and changing it, so I hope there won't be any additional expense to it. However, what is clear is that this decision will have further ramifications. There may be a saving in terms of Northern Ireland of around £44 million, but I believe that that will end up costing us a significant sum of money, because I do believe we'll see an increased number of people who have to visit their GPs, or perhaps are even hospitalised because they no longer have the ability to heat their homes in the way that they have before, and that is not only shameful, but it's not very clever.
Jerry Carl.
Means testing obviously means hundreds of thousands of people will lose out. What work has the Minister or his officials completed to recognise the benefits of the universality of public services and public support, such as the winter fuel payment?
Minister.
Well, the first part of the member's question just demonstrates that he doesn't listen. He claims that it was a decision for Stormont, but when we do not have the finances in order to keep the scheme going, to make that payment universal, and when we don't have the means to do it without having access to the DWP system, I don't really see how it can. The blame can be put at the door of the Executive when we didn't have the ability to do those two things. But I am committed to doing what I can to make sure we support those who are in need.
Blair.
Mr Speaker, question number 3.
Minister.
Mr Speaker, I'm in the process of finalising the housing supply strategy, and it remains my intention to bring it to the Executive for its consideration shortly. Publication will be dependent on any forthcoming approval by the Executive.
Mr Blair.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank the Minister for the answer. Can the Minister at this stage give any detail on discussions he's had with the Department of Infrastructure regarding the reform of the planning system, or with the Department of Finance in relation to budgets, to ensure that the housing supply strategy can properly be implemented?
Mr Speaker, I have had conversations with both the Minister for Finance and the Minister of Infrastructure. There are important issues raised here. First of all, planning is one of many issues that affects our ability to build homes. And I think that there are a number of ways in which we need to look at the way that we operate our planning system, in particular around response time from statutory consultees, and it was one of the issues in particular that I raised with the Infrastructure Minister, and the need to make sure that there is a way in which we can encourage the responses to come as quickly as possible, and if necessary perhaps we need to go beyond encouragement at times on those as well. In regards to the Minister for Finance, I have of course in many meetings that I have had with her emphasised the need for more investment in our social housing budget. I believe that it is incredibly important so that people can have a safe, secure and warm home, that we have the funds necessary to continue with the social housing development programme at the pace that we require, and I hope that those conversations will produce fruit.
Ross Bradley.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask the Minister in relation to housing supply across the regions, especially with infrastructure and water and sewage, what are the most important actions the Minister believes can be taken to improve housing supply right across Northern Ireland?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there are many actions that we can take to ensure we have that greater supply of homes in Northern Ireland. In terms of the private sector, yes, absolutely, we need to look at the availability of land, we need to look at planning on land, we need to look at water infrastructure. All of those are important. But I will say this, one of the single most important things that we can do is see that change required in the housing executive and on its borrowing powers. The word game changer is used all too often and often inappropriately in this place, but I believe that in terms of housing supply in Northern Ireland, the revitalisation programme of the housing executive truly would be a game changer and would significantly change our ability to build the houses that we so desperately require in Northern Ireland and bring us into line with the other housing associations in England and Wales, for example. I have had conversations with the Finance Minister and with other executive colleagues about this. I believe that there is the support necessary for us to get these changes made and to get agreement from the Treasury, and I think that truly would be a game changer.
Justin McNulty.
Minister, for his answers thus far. Minister, what hope can you give to the 47,000, I'll say again, the 47,000 people on the housing waiting list, given you've confirmed that only 600 social houses will be built this year?
And Mr. Speaker, I hope the member was listening to the previous answer that I gave, because we are in a very constrained budgetary position. Even if my budget were to be doubled, it would not put us where we need to be in terms of building the number of social homes. So we need to look at alternatives. That's why I have brought forward the intermediate rent programme, which can make a difference. It's why I am pushing for the revitalisation programme of the Housing Executive to be able to go forward. Those are two examples of things that can make a difference, and I'm determined to pursue them.
John Buchanan. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that this was going to be linked with question 13. Yes, thank you. The Northern Ireland Football Fund will provide investment for football at all levels. It's a key priority for me, and I'm committed to moving forward as quickly as possible, and my officials are continuing to push forward at pace. I want to roll out the funding as quickly as possible. However, it is important that funding is disbursed in a fair and transparent manner. I expect the first projects which will be taken forward under this fund will be identified by the end of this financial year.
Mr. Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister. And can I thank the Minister for his visit to West Tyrone in July, where he did see at first hand the tremendous work being done amongst the children and our young people in West Tyrone by the football clubs. But can the Minister ensure that grassroots football remains a commitment for the Northern Ireland Football Fund?
Minister.
Yes, it is critically important that we invest in grassroots infrastructure in Northern Ireland. Yes, of course, there is a huge need at performance level as well, but grassroots can't be forgotten. I appreciate and thank the member for his invite to West Tyrone. And like so many other clubs that I've visited right across Northern Ireland, you see the importance that they play in the local community and how they're helping more people get more active more often, which is a key priority in my department. And I can assure the member that I'll be doing everything that I can to make sure we get that funding out to those that need it.
Lord Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the Minister for the answer, just to declare an interest as being a chair of a Niffle football club. And I do welcome the Minister progressing the Northern Ireland Football Fund. But there was a business case fund launched by his department last October, which seemed to form an element of the Northern Ireland Football Fund. And I'm just looking for an update on that and if any clubs have progressed through that process yet.
Minister.
Yes, he will be aware of the first 10 clubs that were able to benefit from the business case funding. I recently announced a further 3 clubs in relation to the ability for them to get that funding that is needed, but I hope to be in a position to continue further on down the list and allow those who need it the funds that I'll make available in order to progress the work so that they will be then able to apply for the programme.
Liz Kimmins.
And I thank the Minister for his answer so far. In terms of the grassroots element of the Football Fund, I've been meeting with groups over the summer who are willing for this to be open soon. Can the Minister therefore provide a timeline and when we can expect the grassroots element to be open, given that he had said we're hoping for letters of offer to go out for the new financial year 2025?
Minister.
So the performance clubs will be first, not overall, but in the performance element of it. And I hope that we'll be able to initiate those conversations in December time, with January being the application opening period. And then I hope in the new financial year, very soon, to allow grassroots clubs to apply.
Nick Matheson.
Mr. Speaker, excuse me, I thank the Minister for his answer so far. Can the Minister confirm what steps he will take to ensure that funding is equitably distributed among communities and football groups across Northern Ireland?
Minister.
I've set out, when I announced the Northern Ireland Football Club, some of the criteria that clubs will be expected to adhere to. It certainly will be fair and equitable treatment, and importantly as well, it will be transparent.
William Irwin.
Question number 5, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, pensioners who are on a low income may be entitled to pension credit, which is a means-tested benefit for people over state pension age. On average, people on pension credit can be better off by around £4,400 per year and are also passported to other support, such as help with housing costs, NHS costs and free TV licences for those over age 75. Winter fuel payments will continue to be paid to all pensioners who are in receipt of pension credit and meet the eligibility criteria. Pension credit recipients also receive cold weather payments of £25 per day for any 7-day period of very cold weather between November and the end of March each year. Pensioners on low incomes may be able to access support from my department's discretionary support service, which can include an interest-free loan to help with fuel costs.
Mr. Irwin.
Thank the Minister for his response. And can I ask the Minister, can he advise if there has been any uptake in pension credit given the shocking announcement by the Labour government?
Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there has been. If you were to take August of 2024, there were 889 people in Northern Ireland who applied. That compares to 610 in the same period last year. In July, there were 663 this year compared to 526 last year. So we are seeing an uptick in the number of people applying for pension credit. And even only 2 weeks through this month, we've already had over 550 applications. So I would encourage members to continue to highlight the importance of pension credit and get people applying. I know it is a long process, but with the average uplift being £4,400, it's certainly worth it.
Ferguson.
Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his answer so far. Minister, you would agree that when it comes to financial support, the Affordable Warrant Scheme is really critical, particularly for our most vulnerable people and our pensioners on low income. Can the Minister outline whether this scheme is unable to continue for new applications, obviously due to the chronic and sustained underfunding from the British Government, and if so, what conversation has been had to support those vulnerable people that currently have applications in or that are currently being processed, or any new applications?
Minister.
Certainly I have raised this with the UK government, told them first of all about the need to change their mind on the winter fuel payment, and also to ensure that if that is not the case, that we have sufficient support for older people put in place, especially those that are most vulnerable. The Affordable Warmth Scheme is absolutely a lifeline to many people and makes long-lasting changes, not just for 1 year, and that's why I'll continue to do all that I can to make sure that we can keep that open, but also to make sure that we find a replacement for that scheme under our new fuel poverty strategy.
Patsy Midlone.
Question 7.
Minister.
My officials have been working to identify options to progress the expert panel's recommendations in the context of the current climate of financial constraint, and I will provide an update to members once this work has been completed.
The Minister will be aware that this report was published in March 2022. It's now 30 months old. Could I ask the Minister at what stage are we going to have some sort of injection of maybe a bit of vitality into the decision-making process? It is a good scheme, but really there are a number of recommendations in the report which would be well worthwhile taking on board and implementing too.
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. It is incredibly important and a genuine lifeline for many, many people. We're currently working our way through the review, and some of the important recommendations have, of course, already been implemented, but as the member will be aware, others will require significant financial commitment.
Question number 8, please.
Minister.
The Social Housing Development Programme is a 3-year rolling programme of planned social housing schemes based on the identification and analysis of housing need by geographical area. The formulation of the SHDP is shaped by the Housing Executive's strategic guidelines, which ensure that the programme targets those areas of greatest social housing need. In managing the programme, the Housing Executive administers the Housing Association grant to facilitate the delivery of social housing and directs them to identify and bring forward development opportunities in those areas of greatest unmet social housing need.
For his response, that was a bit convoluted. It's just what I'm asking him, given the shortage of funding around housing build, can he ensure that he will stand over houses being built and delivered on objective need rather than sectarian lines or social engineering, that they will go to those in housing stress on the housing waiting list?
Minister.
I'm sorry if the member believes that my answers are convoluted. Simply setting out the process for how the funds are allocated, but I certainly can assure the member I am not doing anything on the basis of sectarian decision making.
David Honeyford.
9.
Minister.
Improving energy efficiency and installing decarbonisation measures in our home is a vital part of addressing fuel poverty and meeting our requirements under the Climate Change Act. My department is responsible for the Affordable Warmth Scheme that aims to assist low-income owner-occupiers and households in the private rented sector with an annual household income of less than £23,000. The scheme provides a range of energy efficiency measures, including loft, cavity wall and solid wall insulation, replacement of inefficient heating systems and replacement windows where appropriate. My officials are currently in the early stages of developing a new, more ambitious fuel poverty energy efficiency scheme for low-income households to replace the current Affordable Warmth Scheme, which ends in 2026.
Mr. Honeyford.
Thank you, and thank the Minister for his answer. Can the Minister outline how he's going to meet the carbon goals in relation to housing and outline how what needs to move as we move forward into the years ahead?
Minister.
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, as we all know, this House passed the Climate Change Act that gave us the climate change targets, and those are going to be incredibly difficult for us to meet. Of course, they were beyond what was recommended by experts at that time, and we now have to live with the consequences of the decision that this place has made. But the schemes that I have outlined will contribute to net zero targets and that's obviously important as residential decarbonisation is significant. But for me, what's more important is actually ensuring that people have a warm home to live in, and for me, that's where the real benefit comes from.
Robbie Butler.
Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
249,600.
Mr. Butler.
I thank the Minister for his answer. It was in brevity, but 249,000 is an incredible number. It's a $250,000 almost. Could the Minister detail to us the concerns that he has raised about the disproportionate effect that it will have on pensioners in Northern Ireland, given that it is a disproportionate number? And will his department introduce a support scheme, like the previous emergency fuel payment scheme, to assist householders in need?
Minister.
Well, yes, I have raised this and highlighted the impact with UK government ministers on a number of occasions, with ministers from the NIO, different ministers within DWP and elsewhere. To put this number into context, that's over 80% of pensioners in Northern Ireland. So these are not just the rich, these are not just the millionaires, these are not just people that can easily afford it. There are many, many people just above the threshold who are going to be significantly impacted by this decision. In terms of mitigation against this, we will certainly do what is in our power. We need to await to see what Barnett consequentials might be available from this, and then we need to make sure that we're helping those who are in need.
Mr. Galson. Minister.
As I have said, Mr. Speaker, I strongly disagree with and I'm totally opposed to the Labour government's decision to change winter fuel payment eligibility criteria, and I'm very concerned about the serious consequences that this will have on the comfort, well-being and health of older people across Northern Ireland. I circulated a paper for executive discussion detailing the implications of the changes to the winter fuel payment following the Chancellor's statement. This paper outlined the estimated £44.3 million additional costs, excluding additional delivery and staffing costs, to the block grant of maintaining the universal payment. The paper also estimated the £5 to £8 million cost of delivering an appropriate IT system to deliver universal winter fuel payments in Northern Ireland, and a further 20% of the development spend per annum for support and maintenance. The member will be aware that for me to stand still this year in the department necessitated an additional £130 million. I received £13 million. I have already had to make significant savings in this year, and I did not have the room in my budget to enable this payment to continue. However, as I've said on many occasions, not only did we not have the budget available, we didn't have the means to deliver through the absence of a suitable IT system.
For his answer, we've heard much talk about the problem with the computer system. Can I ask the Minister why that problem didn't arise when it came to the bedroom tax, when we broke parity there?
Minister.
Yes, because there was a longer lead-in period. Currently, the DWP are changing their system to allow for the changes that are taking place across the whole of the United Kingdom, and they did not have the capacity to allow us, and we asked, and the indications that were coming back were that this would not be possible. The difference with the other mitigation measures that the member has raised in the past is that those were done with a much longer lead-in period, which enabled those payments to be made.
Move to topical questions. We call Mark Durgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When and how did the Minister learn of the UK Government's decision not to fund the Casement Park project?
Mr. Speaker, my private office was emailed at 6:32 p.m. on Friday evening, and that email was forwarded to my departmental email at 7 o'clock.
Mr. Durkan.
Thank the Minister for her answer. His answer, sorry. It would seem that this Minister, once again, is always the last to know. Given that we've heard in a statement just before question time from the Finance Minister that her officials learned on Wednesday that the British Government was to pause its funding commitments, does he not think it odd that, as Minister responsible for this project, he wouldn't be informed of that decision until more than 48 hours later?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can only reflect to the House what it is that actually happened in terms of the timings of this decision. What I will say is I think that it is inappropriate what has taken place with the government, to put it mildly, over the last week in terms of announcements that are made. I think that it is right and proper that the ministers are able to answer questions on this, and that they are able to speak to the media as well. And of course, neither of these things happened.
Jerry Carroll.
A lot of hand-wringing to try and distance you and the executive colleagues from the decision, your decision on the 30th of August at 3:30 on a Friday afternoon to try and cut the winter fuel payment. Maybe it's guilty conscience, I don't know. Do you regret making that decision?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I did communicate that with members as soon as I was in the position to do so. The urgent procedure request that I was granted was delivered to me, and I informed the Assembly as soon as I could. In terms of my own role in all of this, we were given the facts by the UK government, and we were told of the changes that they were going to put in place. I was informed about how much that would cost after work done by my officials, and we were informed about the issues in and around the IT system as well. So we were left in the position where we were told that we didn't have the resources to continue this on, and we didn't have the means by which to take this on. So the member perhaps would have taken the approach of burying your head in the sand, pretending that this problem wasn't here. But it was made clear via officials that if we did not confirm our decision with the UK government, then they would go ahead and changing the DWP system only for Great Britain, which would have meant that nobody in Northern Ireland would have had access to their winter fuel payments. So it's not a decision that the executive were in any way pleased about. However, it's preferable to just sitting on our hands and letting everybody in Northern Ireland lose their winter fuel payment.
Mr. Carroll.
So the truth is you buckled with Keir Starmer and you could have stood strong against him, but you failed to do that, and you failed to listen to people impacted, hundreds of thousands of people impacted by this decision. Minister, what work has you, your officials or department carried out to work out how many excess winter deaths will occur as a result of this decision? Because make no mistake about it, that's going to be the result of this decision.
Minister.
So it really is very, very disappointing that the member simply cannot understand what it is that I am saying to him. It's very straightforward and very simple, and it's very concerning that an MLA, someone that sits in this House, is unable to process that information and understand it and just parrots what it is that he does. I do share concerns that have been expressed by many about the impact that this will have on people right across Northern Ireland. This decision was sent to us with the decision by the UK government was given to us at very, very late notice. We did not have time to put in those sorts of assessments, but unfortunately, neither has the government. I don't think it's because they didn't have time. They haven't bothered. They haven't bothered to put together an impact assessment on how this will affect the most vulnerable in our society, and I believe that that is shameful. So I'm actually going to do everything in my power to make sure that we can get extra funding where available, where we can support those that are in need, that we will use our existing programmes to support people. Unfortunately, in Mr. Carroll, we have a member who doesn't even understand the process.
Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, what plans do you have to ensure that we adequately celebrate and recognise phenomenal achievements by all our Northern Ireland athletes at both the Olympics and the Paralympics?
Minister.
Well, I'm grateful to the member for the question, and I know that he has an interest in this, with a gold medal winner coming from his own constituency, and I was delighted to be able to celebrate with Rhys and Jack and others that evening. And I'm pleased, Mr. Speaker, to be able to say that there will be a celebration event for all of our athletes, as well as not just those who were medal winners. It's absolutely right that we celebrate their achievements, and that event will be in the SSE arena. And Mr. Speaker, I may even invite all members here as well, so that we can all celebrate together.
Mr. Harvey.
Thank you, Minister. And could you also provide us with an update on how you can ensure there's a real legacy from the success of our athletes going forward?
Minister.
Yes, because although it is right that we celebrate the amazing achievements of our Olympians, I think it's also appropriate that we set in place all that is necessary so that we can have a real and lasting legacy from these incredible games. We need to make sure that we are directing the proper resources towards those performance athletes, but also the grassroots as well, so that we can build up for the future. So I know we all want to celebrate the amazing achievements, but let's make sure that we also build a legacy for the future, and I will play my role in that.
In previous answers, the Minister has referenced the fuel poverty strategy. Can the Minister therefore give us a definitive date as to when we can see that strategy coming forward?
Minister. Unfortunately, I'm not able to give a definitive date on that because it will be subject to executive approval, but I can reassure the member that we have progressed with this at pace. As I have said, we have done more on this than has been done for some time, and I'm looking forward to being able to share that as soon as possible.
Mr. Allen.
Minister, like other members and myself, is being contacted on an almost daily basis by households who are struggling to heat their homes. Can the Minister therefore give a guarantee that the fuel poverty strategy will be truly cross-departmental and it will have meaningful and tangible outcomes that will be felt by those households struggling to heat their homes?
Minister.
Yes, absolutely, because it will only be successful if it is cross-departmental. Energy has a large role to play in this. Infrastructure will have its role. Health, in my view, absolutely has a role as well. So not only would it be beneficial for it to be executive-wide, it's necessary.
William Irwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister update us on the US-NI Cultural Working Group, please?
Minister. Mr. Speaker, I've been really impressed with the commitment and dedication shown by those who are members of the US-NI Cultural Working Group. There has been excellent work done in terms of collaboration with the United States. There has been good collaboration between museums, NI, and the Smithsonian, between PRONI and with the National Archives as well. And I look forward to being in a position to announce more on that very, very soon. But I think it's also really important that we take advantage of the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence and make sure that Northern Ireland remembers, recognises its role in that part of the history of the United States.
Mr. Irwin.
Thank the Minister for his response. What else can the Minister commit to in support of the working of the Ulster Scots Agency and the work of many other organisations who support the Ulster Scots tradition?
Minister. Absolutely, and he's right to mention the Ulster Scots tradition, because this is something that goes far beyond a language. It's about the culture, the history, the heritage, the tradition that we want to celebrate, and it goes beyond our shores. It's not something that was from here and remained here, but there is so much more for us to celebrate throughout the world, and that's why I have brought forward this US Cultural Working Group, because I believe there's huge potential there that hasn't been exploited in the past, and I'm determined that we do that in the future.
Armstrong.
I thank the Minister for his comments about culture with Ulster Scots. As a former festival Irish dancer, absolutely welcome that. But Minister, I want to talk to you about housing crisis. What reaction have you had from Westminster when you have raised the issue of housing crisis and the need for investment here in Northern Ireland?
Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to meet with a number of UK government ministers, Northern Ireland office and others in housing as well in recent weeks, and I have expressed to them the issues around housing in Northern Ireland. The main issue, of course, that I have been progressing with them is the need for Treasury to change its rules around the housing executive so that we can see better maintenance of our stock and indeed more house building in Northern Ireland. And I believe that that is something that the government have taken on board.
Ms. Armstrong.
You've mentioned today that the housing strategy is coming forward. Can you share with the House what priorities you will have to ensure that all people have access to an appropriate home to prevent homelessness?
Minister.
Absolutely. Homelessness is a key priority for me, not only because of the seriousness of the situation, but because of how much it is that we are currently needing to spend. At the end, when it is most expensive, we should be investing earlier to make sure that we prevent it rather than address it when it arrives. And so that's why the housing supply strategy is so important, because all of the bits fit together, all of the different tenures are important that we increase supply. And in order to do that, there are many, many different partners against many different departments as well. And that's why I've been progressing that work at pace.
John Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard a lot about the Minister's anti-poverty strategy today. And recently we all received an email from the Trussell Trust indicating that almost 4 in 10, 37% of people claiming universal credit in Northern Ireland ran out of food in the last month and did not have enough money to buy more. Could I ask the Minister, with regard to his strategy, we often deal with the effects, but what action is he taking to deal with the cause of poverty?
Minister.
Absolutely right that the member raises this issue. My department does significant work in tackling the impact of poverty, but that's not good enough anymore. We need to tackle the root causes of poverty, and there are a number of issues that we've discussed before. Yes, it's about housing and about health and about education, but what's really important is work and getting people into work, because that is one of the greatest barriers that people face right now to getting out of poverty. And that means we need to be in a position where we are giving that tailored support where necessary. And I've raised this with the government and given them examples of where we really have been able to make a difference. And I think you only have to take some of the figures around disability and employment. We are way behind where we should be, way behind the rest of the United Kingdom, and we need to ensure that we have the tools to get people the support they need to get back into work, because that is one of the best ways in which we can tackle poverty.
Ms. Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Minister for his answer. My constituents, along with many others across Northern Ireland, are living in conditions of damp, mould, and because of their situation in poverty, they are not able to pay for these works themselves. The Trussell Trust points out that just over 4 in 10 people claiming universal credit in Northern Ireland are either behind on bills and credit commitments or are finding it a constant struggle to keep up with them. So they can't afford to do the work themselves. If they were able to afford to do it themselves, the Housing Executive will not stand over the work. Doubtless there is a considerable backlog of maintenance. What will the Minister do to tackle the issues of delays in maintenance across Housing Executive properties?
Minister.
These are serious issues, and can I encourage the member to feel free to come to me if there are specific examples that she thinks that I can help her with. But in terms of those other more wider issues, what can we do to help? I think when she mentions the Housing Executive, it reiterates why it is so important that we ensure that the Housing Executive gets the powers that it needs to borrow against its assets to make improvements in the homes that we are talking about. And this will save us money later on. I say this again and again. If we can prevent at an earlier stage, we will end up saving not just money, but a lot of grief for people as well. That's why we need to make sure that this has changed and that we have the proper investment. Revitalisation is the way for us to do that.
John Blair.
Speaker, thank you. The Minister has referenced discussions with Treasury a number of times, and even this topic that I'm going to raise. So, to continue that theme, can he clarify if those discussions with Treasury specifically referenced the ability of the Northern Ireland Housing Executive to increase investment through borrowing, so that can be the investment in our housing stock?
That is the issue that I was talking about. We need to make sure that the rules are changed with Treasury so that we can see that borrowing against our own stock and not only improve the properties, ones like Ms Bunting was talking about, but also ensure that we can build more homes as well, and that's exactly what I was referring to.
We now move to questions to the Minister for Finance, and I call Connie Egan.
Question number 1, please.
Minister.
Of the Shared Prosperity Fund beyond March 2025 is of immediate concern and something which I've been pressing the British Government for progress on. I wrote to Angela Rayner as soon as she was appointed Secretary for State, highlighting the lack of information on a successor programme and the impact that this uncertainty is having on our community and voluntary sector. I asked that she deliver on the Labour Party manifesto commitment for greater devolved decision making, and I have also written to the Chief Secretary to the Treasury to raise my concerns on this issue. Tomorrow I will be meeting with Minister Alex Norris, who is responsible for future funding in the Ministry for Housing, Communities and Local Government. I will use this opportunity to once again press for urgent clarity on future funding, asking that sufficient funding is provided and that there is a meaningful decision-making role for the Executive.
Ms Egan.
I thank the Minister for her answer. Could I please ask, Minister, what is your assessment of the funding shortfall which has arisen as a result of the loss of EU funds?
Minister.
So I'm just getting the figures here. From memory, ERDF and ESF jointly provided the Executive with about £65 million per year, and in comparison to that, the Shared Prosperity Fund provides an annual average of about £35 million per year, so that leaves a real funding gap of about £30 million annually, and that's even before inflation or anything else will be taken into account. So in my meetings with the British Government and all of the representation that we have made previously, we will be seeking full replacement of funding that we used to get from EU sources, including an inflationary increase.
Here, Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for her answer thus far. The Minister, when future funding is being discussed and developed with your department, can that include collaboration with the CMV sector as well as local government?
Minister.
Yeah, I think collaboration is absolutely key to ensuring that any funding that we actually do get and the delivery of programmes with that funding aligns to our local priorities, that learns the lessons of previous funding programmes, doesn't duplicate anything that we are already doing or any existing provision, and ensures best value for money. And certainly, in my view, the best way to do that would be meaningful collaboration with the people that are actually delivering these programmes, with the community and voluntary sector and other partners, including local government. And I think as well, in preparation for the successor, my department has already begun working on a cross-departmental basis and been engaging with the community and voluntary sector to understand the lessons from shared prosperity and to be prepared for moving forward.
Dr. Aiken.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank the Minister for her remarks so far. Minister, obviously with the Shared Prosperity Fund and the events of last week, there should be a degree of, let us say, scepticism about the approach of the UK government to this funding. Has the Minister had any opportunity to reach out to our Welsh or Scottish counterparts so we can have a combined approach to make sure there's an equitable division of future UK shared prosperity money, please?
Yeah, thank you. And the member will be aware from his role in the Finance Committee that we do regular engagement through the FISC with the Scottish and Welsh Finance Ministers. Just last week I had a conversation with the Scottish Finance Minister around the financial challenges that are facing us collectively at the minute. And certainly we have in the past, and I'm sure will again in the future, collaborate and have joint positions and jointly make the case in relation to the replacement of EU funds and the post-2025 funding. I think it's really important that where we can have a shared position, and very often we come from a similar perspective, that we do make those joint representations.
Justin McDulday.
I thank the Minister for her answers thus far. The original Shared Prosperity Fund was clearly not designed with the North in mind, and these institutions had little control over how decisions or what decisions were taken. What conversations have you or your officials had with the new British Government to address those problems, and what commitments have you sought and what commitments have you got?
Minister.
Yeah, and I agree with the member's assessment of the Shared Prosperity Fund. It wasn't designed with the North in mind, and certainly didn't take on board the criticisms or the feedback that was provided in relation to the structure of the fund. And I suppose one of the most important aspects of that was there was no Section 75 consideration in relation to the delivery of those funds. So we have continuously made that that representation in relation to there needing to be a more joined up approach. We have consistently said we should have control of the delivery of these funding streams, because then we can align them to our own priorities, make sure that they fit with other executive priorities, and that we aren't duplicating funding streams either. So we have made that, and I will continue to. And as I mentioned to Connie previously, I am meeting with the Minister responsible tomorrow.
Israel Carroll.
There's a growing call for a 1% tax on the 1% wealthiest in Britain to bring in £25 billion to plug the gap in public services. Did you or your officials raise such a point with the Treasury when you met them last week?
Minister.
So I have been consistent in highlighting the underinvestment in our public services, and that with this new government now in place, and after 14 years of austerity and chaos under the previous Tory government, that what we need to see is a change of approach. We need to see the prioritisation of investment in public services and ordinary workers and families, and that those who have the broadest shoulders, so to speak, those who can afford the most, pay the most. And that's the message that I have consistently put forward to the British government and did to the Chancellor last week.
Dennis.
Question 2.
Minister.
So I have previously indicated to members my intention to bring forward a bill to amend the current law on marriage and civil partnership, to bring belief marriage within the statutory framework, and to bring forward the important increase to the minimum age of marriage and civil partnership to 18. My officials have finalised instructions to Legislative Council, and the drafting of a bill is ready to commence. A paper was submitted to the Executive before summer recess, seeking approval to proceed with the policy and the drafting of a bill. That paper has yet to secure a slot on the agenda, despite that being requested for the past 4 meetings. I very much hope it will be considered at the next available opportunity to enable these important proposed reforms to proceed and to be debated by the Assembly.
Dennis.
Thank the Minister for her response, and I welcome her focus on this issue. Could the Minister just provide an update on how far work to amend the law on marriage and civil partnership has progressed?
Minister.
So policy development is complete. My officials briefed the Finance Committee on the Marriage and Civil Partnership Bill on the 17th of April. Members were supportive of the changes. I circulated a paper to Executive colleagues on the 21st of May and asked for this to be tabled at the Executive meeting on the 13th of June. A final version was available for the Executive meeting on the 19th of June, and since then the paper has failed to reach the agenda at the Executive meetings held on the 18th of July and 5th of September. My department is not able to make further progress until Executive approval is secured. I am unclear, given the very clear support for reform that the consultation process has indicated, coupled with the broad support received for the proposals from the Finance Committee, why agreement to proceed should be further delayed. I believe it's important that we now move to legislate, and I would appeal to colleagues to support the proposals so that we can get a bill to the Assembly for consideration in 2025.
Matthew, too.
Thank you very much. Minister, obviously it's my job to hold you to account occasionally robustly. I'm sure you enjoy that, but on this occasion I'm going to acknowledge you've got a lot on your plate and your department is doing a lot. There's a lot in the area of civil law reform, marriage, hopefully including no-fault divorce, defamation, etc., etc. Isn't it time to move responsibility, as it is in virtually all other jurisdictions, from your department for civil law to the Justice Department? There's a huge amount going on in terms of the fiscal position, budget, spending restraint. Why is this still with your department? Shouldn't it be with the Minister of Justice?
Minister.
Well, as the member will be aware from his role as Finance Chair, there are a number of civil law issues that sit with my department, and that has been the case since the department was put in place. So I don't necessarily agree with the member in relation to the need to move that to the Department for Justice.
Honourable McGrory.
And thank the Minister for the answers thus far. Can the Minister provide an update on her plans to reduce no-fault divorce in Northern Ireland?
Minister.
Yeah, this is an issue that I would be keen to progress. We have debated this in the Chamber a number of months ago, and it's something that I have asked my officials to scope out what will be required and to bring forward policy proposals.
Emma Sheeran.
Number 3, later hold question 3, please.
Minister.
My department published a summary of the consultation responses on the non-domestic and domestic rating measures last week on the department's website. Over 1,400 responses were received from ratepayers, businesses and a range of other stakeholders. My department also undertook a series of public meetings as part of this process, and I want to thank everyone who contributed to the process with their thoughts, ideas and experience. I met with officials at the end of August to outline next steps in relation to advancing policy, and I will be bringing forward short, medium and long-term rating policy proposals, including a more strategic long-term policy approach early next month. As part of this process, I will be engaging with executive colleagues and will continue engagement with business bodies, organisations and other stakeholders to work together to build a progressive rate system which grows our tax base and stimulates our local economy.
Zanis.
Minister, can you advise when you intend to bring your policy proposals to the Executive?
Minister.
Well, I had met with officials at the end of last month to advance policy proposals, and it would be my intention to bring forward those proposals that will look at what we can do in the immediate term, and then what we can look to do in the immediate term, and then in the medium and longer term, early next month to the Executive. Obviously, any decisions around these issues will be for the Executive as a whole to consider and to decide upon.
Owen Tennyson.
Minister, the previous government set a target of revenue raising £130 million annually. Can you update the House on progress towards meeting that target?
Yes, so as the member will be aware, that as part of the financial package, there was that requirement, a requirement that we didn't agree should be in there, but nonetheless that was Treasury's position, and I was able to negotiate some flexibility in relation to that so that it could be raised over 24 months rather than 12. I would be happy to update members that it's projected this year we will raise an additional £80 million, and that's based on decisions that the Executive has made, including in relation to the regional rate, but also on a number of other areas.
Mr. McLean.
Minister, there have been some reports that you're planning to phase out industrial derating. Can you clarify whether this is the case, as I'm sure you would want to agree with the rest of us that it's a substantial advantage and would be severely disadvantageous if it were to be removed for many of our SMEs and manufacturing businesses, particularly given the dual access that they have to the respective markets?
Sir.
Yeah, and as part of my consideration of the responses to the consultation, I had the opportunity to meet with a number of business organisations and also businesses, and obviously I'll not preempt any proposals that are going to the Executive for discussion or decision, but what I would say to the member is I very much recognise the role that industrial derating has played in supporting local manufacturers. I think we have a very strong manufacturing sector that supports an awful lot of jobs, and anything that we would be doing, it needs to align with what we're trying to achieve in terms of our economic vision of creating good jobs, of improving productivity, of decarbonisation and of regional balance. And I think when you look at the manufacturing sector, it ticks an awful lot of those boxes.
Robbie Butler.
I want to thank the Minister for her answer on this topic. Can the Minister then outline what the expected revenue to be raised from the proposals to remove industrial derating might be, the exemption, and has she considered impacts on the, and I think you've already spoken to it, the impacts on the manufacturing Northern Ireland?
So I'm giving the member a figure off the top of my head, and I will be happy to clarify it because it will be in the consultation itself, but I think it's 70 million is what industrial derating costs. And as I said, I won't preempt any proposals that are going to the executive for discussion. And obviously anything that we are considering doing in relation to the rating system has to be about being progressive and fair and equitable, but it also has to be about what we're trying to achieve in terms of the economy, as I have just set out to Patsy.
Timothy Gaston. Mr.
The executive received £57.2 million of Barnett consequentials for 2024-25 following the announcement in the spring budget of the expansion of the 30 free hours of childcare scheme in England. Barnett consequentials, of course, are unhypothecated, meaning that they do not have to be used for the purposes for which they were issued, but rather in line with the executive's priorities. The executive as a whole recognises the importance of delivering for children and young people in our society, and this is reflected in the fact that the executive invested an additional £25 million this year to progress measures supporting early learning and childcare initiatives, including measures to stabilise the sector itself. This funding is already making a difference through the new childcare subsidy scheme, which had almost 10,000 children signed up to it within just 2 weeks of it opening. The families of these children will see their childcare bills reduced from September 2024. Despite the significant financial pressures on the executive's budget, we are committed to making childcare more affordable for families, and that was reflected again in the draft programme for government, which was published last week.
Mr. Gasson.
Thank you. 25 million is some way short of the 57.2 million that have been told by the Minister, which means there's 32 million being spent elsewhere. We hear much chest beating about what we're doing for childcare. Why are parents being shortchanged, and why is that money being diverted elsewhere?
Yeah, and the member will be aware of the significant financial pressures facing the executive's budget that I outlined to the Chamber last week. Currently, departments are projecting pressures of £767 million for this year. So, as I mentioned in my previous answer, when Barnett consequentials for any issue come across, they are unhypothecated and have to be utilised by the executive in the way that it decides. I think that the interim package of measures that we have put in place is designed to inform the executive's early learning and childcare strategy, which has long been in development, and it's also designed to support the sector. And I am aware from conversations with the Education Minister that there is a ramping up required and capital investment required to support the expansion of the 22.5 hours per week preschool provision, as well as ensuring that the childcare sector itself is able to expand its support. So, certainly, I think that the executive, despite the constrained budget that we have, did show that we prioritised childcare by the £25 million that we held centrally, and that the Education Minister subsequently brought forward proposals for. And it's something that we are seeking to build upon, and I am sure that we will invest further in the future.
An hour Kierna and that point further. What other Barnett consequentials do you expect our power sharing executive to receive?
Minister.
So we know that we will be receiving additional resource Barnett consequentials in year. However, the total of these won't be confirmed until we get our Westminster supplementary estimates, which is usually in January. Given the level of pressures that we face, I had asked my officials to engage with discussions with Treasury on the likely direction of travel for Barnett consequentials, and the final level of consequentials obviously is dependent on Whitehall's department, what they get in relation to additional funding, and also if they have an ability to deliver savings. So there is some degree of uncertainty, but it would be my intention to allocate an additional £500 million.
Deirdre McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answers. Minister, part of the reason why childcare
childcare costs have actually spiralled out of control here is the failure to keep a pace with those spending across the water in relation to childcare support. Can you guarantee, now that it is a priority of this programme for government, that you as Finance Minister will prioritise childcare, and when relevant consequentials come along, that it will go to the place where it is most needed, and that is childcare, because failure in this place has led to the out-of-control costs.
Yeah, and I thank the member for her question. And I think that we did show how childcare was a priority for the Executive, because despite the really challenging budgetary situation that we found ourselves in, we still did ring-fence money to be allocated specifically to childcare. Childcare is one of the priorities in the draft programme for government, and as the member will be aware, and certainly all of us would hope that the budget will be aligned to priorities within the programme for government going forward, but also what comes across in Barnett Consequentials. Very often ministers will make the case that it should be for the purposes for which it has been allocated in England, but the whole point of devolved government is that we make decisions that align with our own interests. Childcare is a priority that's reflected in the programme for government. It's reflected in the fact that there was a ring-fenced pot of money there in the budget, and certainly it's something that I would intend and invest in the future.
And thank you, Minister. As part of a broader childcare strategy, is the Minister considering introducing support through the rate system for early years and childcare settings, building on the experience in Scotland and Wales?
Minister.
And I thank the member for her question, and obviously this is something that has been considered, and I guess the intention of any support that we would put towards the childcare sector is that it makes childcare more affordable for parents and for families, and the analysis is that the rates, the amount of money that would be going towards individual providers may not make a significant contribution to the reduction in any for parents. However, it's something that I am open to further consideration of, and if the Education Minister were to make any policy proposals in that space, certainly I would be open to considering them.
Declan McAleer.
Big, question 5, Liddell.
There had been excellent progress on the Derry City and Strabane District Council City deal, which was preparing for deal signing this week. As you will now be aware, the British Government took the deplorable decision to pause its funding commitment to city and growth deals until further consideration in the spending review. The British Government delivered this shocking news to deal partners on Friday afternoon, and Derry City and Strabane District Council was then forced to cancel its deal signing event, which had been planned for this Wednesday, the 18th, in the Guildhall, an event for which invites to a large number of guests had already gone out. After widespread uproar and appeals to reverse this reprehensible move, I received a phone call from the Secretary of State late on Saturday evening. He advised that the British Government was going ahead with the Derry City and Strabane deal, and an email followed from his office confirming this. Following that, late on Sunday evening, my office received an email from the NIO stating the Secretary of State was also happy to confirm that following communication with Treasury, nothing has changed on the status of the Belfast Region City deal. I'm pleased to say the Derry City and Strabane District Council has reinstated the planned event for Wednesday, and the Derry City and Strabane City deal will be signed. This will be a momentous milestone for the people of the North West, and I'm glad that sense has prevailed, but it's now essential that the pause on funding commitments be lifted as a matter of urgency for all deals, who should not have to wait until the spending review for clarity.
Mr.
I thank the Minister for her response and indeed share her sentiments. Deplorable decisions, shocking news and a reprehensible move. And also it's good that the deal's back on track. The Minister will be aware that there are other deals. I'm thinking of the Mid-South West deal, which covers Fermanagh, Omagh, ABC and Mid-Ulster, and of course the Causeway, Coast and Glens. So see any update on the progress of those deals?
Well, the member will be aware I made a statement just before question time, and certainly my very clear view is that the pause needs to be lifted on those deals and the funding commitment to those deals. Also, I think there can be absolutely no disparity between the different deals. I met with the chief executives and representatives of the Mid-South West and Causeway Coast and Glens deal this morning, and I share their frustration and anger at the handling of this matter, and I reassured them that I am in their corner. There can be no disparity of treatment between the deals, and it's essential that the pause on that funding commitment be lifted. I have followed up with the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, making clear that Mid-South West and Causeway Coast and Glens shouldn't have to wait for that clarity. And I will update members that I will be now speaking to the Chief Secretary to the Treasury later this afternoon, and I would appeal again for the British Government to reverse this appalling decision.
Deborah Erskine.
Answers, and in coming to the House as well in relation to her statement, I'm conscious that she'll be coming again to answer questions, and no doubt I'll have more. But I just wanted to ask, in terms of the Mid-South West growth deal, which is obviously my area, how does that fit in with our policy of regional, stripping out regional imbalance? Because we now have a situation in which we have some council areas that have growth deals in place, others are paused now. So how does that fit in, and is that being taken to the Treasury and to the Northern Ireland Secretary of State?
And I thank the member for her question, and I completely agree with her analysis, and certainly you represent Mid-South West, I represent Causeway Coast and Glens, and I think we probably share frustration as to the difference in treatment that there now is between the deals, and certainly that's the case that I made to the Chancellor on Thursday in relation to all of the deals in general, but the fact that they are about promoting local economic development, they're about creating jobs in local areas, they're about addressing the infrastructure deficits that we have, particularly in our rural areas and in certain parts of the north. So these deals to me are game changers for regions right across the north, and that's why I will be continuing to make that case that that pause is unpaused as soon as possible.
Colin Crawford.
And I thank the Minister for her answers thus far. Can the Minister update us on the role of her department as the responsible accounting body for city deals, and by which means she is ensuring effective governance?
The member will be aware the deals, the Department of Finance leads on the delivery of city and growth deals, but they involve partners, including local government and private sector partners, and are delivered across a number of departments as well. So my department does take the central role and has been very active, as you would imagine, over the course of this weekend in communicating with partners, but also in communicating with Treasury to try to ensure that that the pause that was put in place in relation to the funding commitment was lifted, and they are working very hard to ensure that that is the case for the remaining two deals.
Durgan.
Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the work that has been done over the weekend to get this deal back on track. I know Colm Eastwood, my party colleague, was especially active over the weekend. The Minister has told us in her statement earlier that she became aware of the proposed pause in funding on Wednesday. Herself and the First Ministers raised it with the Treasury on Thursday. Did the Treasury indicate at any stage or in any way how or when they intended to make their decision and position public?
Minister.
No, they didn't, and in fact it was only communicated at official level and brought to my attention on Wednesday afternoon, because it was such a concerning announcement and came as such as a bolt out of the blue. These are really important projects that have, as you know, been years in the making, and I think the handling of it and the communication in particular has been absolutely shambolic, and there has been no formal communication with deal partners, which again I think is deplorable. So those are points I will of course be relaying and already have done so, and I think what we need to see is a better reflection on how the British government engages with us as an executive, but also with our constituents.
Mr. Speaker. Minister.
I met with the Chancellor in London last week, along with the First Minister and Deputy First Minister. This followed an initial meeting with the Chancellor in July, shortly after she came into office, and I have also separately met with the Chief Secretary to the Treasury at the end of July. These meetings provided an opportunity to highlight the budget pressures facing the Executive and to make the case that the Executive needs to be properly funded and to be able to deliver the public services that people here expect and need. However, as set out in the Prime Minister's statement and in the Chancellor's statement, where they have been at pains to point out a difficult budget coming, public finances are under extreme pressure, with Whitehall departments being asked to find savings. Scotland and Wales are also facing significant pressures. The action being taken by the Scottish Government has been well publicised, and while there will be further Barnett consequentials later this year, these will fall significantly below the level of pressures that we are currently facing, and as I outlined to the Chamber last week. But I will continue to make the case to the British Government that more funding is needed for public services and to support our families, workers and businesses.
Moving to topical questions, Matthew O'Toole.
Mr Speaker, Minister, we've discussed city deals and the discussion with the Chancellor on Thursday. Can I ask, in addition to city deals, was the question of the funding of Casement Park raised by either yourself, First or Deputy First Ministers? And if so, what were you told by the Chancellor of the Exchequer? And if it wasn't raised, why not?
So obviously the issue of Casement Park has been raised on many occasions with the Chancellor and obviously with all levels of the British Government. I think we have been told on a number of occasions that a decision was imminent, and it came on Friday evening after many months of dither and delay from the previous Tory Government, which effectively ran down the clock and left us in the position that we are now in.
Mr O'Toole.
Minister, if I'm to understand the questions you've given me, it wasn't raised, because I think you would have told me specifically if it had been raised at Thursday's meeting. If it wasn't raised at Thursday's meeting, at any point were you or your officials made aware before Thursday of the decision that the UK Government were going to announce on Friday? But could you confirm that it wasn't raised on Thursday?
Minister.
We took the opportunity to raise the need for investment in public services and capital infrastructure. At no point were my officials made aware that an announcement was being made on Friday evening.
Minister, I understand your department has commissioned the University of Ulster to carry out work on who is best to set non-domestic rates going forward, with a view to having business rates set centrally by the Executive. Can you confirm if this is the case, and when do you expect the scope of work to be completed to allow councils to make the necessary preparations for the 26-27 rate setting process?
Minister.
So the Economic Policy Centre conducts research and on behalf of a range of people. My department had asked for some research to be done on the poundage across the north and the impact of the poundage across the different district councils. So I think that's a slightly different issue than the one to which the member refers.
Mr Gosson.
Yeah, it certainly is. So it's where I'm going with my question. Last year, Mid and East Antrim set a business rate by a staggering increase of 11.86%. The move that I'm referring to within your department, is this a safeguard being brought in by the Department of Finance to protect businesses for this happening in the future?
Minister.
Is research being looked at that doesn't necessarily lead directly to a policy change being implemented, and as I have said in my previous answers in relation to the rates consultation, proposals will be going to the Executive on the short, medium and longer term rates measures in coming weeks, and it will of course be for the Executive to decide.
Philip McGuigan.
Minister to provide an update on the sale of Clarence Court, Netherley and Victoria Hall.
Minister.
So my department is progressing an ambitious review of its office estate with the aim of reducing the in-scope footprint by 40% in March 2028. The sales process is nearing completion for Netherley House, for Clarence Court and Victoria Hall, and officials are confident that sales will be completed in coming weeks.
Minister. Mr McGuigan.
Thank you for the promotion, Cian Collier. I thank the Minister for her answer, and if I could maybe follow up and ask her what difference the sale of these properties would make to public finances.
Minister.
So the sale of the buildings will enable some much needed capital funding to be reinvested in public services, while also reducing the costs for the executive and costs as well as for the buildings themselves, but for energy usage as well.
Colin Crawford.
Can I ask the Minister whether the Chancellor of the Exchequer committed to the Barnett provisions anticipated within the NI Executive's 24-25 budget at her meeting on Thursday?
Minister.
So, if I understand the question, the additional Barnett consequentials that have been are based on our assumptions after discussions with Treasury. So that's based on engagement at official level about what is likely to be coming towards the Executive for the rest of the year. As I said in some of my previous answers, the actual Barnett consequentials won't be confirmed until we get supplementary estimates, which will be in January. So I suppose the Chancellor wouldn't be in a position to confirm what those Barnett consequentials were at this point, and the allocations that I would be intending to make are based on the direction of travel and discussions between officials.
Mr. Crawford.
I thank the Minister for her answer. If and when the Minister does receive such commitments, will she commit to sharing these details with the Finance Committee as soon as possible?
Minister.
And I thank the member for his question, and of course the relationship between the Department and the Finance Committee is one where such information would regularly be shared, and we would try to be as transparent as possible.
Paul Fruit.
The Minister will know only too well that the pausing of the Causeway Coast and Glens growth deals will have huge economic and social implications for my constituents and indeed her constituents, with millions of pounds now maybe disappearing from plans that have been developed over a long number of years. What about the match funding that sits within Council and within other private partners? Minister, can you give any clarification of how that money sits?
Minister.
So, and I agree with the member, it's really concerning, and an awful lot of effort and time, as he will know, has gone into developing those projects. And we signed the heads of terms for the Causeway Coast and Glens growth deal just back in April, and we are now at the stage where there has been considerable investment in developing the business cases, and unfortunately the position that we are in at the minute is that we still have a lot of question marks that we can't give answers to deal partners about. And I met with the Chief Executive of Causeway Coast and Glens this morning and relayed my reassurance that I'm doing all I can to get those answers and to get that pause lifted.
Mr. Fruit.
Efforts in this regard for all of our constituents. Has the Minister any indication from the Labour Government as to how long our constituents will have to wait for this spending review?
Minister.
And I thank the member for his question. And my understanding is they mean the 30th of October and the budget date. However, I am awaiting for full clarification from Treasury in relation to quite a lot of issues, and it is my view that Causeway Coast and Glens and Mid-South West should not be in the position that they have to wait until the end of October before getting the same level of clarity that the deals will be going ahead as the Belfast region and Derry City and Strabane already have. There should be absolutely no disparity between the deals.
Robbie Butler.
Can I ask the Minister in regard to property management companies, is her department engaged in any reform or policy-led changes, and could we get an update on that, please?
Minister.
The issue of management companies is one that I have had quite a bit of correspondence on from members, and I'm sure many of us will have received concerns from constituents in relation to this matter. So it is something that I have raised with officials and have asked what can be done. Now, as you will be aware, there are different responsibilities across a number of departments in relation to some of these issues, but it is something that I have asked officials to take a look at.
Mr. Butler.
Mr. Speaker, and the Minister may well be aware that there is a piece of legislation making passage in Westminster. Is the Minister aware, for instance, and this is quite local to me in Lagan Valley, that particularly with leasehold properties in complex arrangements where there is commercial and residential, that those properties are not only being impacted by the management fees, which is outstripping the rates, but also it's devaluing their properties, where people who are trying to sell their properties are having to decrease the value of the property to make a sale.
I'm not aware of the specific issue that he's referring to in relation to Lagan Valley. I do know that there have been a number of concerns raised in relation to the management fees issue in general, but I'd be happy if the member wants to correspond with me in relation to that particular issue, and we can get some advice from officials on it.
Alan Robinson.
Update the House on plans for the baby loss scheme. Certificate scheme, sorry.
And I thank the member for his question, and I know it's something that he has raised with me on a number of occasions and that he has considerable interest in. He will be aware that I'm committed to delivering that scheme, and I think it will help recognise the loss that parents feel and hopefully, in some small way help them to process that. I met with the Health Minister just last Monday to review ongoing work and plans for the next steps in the delivery of a baby loss scheme and baby loss certificates here. I'm keen to see this progress as quickly as possible, and my officials have been engaging with Department of Health officials around the kind of practicalities of that.
Mr. Robinson.
Can you assure the House, Minister, that this scheme will be delivered by the end of this mandate?
Minister.
It certainly would be my intention to ensure that it is delivered by the end of the mandate, and what we're doing at the minute is scoping the options as to how it can be delivered, and it's my intention to make that happen as quickly as possible.
Malaysia McHugh.
Concorla, can I ask for an update on the transformation programme?
Public sectors across the north, as the member will be aware, are in critical need of investment and reform to ensure that we can deliver high quality public services and to do so efficiently. Transformation will be essential to doing that, and also to help put the Executive's finances on a more sustainable footing. So I had brought a proposal to the Executive to set up an interim transformation programme on the 9th of May and quickly establish the interim transformation board, which is giving consideration to proposals currently to utilise the £47 million of transformation funding for this year. The board has completed its first stage assessment and 47 proposals have been received.
Mr. McHugh.
Whereas leis Fargo Gujisha.
Thank the Minister for his answer so far.
Thus far. And could you maybe provide us with more detail on the proposals received?
Minister.
So 29 of the proposals that have been received are continuing to move forward. 18 of those will be included within a digital landscape review, as a number of departments had brought forward proposals in the digital space, and we thought it would be the most effective use of money to do something collectively in relation to that. A further 11 will move to a stage 2 assessment. Clearly, the £235 million of transformation funding that has been made available to the Executive across 5 years in the financial package will in no way tackle the magnitude of issues that we have. However, I'm committed to making the best use of these resources and to doing so as effectively as possible to develop and implement a model of delivery which will help stimulate the transformation of public services.
Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, do you agree that tackling the cost of division is key to placing our public finances on a sustainable footing? And if so, what steps are you taking to assess and address that cost?
Mr.
So, the member will be aware that we have asked departments for proposals in relation to transformation funding, and that he will also be aware that in terms of the budget sustainability work, we have committed to looking at all opportunities to deliver efficiency, so where there is duplication to generate revenue, and look at the type of tools that we need to effectively manage our public services.
Mr. Tennyson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, if that's the case, why did you support an amendment to a motion which removed a reference to the sustainability plan dealing with the cost of division?
Well, the member will be aware of the content of the amendment last week, and I can't remember the exact detail of it, but from my perspective, I felt that I added to the motion as it stood. Certainly, I think that we need to do all we can to put our finances in a more sustainable footing and to be able to deliver the best public services that we can and what people that we represent expect and deserve.
That brings to a conclusion questions to the Minister for Finance. Patsy McLone has given notice of an urgent oral question to Minister for Infrastructure. I remind members that if they wish to ask a supplementary question, they should rise continually in their places. The member who tabled the question will be called automatically to ask a supplementary. Clerk, please read the question.
To ask the Minister for Infrastructure, in light of recent reports and public concern regarding the taste and odour of the public water supply, to update the Assembly on measures being taken by NI Water to resolve these issues.
Call the Minister for Infrastructure.
Thank you, Collier. NI Water's #1 priority is the quality and safety of your drinking water. I am aware of a number of customers that have been reporting a taste and smell in their drinking water supply in Pacific areas. This is related to increased algae levels in Lough Neagh, which contain naturally occurring compounds that may cause an unpleasant taste and smell even after going through NI Water's robust treatment process. NI Water are working to reduce the impact of these compounds as they move through the water supply system and are working closely on a daily basis with the Drinking Water Inspectorate and the Public Health Agency to ensure the water is safe to drink. I can confirm that NI Water has confirmed to me that the water is safe to drink. The processes have included enhanced sampling at the network treatment works, the distribution network and customer taps.
Mr McLone.
Thank you, Minister, for being here to answer this question.
Thanks very much, Minister. I've had numerous reports towards the tail end of last week of foul smells and odours from the water supply, young mothers afraid to give it to their children through the food that they're providing to the babies, that is, and basically a lot of calls about foul taste and foul odours. Indeed, I found it myself in the tea and coffee as well. Can the Minister just give us some sort of indication, perhaps today if he has that information with him, if additional or extra chemicals have been added to the water supply and what those are? And then secondly, you did allude there, Minister, to the testing mechanism being used. Just what testing is being done, where and how often, to ensure the fitness of the water supply for human consumption, please?
Thank you. Well, let me emphasise again, NI Water has confirmed to me that the water coming out of our taps is safe to drink and use. My own home is impacted by this. I use the water in my home, and I have young children, and obviously I don't want to even impact on my own health, but I do use the water. I accept that there is an unpleasant taste and smell for drinking water purposes. I do accept that. And some people may wish to have bottled water or other water for that purposes. But for all other purposes, the water is safe, and it is safe for drinking as well. In terms of what chemicals are used, I'll follow up in terms of writing with the member in regards to that. But NI Water have a very, very robust regime in place in terms of how they ensure that our water is safe when it's coming out of our taps to drink. I've recently visited one of their water treatment processing plants and was impressed by the nature and studious activity that goes on within those plants to ensure that we're supplied with clean drinking water on a daily basis. The smell and taste you're getting at the moment, the strong odour is not chemical, it's a naturally occurring compound in the water. And it's a timely reminder to us all, if we needed it, that we need to look after our natural resources. We need to look after Lough Neagh, we need to ensure that the action plan is published by the DAERA Minister is advanced and enacted, and that we tackle the years and decades of neglect of Lough Neagh. While algae continues to bloom on the loch, NI Water faces considerable challenges in producing clean drinking water for us, but they are producing clean drinking water for us.
Mr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many constituents in our Rubberbank constituency
constituency have faced foul-smelling and tasting water in their drinking water over recent days. Minister, you've outlined that NI Water said that this water is safe to drink, but if a constituent came to us and said that they smelt, for example, mould off a packet of ham in their fridge, or foul odours from a drum of milk in their fridge, we wouldn't advise them to drink or eat it. So how sure can we be that the water is the same? And does the Minister have any timescales by which NI Water feel that they can have this issue satisfactorily resolved?
Minister.
Well, I'm satisfied with the assurances I've received from NI Water in relation to the quality of our drinking water. As I said, my own home is impacted by this, and I'm using the water in my own home. I accept, and I'm not dismissing the concerns of anyone, because it's a genuine concern. If you turn on your tap and there's a foul-smelling odour coming out of it, you quite rightly ask questions, and you quite rightly contact elected representatives in NI Water. The water is inspected by NI Water. It is inspected and regulated by the Independent Drinking Water Authority as well. It's also the NI Water is liaising with the Environment Agency and local councils in this regard. So there's a number of independent assurances we can give ourselves that the water coming out of our taps in some areas, where it has a foul odour and smell, is safe to use.
I thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Minister, I know that, like myself, you have been working with NI Water closely over the past week or so to try and alleviate the concerns of all of our constituents in relation to these water concerns. And I know you've outlined there that obviously this is a result of years and decades of neglect of Lough Neagh in particular, and that's why we have this situation with blue-green algae and the problems that people are finding in their water. Minister, will you commit to working with the DAERA Minister to ensure that the action plan for Lough Neagh is implemented as a matter of urgency?
I do commit to working with the DAERA Minister, and indeed the Executive has committed to working with the DAERA Minister, and I note that the action plan is also referenced within the draft programme for government. It's clear to us all now, abundantly clear to us all, that the abuse of our natural environment over decades is coming back now to haunt us. The ongoing algae blooms, blue-green algae blooms in Lough Neagh, as I've said, present challenges to NI Water in producing fresh, clean drinking water. We are receiving fresh, clean, safe drinking water through our taps. But we have to take on the challenge of where the issue of the odour and the smell comes from. It comes from that algae within the loch. That presents huge problems to the environment of Lough Neagh and the biodiversity of Lough Neagh, and it's only right and proper that I and other executive ministers support the DAERA Minister in his action plan to take that on.
Peter McGrath.
Key part of making sure our water is safe to drink is ensuring our wastewater infrastructure is operating as it should. What steps are you and your department taking to work with Northern Ireland Water to improve their wastewater treatment sites?
Absolutely correct. And one of the causes of the algae bloom in Lough Neagh is foul water entering Lough Neagh in too high a concentration and too often. I'm working with my executive colleagues to increase the funding available to NI Water to upgrade the relevant water treatment works. I am looking at changing the legislation in relation to developer contributions moving forward, and I also recently had a policy passed at the executive to allow me to go forward and draft legislation into sustainable drainage, where we work with nature instead of against nature, and how we separate and deal with stormwater, etc., where we can store it and release it slower into the system than has previously been the case. And when you release it slower into the system, you don't overrun a number of our wastewater treatment work. So there's 3 steps at play at the moment, and I'm thankful that my executive colleagues are working with me in relation to the budgetary issue, and as I say, the others are moving forward as well.
Dr. Regan.
Minister, for your remarks so far. Minister, you'll be aware that, particularly in my own constituency of South Antrim, particularly around Antrim, there are indeed concerns about the water supply. But they're also linked to what's happening, they see in Lough Neagh at the moment. There is a really significant issue of messaging here. Can you tell me how we're going to upgrade the messaging so people are not concerned? And actually the best messaging does get out there, that it's very clear that drinking water is indeed safe.
Minister.
Well, I welcome the opportunity today presented by this urgent oral question to once again reaffirm that message. Water is safe to drink and use. As I've said, there's a number of rigorous tests carried out on a daily basis in relation to our water, both at the source, through the treatment, and also at customer taps as well. If any one customer has continuing concerns about their water, they should report it directly to NI Water. NI Water in fairness to them won't be able to go to everyone's home to test water directly coming from the tap, but they are taking sample tests in the affected areas, and those are being tested as well. As I say, my own home is impacted. I'm using the water. And I can understand people, and there's genuine concerns. I'm not dismissing any of those concerns, but the water is safe to drink.
Keith Buchanan.
For his answer so far. Minister, in the press statement, the NI Water on Friday, it indicates over 40% of the water is coming obviously from Loch Ness till our drinking homes across Northern Ireland. NI Water are they dealing with an issue that they have been contributing till for decades, and they're contributing to the grey water that's flowing into rivers daily, and I see them day and daily across Northern Ireland. Different farmers indicate to me, look at that grey water, and to be honest, they're not maybe taking responsibility that they should be. So my question is, what are they doing to address the issue that they have contributed to, and now they're trying to deal with it?
Minister.
I'd put it this way to the member. We've all contributed to it. We've all taken the lock for granted for far too long, and we're now paying the consequences of that. But in regards to what's NI Water doing, they need the resources and the support to upgrade the wastewater treatment works where those upgrades are required. I'm working with NI Water to ensure that every penny we spend is used as efficiently and as effectively as possible. I'm working with my executive colleagues to secure further funding for NI Water. I mentioned the SUDS bill to one of our colleagues earlier. That SUDS bill not only looks at in terms of holding back floodwaters and releasing it slower into the system, it also looks at another issue which is causing significant damage to our environment, and that's the issue of wrong connections or illegal connections, where you have foul water running into the storm drains. So that can happen from an extension put on a property or a wash machine put in the garage, wherever it may be. The legislation I'm currently bringing forward would allow NI Water to work with the property owner, for either the property owner to correct that connection, or for NI Water to go in and correct that connection and charge the land or the property owner for that misconnection. So there's a number of steps taking place here, but as I said at the start of the response, we've all taken Loch Ness for granted for far too long. Now we have to stop doing that.
Speaker, the Minister has mentioned discussions with executive colleagues, and I understand that. But can I ask what his own precise as possible, he can tell us long-term plans are to ensure that Northern Ireland Water does have the funding it needs to upgrade the wastewater infrastructure and help address the problems with Loch Ness? And additionally, what measures are being considered to achieve that?
Minister.
Well, as previously outlined, Speaker, working with my executive colleagues is part of the long-term plan. Unfortunately, we've been dealing with one-year budgets over a period of time, which makes it very difficult for a minister, the executive, or in this case a government-owned company to plan further into the future and with real certainty. But hopefully that will change after the current spending round. Working with nature is also a way forward. We will need hard engineering solutions going forward. There's no question about that, and we will need tens of millions of pounds to put those hard engineering solutions in place. But we also have to work with nature. We have to ensure that we use nature in terms of whether it's SUDS or other measures to contain large deluges of water, which we're facing now as a result of climate change moving forward. And we will be working on legislation, or seeing if we require to change legislation, what that legislation will look like, to see if we can allow developer contributions for wastewater treatment works or pumping stations, where it may be, going forward to assist in ensuring that we have house building going on, we have factories, we have schools and all those being built, but they're being connected to a system which is safe and secure and environmentally robust moving forward.
Deborah Erskine.
House today and for his answers so far. We know that the system needs significant upgrade, and we know that we have more pollution incidences per kilometre of pipework in Northern Ireland, and prioritisation, as the Minister has said, of clean drinking water is important. Capacity in our system is also an issue. So can the Minister detail, in light of the programme for government, what detailed discussions have been taking place in relation to the investment strategy on our wastewater treatment and the timelines for this to come to fruition?
Minister.
Any investment strategy moving forward has to include an investment strategy for NI Water moving forward. It won't work without NI Water having access to the resources it requires or can be delivered during an investment strategy period. So those discussions are ongoing. In fairness to my executive colleagues and to the main players in this debate, everyone recognises NI Water needs more resources. But that's competing against health, it's competing against education, it's competing against all those, right? So we have to work together in mapping out a way forward. And as I've said to a number of questions today, there's a three-pronged strategy. More direct investment into NI Water, seeking to see how and what new legislation would look like in terms of developer contributions, and also working with nature through programmes such as the Suds Bill.
Matthew Till.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, I welcome your clarity on the safety of the drinking water and your commitment to the Loughney Action Plan, but there's a lot of, with the greatest respect to the Minister involved, a lot of inaction in the Loughney Action Plan. There's not a huge amount of clear legislative or financial commitment. One of the things you said was that there was independent assurance over the water, but the truth is we don't have independent insurance because we don't have an environmental protection agency. Will you join with the Environment Minister to do all you can to ensure that that one deliverable thing is included in an updated programme for government?
Minister.
Let me be clear, there is independent assurance in relation to the water. So we have NI Water does their tests, we have the Independent Water Directorate who carry out their tests. We work along with our colleagues in NEEA who carry out tests, local councils can carry out tests. So it's very robustly tested in terms of ensuring, and the insurance that should be there for citizens to feel safe in turning on their tap and having clean drinking water coming out of that tap if they're connected to the public system. I'm happy to support an independent environment agency. I don't know, to be perfectly honest with you, what role an environment agency would have in testing water. It may be another layer, but if that assures the member, then let's have another layer. I'm satisfied that there is sufficient independence around the testing of our water quality at this stage for me to be able to stand here and reassure our constituents, and for me to stand here and reassure myself that I use the water coming out of my tap.
Jan Dodds.
Mr. Speaker, and I do thank the Minister, because it is really, really important that our constituents hear that reassurance. This is a very particular problem that has occurred now, and my colleague did ask for a timescale when he thought we might be able to resolve this particular issue. Does the Minister have such a timescale?
It will depend on the weather, I suspect. We were in for a number of mild days, I understand. Mild weather encourages algae blooms on the loch, and those algae blooms last for a period of time, so that means that when we're taking water out of the loch, we have to deal with that through our water treatment work. So I can't give you a timescale. It will require a reduction in temperature and, unfortunately, some rain and wind to break up the algae blooms, and then that will allow us to move ahead and take water out of the loch without such an input of algae blooms. But we're going to come back to this next year, and the year after that, and the year after that, and even fully committing, as I do, to the action plan published by the Environment Minister. This is a long-term challenge we're involved in here, and we all have to recognise that. And as I said earlier, it might be a timely reminder to us all that we cannot take Loughney for granted.
Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker. Minister, on a number of occasions you have referred to a proposal that developers might contribute more. Can I ask you to put some meat on the bones in terms of what that proposal would look like? And will you also consider an independent review of the funding and governance arrangements at NI Water as part of that work?
Well, in terms of the first point, under current legislation, developers cannot make contributions in relation to significant amounts to wastewater treatment works, etc. I'm looking at that legislation to see if we need to amend that legislation by the use of primary legislation. I do not have a definitive policy position or definitive legislative guidelines or outline at this moment. And obviously, if we do go down that route, that'll have to go through the committee, it'll have to go through the Assembly, etc., etc., etc. An independent review of the funding for NI Water. Look, we can set up an independent review of the NI Water. It's not going to solve the problem in the timescale we need to do so. The equation is quite simple. NI Water needs more money. Okay, so you can go down a number of routes to do that. You can privatise, which the executive in this Assembly, to the best of my knowledge, well, I know is opposed to. You can mutualise, which leads to domestic water bills, which, as far as I'm aware, most of the parties, if not all, in the Assembly are opposed to. You can fund NI Water through direct taxation, which we do at the moment in terms of the funds available to the executive. And we can look at the developer contributions, and we can look at working with nature. So, as I said earlier, I have a three-pronged approach to this. We're not sitting back hoping or crossing our fingers. My executive colleagues are on board, the legislation is being looked at, and we already have, the executive has passed a policy paper allowing me to draft legislation into working with nature and also correcting those misconnections that are out there which are causing so much damage to the system as well.
Maurice Bradley.
Minister for his answers so far. And Minister, your department is not all at fault for the state of the water we have. There are other departments at fault too. But during everything goes into Loch Ness, Minister, comes down through Coleraine where it's pumped into our reservoir. And a gentleman left in 2 samples in my office. He wants to test it. I personally thank you for your assurances in the drinking water, but I will maintain that I will just keep on drinking bottled water in the meantime. What plans have you to have discussions with your executive members, colleagues, to plant more trees and shrubs along riverways to soak up the runoff before it actually gets into the waterways? That's notwithstanding the direct pollution that's caused by, in some cases, government agencies.
Minister.
Just on the point of water testing, I would suggest, and it's probably best if customers allow NI Water to take the water directly from the tap, because if you put it into a container, the container may already be contaminated with another substance. The longer it sits, it may upset the testing. So if a customer has concerns, and it's probably best if they contact NI Water directly and the samples are taken right at source. You're spot on in terms of planting trees and working in relation to the network of streams and rivers and wash-off that goes into Loch Ness from a very, very wide geographical area. And it goes back to my point, working with nature rather than working against nature. And I note within the action plan there is proposals in that regard. I also note and welcome the work of organisations such as Loch Ness Partnership, who work along with farmers along the loch shore and have been carrying out great work for many years in this regard, working with farmers along the loch shore, fencing off areas, keeping cattle away, planting the trees. You talk about planting the bushes and the shrubbery. You talk about to do that. As I said earlier, there is going to have to be hard engineering solutions in and around the loch and elsewhere, it has to be said, but there are also nature solutions which we need to explore as well.
Mark Durgan.
Mr. Speaker, thank the Minister for his answers thus far. The problems with our water and wastewater systems are manifold and multifaceted. They're harmful to the environment, potentially, but grateful to hear on this occasion not, harmful to health and also detrimental to development. And I suppose subsequent to Mr Tennyson's question around the Minister's proposed legislation on developer contributions, developers do currently make contributions at times, along with planning applications? Does the Minister see this as an extra layer or an extra opportunity to extract more money out of developers to update the antiquated system?
Minister.
I see this as a solution moving forward, and it's the job of a minister to bring forward solutions. Any legislation I do bring will have to go through, firstly, the executive, then will have to go through the rigours of the Assembly, and part of those rigours will be the committee. Developers can currently make contributions, the member's absolutely right, but the contributions developers currently can make is in regard separating foul water from storm water. In many of our areas we have an antiquated system where we bring storm water and foul water through the same pipes, and that leads to the overrun in many of our wastewater treatment works, where developers now can pay for separation of that where it suits the solution in that area. I'm talking about broadening that and allowing developers to do that. You can put whatever terminology on it. It's not about me poking developers in the eye, by the way. It's about me bringing forward proposals in the recognition of the stringent financial circumstances this executive is under. When you look at Labour's plans in terms of cutting further billions from public spending, I can sit back and moan about that, and I'm very good at moaning, but I can also look at solutions. And this is part of my proposals around those solutions. It will hopefully allow houses to be built, factories to be built, schools to be built, etc., etc. But at the end of the day, a developer will have to make a decision as to whether it's commercially viable for them to do so, as each one will have a separate cost to it. But this Assembly will have the final say on it.
That brings to a conclusion the urgent question. If members would take their ease, whilst the Deputy Speaker takes the chair.
Yeah. Petition, John.
Members, we now resume questions to the statement from the Minister of Finance, which has started before question time, and the urgent oral question. We heard the Minister's statement, and the next question is from Philip McGuigan.
I thank the Minister for her statement and the work that she did over the weekend that brought a result for Derry and Strabane City Council. There can and should be no differentiation in these growth deals and the positive benefits that they bring to citizens and ratepayers across the north. So I concur with the Minister with her comments and her statement that the British Government must immediately change its decision to pause the remaining growth deals, including Causeway Coast and Glen, which covers both the Minister's and my own constituencies. Can I ask the Minister if she is aware of any formal communication from the British Government to the city and growth deal partners?
Minister.
And I thank the member for his question, and I think I'm well on record at this point in saying the handling of this matter by the British Government has been atrocious. I'm not aware of any formal communication between the British Government and deal partners. I know that there was a call with the NIO on Friday to inform them about the pause. I think the haphazard approach that we have seen in relation to this matter has led to unnecessary confusion and concern and stress for all involved in the city and growth deals. I think it obviously was a decision by the British Government, and therefore it was for them to formally communicate that. My officials have been in constant contact with deal partners over the weekend. I think the handling of this has been absolutely terrible, and I have spoken to all of the chief executives of the impacted councils either over the weekend or this morning, and assured them that I and my officials are doing what we can to resolve this immediately.
Middleton.
Minister for her statement today, and I share her anger and disappointment about how this has been handled by the Labour government. What assurances has the Minister received, particularly in relation to the London and Strabane deal that has now been unpaused? What assurance has she been given that it will not be paused again in the future and that what has been committed to will be delivered?
Minister.
And I thank the member for his question, and the communication that I have been given in relation to Derry and Strabane is that it will go ahead and the deal signing will go ahead. That's the extent of the communication that I've received, and I'm still pressing Treasury for formal communication and deal partners, Derry and Strabane as one, but also those who are still impacted by the pause have a lot of questions, and there's a lot of things that we still don't have clarity on and that we are trying to get clarity on.
Sean Holland.
Thank you, Minister. I suppose given the comments by other parties creating this hierarchy of urgency when it comes to the 4 different deals, I find really problematic. Causeway Coast and Glens has already signed the heads of terms with the NIO, not quite as far along as others, but it is the 5th most deprived council area in the UK, so there is a sense of urgency here. This is a particularly rural area, and I suppose, Minister, where we're looking at is there anything in terms of the rural aspect of these deals? Is there something that we can do to protect rural communities being disenfranchised by the decisions to pause the 2 most rural?
Sure.
And I share the member's dismay at the hierarchy or the fact that we have a disparity in approach. I think that's absolutely unacceptable, and certainly I will be continuing to make the case that it needs to be rectified. I think what city and growth deals are intended to do is all of those things in relation to addressing regional disparities. It's about driving and boosting local economic development and creating jobs and redressing the deficits that exist. So those are some of the points I made to the Chancellor on Thursday about why the delivery of these projects were necessary and why the commitment must stand. And I'll be continuing to make that case, and I am going to be speaking with the Chief Secretary to the Treasury and the Secretary of State later this afternoon to relay that message again about the need to unpause the pause on the other 2 deals as a matter of absolute urgency. They can't sit around and wait until the end of October.
Steve Aiken.
Yeah, thank you, and thank the Minister for her remarks so far. Minister, a week ago, I was at Oxford and I listened to the Secretary of State, he said very clearly about the great approach that we're making and the expenditure we're going to do, and actually talked about the approach to city deals. Then less than a week, we're beyond this. You used the words, we need to reset the reset, and that's something I firmly agree with. Can you ask the Secretary of State when you see him today what he's going to do to rebuild confidence between the Northern Ireland Executive, the people of Northern Ireland, and this government that doesn't seem to know what it's doing itself? This is unacceptable, and it's not something we should be having to deal with in this day and age.
Okay, Minister.
Yeah, and I've reflected that over the weekend that I don't think this is how we should do business, and I think that there does need to be reflection at this point as to how things have been handled over the past couple of days. This is a government that has done a lot of talking about rebuilding relationships. I think we now need to see actions that match up to those words, and certainly I will be making that point and emphasising that confidence has been damaged by this episode, and that needs to be rebuilt.
Thanks very much, and thank you to the Minister. Instead of resetting relationships, they've unsettled them over the last couple of days, and that's unfortunate. I think it's good that you're being proactive with the deal partners. So I just want to ask, we know that the Derry and Strabane deal is due to be signed again this week to go ahead, but just at what stage the other deals are at, and I suppose the impact of any delay on those in terms of the momentum that has been built as well. Thank you.
Sure.
Yep. So each of the deals, the Belfast Region City deal, as the member will be very well aware, was signed in December 2021. There have been 12 legally binding contracts that have since been signed, and a further 3 of those are expected to be signed in 2024, and planning permission has already been granted for some of those projects as well. As you mentioned, the Derry and Strabane District Council deal has made excellent progress in developing its projects, and is due now to hold an event in the Guildhall on Wednesday to officially sign that deal. It's the financial deal signing stage. Causeway Coast and Glens signed their heads of terms on the 24th of April, and currently the preparation is going into the outline business cases to progress to that next stage of the financial deal signing. And obviously, as I say, that the fact that the pause in the funding commitment will damage confidence and momentum in relation to that project, and that's why it needs to be rectified immediately. Mid-South West Growth Deal has also been making excellent progress, and they were also preparing to sign the heads of terms later this autumn. So again, I will be pressing the Chief Secretary to Treasury and the Secretary of State for clarity on the funding commitments for this deal, and that again, the pause should be lifted as a matter of urgency.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Finance Minister for her answers so far. The Minister will remember one of her very first actions when she took office was agreeing extra funding for the Enniskillen A4 Southern Bypass. £12.5 million was also to come from the growth deal side of it. This infrastructure project has been talked about for 4 decades in my constituency. Drive through Enniskillen any time and you'll see that this project is needed. So working with the Infrastructure Minister, does the Minister remain committed to progressing the A4 Enniskillen Southern Bypass in light of the Government's pause on city and growth deals?
And I guess that the member's question points to the difficulty that has been created by the pause on the funding commitment. There are a whole range of projects right across the north that are so critical in terms of their delivery, and we now have question marks over some of those projects. I will be working with the Infrastructure Minister and with all of the Executive Ministers to understand where we are with individual projects. But it's why we need to get this pause lifted as quickly as possible so we can get that certainty back into the delivery of these projects, and make sure that there isn't a loss of confidence, because there's a lot of people out there at the minute with angst and concern about whether or not projects are going to be delivered, and I'm not at this point in the position to answer those questions because I don't have the clarity in relation to a lot of those, but we need to get that as a matter of urgency.
Tennyson.
Mr Speaker, Minister, are you aware of any precedent whereby investment of this scale has been pulled or paused without consultation with the Executive? And do you agree with me that for a government that talks up its economic credentials, their behaviour over the past number of days would put their Tory predecessors to shame?
That's true.
I think I'm well on record at this point about how deplorable the actions have been over the past number of days. In relation to the first part of your question, no, I'm not. And I think it's outrageous that we're in the situation that we are. I think that we need to see that rectified as a matter of urgency, because what these projects will do is deliver economic development. They will create jobs. They will, provide that infrastructure investment. And that's the exact points that I made to the Chancellor. She talks about a growth agenda. The city and growth deals will deliver that. So we need to see them back on track.
I got last chance for you and thank the Minister for the statement and replies. And I share the Minister and every other member's dismay at both the manner and the content of this announcement. It impacts the Mid-South West deal, impacts all of my constituency, and in particular over the weekend, people from Dungannon and South Tyrone who have been working diligently on plans and on improvements for our area in the expectation and the promise that there would be funding there are now left unaware of what's going to happen. Can the Minister give a sense of what type of projects will be impacted by this announcement?
Mr.
So, again, I share the members' concerns there, and I did speak to the Chief Executives of Mid-South West earlier on, and I understand and feel their frustration as well, given the effort that has went into developing those projects. The British government's funding, for the most part, goes towards the kind of innovation and digital projects, and there again are the projects that are going to be game changing in terms of economic development and boosting jobs and local economic activity, and some of the things. For example, in Causeway Coast and Glens, that the British government were funding are things like the Bushmills Innovation and Incubation Hub, the Centre for Drug Discovery, Biofood and Pharmaceutical Innovation, Food Innovation and Incubation Hub, things that a lot of private sector development and interest have went into, along with the universities. And then in the Mid-South West, it's projects like the Agri-Bio Innovation Centre, the Mid-South West Innovation Programme, the Green Energy Pilot. Those are the projects that the British government is supposed to be funding. These are really exciting and innovative projects, and it's why we need to see this pause lifted as soon as possible, so that everybody can get back to ensuring that they are delivered and are delivered as quickly as possible, and that Mid-South West can get its heads of terms signed.
Philip Brett.
Speaker, and can I firstly pay tribute to all parties across this House who worked together to try and make sure that the deals were reinstated, and know moving forward all will continue to work together to ensure the other two are unpaused. But speaking of paused funding, the Finance Minister may be aware, as part of this announcement, the Labour Government have also paused £2.5 million under Levelling Up for Crusaders Football Club in my constituency of North Belfast to deliver a skills centre which would have tackled educational underachievement in one of the most socially deprived wards in Northern Ireland. Would the Minister commit, when meeting with the Secretary of State, to raise this important issue with them to get that funding back on track and deliver this project, which is much needed? Thank you.
So, and I thank the member for his comments, and I do think there has been a unity of purpose in relation to this particular issue, and I think that that's to be commended, and I do think that it has helped us get to the position that we're in now, but we have a way to go in terms of ensuring that that Causeway Coast and Glens and Mid-South West growth deals are the funding commitment is delivered on. I wasn't aware of the specific issue that he has mentioned, so I am happy to raise that.
Connie Egan.
Thank you, Minister. I agree with you and everyone in the chamber today when I say it's absolutely atrocious how the UK government have handled pulling the funding for the city and growth deals. My constituency of North Down was due to benefit from the Belfast Region City deal. Can you confirm for my constituents that the Bangor Waterfront project will go ahead? And would you agree with me that the redevelopment of the seafront in Bangor is absolutely vital for the regeneration of Bangor City Centre?
Minister.
So the communication that I have from the Secretary of State is that the Belfast Region City, the status of the Belfast Region City deal is unchanged. That's the extent of the communication that I have had, and as I said, I think it was to Deborah, we need to get clarity in relation to all of these matters, and I'm still waiting that formal communication to set out the exact status of each of the city and growth deals, and the project that she refers to, I'm sure will be hugely important for her local constituents. In the same way, there's a number of projects that we will all point to that local partners have put a lot of time and effort into developing the proposals behind, and investment as well, and that's why we need to see the assurances around each of the city and growth deals and the pause lifted on the two that remain.
Timothy Gaston.
Thank you very much, Minister. I had been involved back in Mid and East Antrim with their City Deal project since the creation. It almost seems now that they've been running on 8 years since when the work started. If either the Causeway Coast and Glens or the Mid-South West City Deals don't proceed within the current timeframes, or indeed don't proceed at all, who will reimburse the ratepayers that have already committed money, and money has been spent bringing these projects to the current stage, or indeed additional costs that may be incurred in the future for this pause that we currently have for these two City Deal projects?
Minister.
Yeah, and I think that the member's point in relation to having been involved for 8 years is a really relevant one. So much time and effort has went into the development of projects for each of the city and growth deals. I'm not in the headspace at the minute where I'm accepting that there's going to be a reneging on the commitment of funding. I think they need to honour the commitments and pledges that they have made in relation to the funding, and where deals have already been signed, I think it's only reasonable that we expect that to be delivered upon. So I'm not yet in the place where I would be thinking about needing to reimburse people. I think that what we all collectively need to be doing is making the case that these commitments are delivered upon.
Claire Sugden.
Speaker, and thank the Minister for her efforts so far. I suppose I share my comments with Ms Mulholland from North Antrim. Why Belfast and Derry? Why were those two areas in particular, allowed to continue? Why have we paused in these other areas? Is there any indication as why the UK government has singled out those two areas in particular? And by the way, that it's good that they're able to continue, but on what basis have they made this decision, or any indication of that?
Minister.
Yeah, and I thank the member, and I share her dismay about the projects as well, because she and I are constituency colleagues, and we know well the importance of the city and growth deal, or the growth deal locally. I don't know the rationale behind it. I can only assume it's a progress thing. Belfast was already past the financial deal signing stage, and there's a number of contracts signed. Derry was getting to the financial deal stage. But that's why we need to make that case that there can be absolutely no disparity between these deals. They all need to be delivered upon. There was funding committed to them all, both from the British Government but also from the Executive and other local partners, and therefore they all need to proceed, and I think they need to proceed as a matter of urgency. I don't think that anybody should be sitting around waiting until the end of October for clarity on that, because it will undermine confidence in the projects being delivered.
Patsy McLoone.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and my thanks to the Minister for her answers.
It's really important that a very strong message comes out from yourself and from the Executive, that level of commitment to those city deal projects, such as Midland South West region in my own constituency, that level of commitment is rock solid from the Executive itself. And secondly, then, you mentioned that you'd request to the Secretary of State. Will representatives of the Executive be requesting an urgent meeting with the Chief Secretary of the Treasury? Vitally important. My own constituency, the Cookstown bypass, is extremely important for the revitalisation and for the economic development of the area.
Minister, I think you can take whichever of those questions you want. Minister.
And I thank the member, and I think the number of members that's in this chamber this afternoon asking questions on this topic shows how important it actually is. And I will be having a call with the Chief Secretary to the Treasury this afternoon, and I think it is important that we do seek that clarity around the projects that remain paused. I think that needs to be lifted as a matter of urgency. You have cited a project in your constituency that needs to be delivered on. We all have those projects and they all need to be delivered upon, and the commitments that have been made in relation to that funding and all of the pledges that have been made in terms of deals that have been signed, they all need to be delivered upon.
Alan Chambers. Alan Robinson.
Right now. Thanks to the Minister for answers thus far. Does the Minister agree that those projects in Causeway, Coast and Glens that are now at risk are absolutely vital to that region? And does she agree with me that the actions of the Labour Government announcing this pause is an absolutely despicable way to treat the people of Causeway, Coast and Glens region? And more so, the local Borough Council, its officials, and it's a shameful way for elected reps in the Labour Government to treat elected representatives in Causeway, Coast and Glens.
Sure.
And I thank the member for his question, and he might, like me, will be very familiar with the projects in the Causeway, Coast and Glens deal, and I had the opportunity to visit Bushmills recently and to hear about the plans for the regeneration project there, and there's Dungiven regeneration, and then there's a whole range of innovation projects that the university and the regional college are involved in as well, and they're all really important in terms of that driving forward our economic development, of boosting that economic economic performance of creating jobs and supporting businesses and the infrastructure development as well. So it is absolutely crucial that they are delivered upon. I think I'm well on record in relation to my feelings about how this whole episode has been handled. I think it's been absolutely shambolic, and I do think there needs to be serious reflection in relation to the rebuilding of relationships, because they have been seriously damaged over the past few days.
Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for bringing this today just to address the absolutely chaotic handling of this by this new Labour government and the unnecessary stress that it has placed upon, in particular, our local councils over the weekend. I wonder, does the Minister have details of a quantification of how much our local councils and central government departments estimate they have invested in project development on each of these city deals to date, based on the commitment of the £617 million by our UK government? Because I feel that the quantification of that total would go a strong way to show this Labour government how much has been invested here in Northern Ireland to date.
Sure.
Do you have some figures here of what has been invested in each of the deals over the past number of years? Obviously, the Belfast one is the most advanced, and funding has been flowing there since about 2023, about 3 million, or sorry, 22-23, 3 million that year. The following year, 5.36 million. Derry and Strabane, there was 0.9 million in 2022-23, and then this year about 48 million has been spent, of which about 39.5 is British government contribution. Derry and Strabane this year, 0.72 million is anticipated to be spent on one of the projects, along with 2.7 million on the Derry North Atlantic Museum, which is funded through the Executive's contribution to the Inclusive Future Fund. So, you know, there has been considerable investment. That's the funding that has flowed from the Executive and the British Government. But there has also been investment from local partners in terms of the development of the projects to the stage where they are at business case and where they are now in a position to be taken forward. And all of that is put at risk if there's any kind of question marks over these things and confidence undermined in the deliverability of it, which is why we need to see the pause on the two that remain being lifted as a matter of urgency, and those funding commitments being delivered upon.
Mark Durkin.
Deputy Speaker, thank the Minister again for the time she's taken to answer these questions. We support the progress of all these projects. The thing has been shambolic, as many have stated, but I do want to address a point made by another speaker who said there was no hierarchy of need. Actually, there is. The deficits that these city deals were set up to address exist nowhere more acutely than in the North West, so we're glad to get Derry back on track. Minister, in terms of the Executive's commitment of £717 million across the four proposed city deals, given the pressures on executive budgets, how safe is that, and will that remain ring-fenced until the UK Government press play again?
Minister.
Well, as the member will be aware, the city and growth deals are delivered over a number of years, so that funding commitment is over a number of years. And as I said in response to another member, I'm not yet in the space where I would be accepting that funding commitments will be withdrawn. I don't think that's an acceptable position for us to be in. I think the commitments need to be honoured. They need to live up to the commitments that have been made. And the Executive certainly is committed to the delivery of the projects, and we expect the British Government to be the same.
Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for coming to the Chamber today. Is the Minister able to provide any clarification as to whether or not the uncertainty surrounding the City Deal funding extends to projects relying on access to the Complementary Fund?
Minister.
So, as a member will be aware, the Complementary Fund is an additional £100 million that the Executive committed for the 3 city and growth deals that aren't in receipt of the Inclusive Future Fund, which the Derry and Strabane growth deal is. So that's Belfast Region, Causeway Coast and Glens and Mid-South West. I think £52 million of that fund has already been earmarked for a number of projects, leaving leaving 48 million still to be allocated. And I, as I've already said, don't accept that it would be reasonable for us to be in a position where the British government renege on their funding commitments to those two growth deals, and I will be continuing to urge them to honour those commitments and the deal, the deals that they've already signed. And I will be continuing to impress upon Treasury that they need to reverse those pauses and the deplorable decisions that have been taken, because there can be no disparity between the deals. And to Mr Durkin's point, we all accept the need to address the regional inequalities, and I think Derry and Strabane are right up there at the top in relation to that. But all of our regions are facing difficulties and really need these projects to be delivered upon to drive forward that local economic development.
Maurice Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for coming here to the House today. But, Minister, it's only my opinion, but if this Labour government continues to cancel finance for projects that benefit citizens, it could go down as the worst government ever, headed by the worst Prime Minister ever. But that's only my opinion. Minister, you have mentioned some of the 9 projects in Causeway Coast and Glens at risk by the government decision. Given the importance of the deal to Causeway Coast and Glens, will the Minister ensure a robust challenge to ensure Mid-South West and Causeway Coast and Glens are not disadvantaged by the government's divisive decision, and ensure equality of opportunity for both areas and address regional inequalities? Minister, I would imagine you would have full support across this chamber to do so.
And I thank the member for his question, and I'm happy to give that commitment. I think there should be absolutely no disparity in the treatment of any of these projects, and it's imperative that the pause is lifted on the 2 remaining deals as a matter of urgency, and that they wouldn't have to wait to the end of October to have that certainty, because it will undermine confidence in relation to those projects. And I have spoken to all of the chief executives, and there is such angst and concern and anger about how they have been treated, and that needs to be addressed as a matter of urgency.
Aidan McLaughlin.
Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answers. You indicated that you became aware of the UK Government's intention on Wednesday. Can you tell me, did the Minister for the Economy, was he aware on Wednesday as well, as he was making his announcement and addressing the press at 4 p.m. on Wednesday afternoon regarding the expansion of McGee and the task force report? And if so, at that point, was he aware that the report was under severe threat, because the majority of the money already committed is coming from the City deal in order to deliver that so important expansion at McGee?
Sure.
We became aware of the pause on Wednesday afternoon at official level, and it was only on Wednesday evening that I made executive colleagues aware. So I can't answer for the Economy Minister, but I know when I made my executive colleagues aware, that was late on Wednesday evening.
Jan Dodds.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. I think right across this chamber there is great consternation about the pause in these deals. But also many of us, and particularly those of us whose constituencies are affected by the continuing pause in the Mid-South West deal, for example, which is very important to Upper Bann, particularly the agri-food element of that, because of the large manufacturing base in the rural constituency that we have. We are very concerned that the Secretary of State does not and is not aware of the actual harm that could be caused to the growth in Northern Ireland's economy. I would have to point out to the Chamber that there is more than the North West that suffers areas of great deprivation, and I was glad to hear you saying that. What will the Minister tell the Secretary of State when she meets him later on today about why he should unpause the Mid-South West and the Causeway Coast and Glens deal and rectify what would be a great injustice and a great harm to regional inequality?
Minister.
Yeah, thank you to the member for that. And And I agree with her about the need for these projects. They are going to be game-changing in terms of that local economic development and the potential for job creation and the potential for further investment into local areas. And those are the exact points that I will make to both the Chief Secretary to the Treasury and the Secretary to the Secretary of State, and that I did make to the Chancellor last week, because, as I said, she has talked about a growth agenda, and the projects that we are talking about today completely align with those objectives. So we do need to see them delivered upon. I think the point in relation to those two deals where a pause remains is well made. That needs to be lifted immediately. I think they need to have the same level of certainty and clarity as those other deals do, and that people can get on with doing their work to deliver on these really important projects.
Justin McNulty.
Minister, city deals are seen as an important catalyst for so many crucial projects and initiatives, and with huge effort and cost already expended. Minister, what are the consequences and costs of pausing the Mid-South West growth deal, and what impact will that pause have on places like Armagh City, and what efforts are underway by you and your executive colleagues to have these deals restarted?
Sure.
As I've already outlined in the Chamber this afternoon, I had the opportunity to speak to the Chief Executives of the 3 council areas in Mid-South West growth deal this morning, and they relayed to me the importance of ensuring this pause is lifted as quickly as possible, so that it doesn't do damage to the progress of the deal, so that it doesn't undermine confidence and the momentum that has already built up there, with so much commitment from local government partners and other private sector partners. And that's why I will be continuing to make that case, that we need to see that pause lifted as quickly as possible, that there should be absolutely no disparity between the four city and growth deals, and that people can get on with actually delivering.
Thank you, Minister, for the replies, and members for the questions. That concludes questions on the statement. I ask members now to take their ease for a moment or two for a change at the top table.
Members, further consideration stage of the Budget Number 2 Bill, and I call Minister of Finance Dr Caoimhe Archibald to move the bill.
Moved.
As no amendments have been tabled and there's no opportunity to discuss the Budget Number 2 Bill now, members will of course be able to have a full debate at the final stage. So the further consideration stage of the Budget Number 2 Bill is therefore concluded. The bill stands referred to the Speaker. Okay. The next item of business is a motion to suspend Standing Order 39(2). Clerk, could you please read the motion?
Suspended in respect of the passage of the Budget Number 2 Bill.
I call on the Minister of Finance to move the motion. Thank you, Minister. In accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits in this debate, and I call on the Minister of Finance to open the debate.
Standing Order 39(2) requires that no date may be determined for the final stage of a bill until the Speaker has considered the bill in accordance with Section 10 of the 1998 Act and signified to the Minister in charge of a bill that, in their opinion, it may proceed to its final stage. This standing order ensures that the Assembly rightly has time to consider and debate legislation fully. I ask that the Assembly agree to the suspension of this standing order in order to allow the bill to complete its passage in a shorter time frame and for the final stage debate to occur in a week's time on the 23rd of September. As members may recall, a 65% vote on account for 2024-25 was agreed by this Assembly on the 9th of April. This vote on account provided finance to allow departments to continue to provide services in 2024-25, pending the passage of a Budget No. 2 bill. When the Budget No. 2 bill completes its passage through the Assembly, there are further steps to be completed before royal assent is secured. This does not happen immediately. There is a risk, therefore, that departments reach the vote on account limit before royal assent is achieved. It is a risk that I am seeking to mitigate. Should departments reach their cash limits, there is a real risk to the delivery of public services, as it would be illegal for a department to exceed the voted limits. There will be an opportunity for the Assembly to discuss in full issues relating to the Budget No. 2 bill at the upcoming final stage debate. I thank the members for their continued support in relation to the budget and understanding on this matter.
Thank you, Minister. So Steve has indicated to speak. Go ahead.
I wouldn't normally have indicated to speak, but of course one of the issues we've had recently is with the DERA department, and that was looking for an advance, particularly to do with the cash limits. Do you have any indication, and could you let the Assembly know if there are any other departments that are approaching those limits at the moment? Because that might be germane to this debate, and for a matter of clarity it might be appropriate if we were informed of that.
Thank you, Minister.
So is the member... Oh, I was answering a question. Well, I thank the member for his contribution. The urgency, I suppose, that the bill proceeds to the next stage, to the final stage, is driven by that critical need to secure cash to departments so that they can continue to deliver those vital public services. And as he has referred to, we recently had to advance funding from the Consolidated Fund to the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to ensure delivery of farm payments. And while I am not aware of the specific accounting position of each of the departments in relation to their voting account at this stage, there is a risk that if we don't move to final stage next week, and it would take much longer to get the royal assent on the budget bill, that then we would be in a position where departments are meeting their cash limits. Therefore, I would point to the member that not passing this move to suspend standing orders would jeopardise the delivery of public service, and would urge that all members agree to the suspension of Standing Order 39-2.
So, Minister, there's no one else has asked to speak, so that concludes the wind on the motion. Okay, so before we proceed to the question, I just want to remind everyone that this motion requires cross-community support. So the question is that the motion stand on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Conscious of any noes? As there are ayes from all sides of the chamber and there are no dissenting voices, I'm satisfied that the cross-community support has been demonstrated. The motion is agreed. I've received notification from the members of the Business Committee of a motion to extend the sitting past 7 p.m. under Standing Order 10.3a. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That in accordance with Standing Order 10(3a), the sitting on Monday 16th of September 2024 be extended to no later than 8:30 p.m.
Thank you. To move the motion. So the question is that the motion standing in the name of the Business Committee be agreed. So all those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. So the motion is carried and the Assembly may sit until 8:30 this evening if necessary. Okay, so would members just take their ease before we proceed to the next item of business? So the next item of business is a motion on Great Britain to Northern Ireland trade. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly recognises that the role of road hauliers is critical to successful trade between Great Britain and Northern Ireland, notes the concerns raised by the Road Haulage Association regarding impacts on business-to-business deliveries, particularly around the sanitary and phytosanitary requirements and the turnover threshold for businesses moving goods from Great Britain to Northern Ireland, and calls on the First Minister and the Deputy First Minister to pressure the Northern Ireland Office and His Majesty's Government to meaningfully engage with all stakeholders in order to resolve the negative impact these matters are having on Great Britain to Northern Ireland trade.
Thank you. I call on Steve Aiken to move the motion. Thank you, Steve. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind, and all other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the motion.
Very much indeed, Principal Deputy Speaker. Just before I start, I would just like to make a comment that I'm a bit disappointed that neither the First or Deputy First Minister felt to make themselves available for this debate, because as we go through this debate we will understand that the issues to trade diversion that we're already beginning to see are significant. And for those of us who have the misfortune to sit in the Windsor Framework Democratic Scrutiny Committee, as some of us do if I'm sitting around here, will understand the importance of those words significant and what they mean and the implications for it. Madam Deputy Principal Speaker, the road haulage industry is a vital part of the logistics lifeblood of our economy. Without the smooth and timely operation of their services, much of our just enough, just in time supermarket, manufacturing, food and e-commerce services would come to a grinding halt, with massive implications to every sector of life here in Northern Ireland. The regular transportation of goods into Northern Ireland for the rest of our nation, by ferry and air freight in the form of everything from bulk loads to small parcels, is what maintains the so far seamless integration and interdependence of our economy with our largest trading partner, the rest of our own country, the United Kingdom. Today, the regular flow of lorries, ferries and aircraft mean that whatever we have in the supermarket shelves in our storerooms is the same as that in England, Scotland and Wales, generally at a similar price and similar availability. This so far seamless stream has been maintained. However, as of the end of this month, the requirements of the UK Internal Market Scheme come into force, the Green Lane. Changes occurring that the logistics industry itself states that insufficient clarity has been provided about the new arrangements, and that many, both publicly and more forcefully privately, companies have said to us that it's likely to disrupt trade. It is already disrupting trade. However, our present government and the previous one has stated quite categorically that there are to be no disruptions in trade. There is to be a seamless market and there needs to be a seamless transfer. The previous Conservative government even went as far to state that there was no border in the Irish Sea, despite every piece of evidence to show otherwise, and that the seamless movement across the narrow stretch of water between us will continue. It's also been stated by the present government, the Labour government, that the combination of mitigations, derogation and, to use Secretary of State Hilary Benn's words, operating the Windsor framework in good faith, would see minimal or even no disruption. However, Madam Deputy Principal Speaker, at the end of this month, new arrangements come into force. A quick glance at the government website will show what the new arrangements are. While some would have us believe that, again, there will only be minimal requirements for the end of this month, whenever, for instance, there are few or none now, the end of this month there will be 4 separate categories. And members, please bear with me. They are business to consumer, consumer to business, consumer to consumer, business to business. Goods sent by a business in Great Britain to a business in Northern Ireland. Hope you're following this. There are now, to support these 4 categories, up to 27 steps that need to be taken to send goods and parcels to Northern Ireland from the rest of our nation, along, for good measure, with 10 additional requirements to how to become an authorised carrier, and also having to register with the UK Internal Market Scheme. You'll be glad to know that I'm not going to read every single one of these out. Suffice to say, there's a few of them and I'll bring them up. Some are quite obvious: the carrier name, the date of delivery, the name and address of sender in Great Britain, the name and address of recipient in Northern Ireland, the number of items, the value where known, the parcel reference tracking number, the 6-digit commodity code. Oh, and this has to be generated by the authorised carrier based on the goods description. And we'll be glad to know HMRC is working with carriers to support them in producing these commodity codes. A representative name that's required, so this representative will be if the carrier is going to deliver it to. Supporting documents, reference number for documents produced in support of the movement, e.g. certificates, licences where relevant. Number of the item in parcel, but it have to be done in sequential numbers of the items contained in each parcel, e.g. 1 to 2 and 3. I'm glad the HMRC were able to write that out. The total value of goods in the parcel, the amount invoiced. The place of delivery, if different from the address of the recipient. The gross weight of the parcel, noting weight limits of individual packages must not exceed 31.5 kilograms if it contains more than one item, or 100 kilograms if it contains a single item. Goods description of each item. Following me so far? But you can only use this lane if you follow the 10 requirements of being an authorised carrier. You must be established in the UK, and if you're not established in Northern Ireland, you must have an indirect customs representative established in Northern Ireland. A customs representative. Bearing in mind, this isn't a customs requirement, or you so thought. You must have a high-level control of your operations, including through a system to manage commercial and transport records, and you must be able to demonstrate you can show them. You must be able to determine where the parcel should follow the B2C, C2B or C2C arrangements using information from the sender of the parcel. And you need to collect and provide that data particularly on things like parcel movements to HMRC based on commercial information you receive from the sender, collected from shipment postages purchased, and also from various other goods and delivery systems. All these data requirements are helpfully laid out on the government website, which to say I couldn't actually access yesterday because it had crashed. You will also be required to work closely with HMRC to combat attempts to use the arrangement for consumer parcels for smuggling. HMRC will work with carriers in preparation for tackling this risk. All these things that don't happen now are going to happen at the end of this month. I do hope members have followed all these requirements, because many businesses, including large ones, are incredulous that these layers of bureaucracy and administrative costs and burden have been added to their cost. Many, quite frankly, aren't going to bother. This information is never regularly used internally within the United Kingdom, and for many distributors, for the size of the market here, is a burden they are unwilling to carry. Indeed, some have indicated that the necessary amounts of information, coupled with the membership required of the new internal market scheme, are more onerous than those required to make a customs declaration. Declarations that are much work, certainly.
Way, and the layers and layers of bureaucracy that he has outlined further lays claim from the Road Haulage Association that 30% drop in goods moved to Northern Ireland from G, because simply suppliers are looking at this and saying it's too burdensome for them to deal with. So would the member agree with me that the claim of dual market access simply doesn't exist because there's not an equitable arrangement in relation to GBNI as there is for those that are entering the single market?
I thank the member for his intervention, and I think we're also aware, I think it was the economist Edmund McBurney said quite recently, that there is no evidence whatsoever there has been an increase for dual market access. If we're going to make this work, we need to get rid of these burdens of bureaucracy. This was this has been the very real challenge of creating significant trade disruption. And that's why this should be key to what our First Minister, Deputy First Minister, the Economy Minister, if we can prize him from Chicago, and the Derry Ministry should be raising these issues. We're less than a month away from the introduction of these restrictions, and we haven't heard from the First and Deputy First Minister any words of reassurance or the fact that they're making their concerns made to the Secretary of State or to the European Union. While it's understandable that business, including the transport sector, do not wish to become involved in highly charged political debate, the very real implications of these changes need to be understood and explained. The Windsor Framework talks about the impact or the mitigation of the impact of significant changes. That is why we need to challenge these. And Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, regardless of the partisan position adopted by some on the position of the protocol, there is no doubt that the implications of the implementation of the Windsor Framework in supposedly good faith will profoundly impact us all. We call on all MLAs to support our motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Glenn or Declan Kearney. I call Declan Kearney, please.
This motion would have been stronger and could have been more focused had the text spelled out that the haulage industry here in the north and others are faced with this friction and disruption as a direct consequence of Brexit. Nonetheless, Sinn Féin will be supporting the motion as it highlights a particular problem facing this industry. So, Las Concordia, allow me to cut to the chase. It must be a cornerstone of our power-sharing executives' policy to represent the interests of all sectors, industries and all of our local workers and families. So the executive must be constructively engaged in helping to find solutions to any and all of these issues which arise. However, ultimate responsibility rests with the British Government and the European Union, specifically the European Commission, to reach agreement on all outstanding issues. We need to take every opportunity to positively influence the position of this British Government, to reset relations with the European Union, and also to minimise all of the fallout and the disruption which is directly consequential upon the imposition of Brexit. Gormaigat.
Gormaigat Declan. I call Philip Brett.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I pay tribute to the members who brought forward this important and timely debate. Can I also, as it's my first opportunity, pay tribute to Lord Elliott of Ballinamallard in his recent introduction to the House of Lords. Mr Elliott will continue to be a strong advocate for the people of Fermanagh South Tyrone and for the people of Northern Ireland, both here and in the House of Lords. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, this debate gives us all the unique opportunity to come together and send a strong and clear message. A strong and clear message that we recognise and understand the concerns of our vital haulage sector and that we all work together to try and find a resolution to outstanding issues. We can, if members wish, try to rehash and redebate the Brexit years. We can rehash and redebate the rigorous implementation years, or indeed we can criticise our fellow unionists and call them sellouts, despite having no proposals of our own or any achievements of our own. But instead, I think, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, all the people of Northern Ireland want to see this place work together to get the resolutions that matter to this vital industry and to our economy. The facts are very clear before all members. In 2022, purchases by Northern Ireland businesses from the rest of the United Kingdom were worth £11 billion. That was over double of purchases from anywhere else and combined, indeed, of all other EU markets. It's by far our biggest market for external sales. Whether people choose to believe that or not, it is in black and white. And it is vital that we try to put in continued solutions to the issues that face this sector. As the member for South Antrim has articulated eloquently, there are a number of issues which continue to impact upon this sector, and it is vital that we continue to get progress on those matters. In the short term, it is vital that the Government, the Trader Support Scheme and industry work collaboratively together to identify problems, provide clarity and promote the free circulation of goods within our United Kingdom. And as Mr Buckley has already outlined, the Road Haulage Association have been clear that there has been a 30% drop in the past 2 years in terms of trade between GB and Northern Ireland. And building on the point that he made, the Department for Economy's own assessment published earlier this year made clear that the appeal of the Northern Ireland's unique market access may be limited by the extent to which traders are able to access the UK internal market. So this is a problem that faces all members, and yes, we can rehash the old political debates, but let's all work together to continue the progress that has been achieved and get an outcome that works for everyone here in Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you. Philip, I call David Honeyford.
You, Principal Deputy Speaker, we put an amendment in to say, but this is a direct result of Brexit. And we never called, the Alliance never called for trade barriers, we've never asked for Brexit. We campaigned against Brexit, and at that time we highlighted the consequences, that it was never a good version of it. And since then we've constantly worked to help mitigate consequences of Brexit, and the hardest of Brexit that other parties in this chamber have helped to deliver. But all the while, members of the House, we need to look at solutions. Continually highlighting problems, I don't think is so helpful. Forcing everything down the lens of a constitutional position might play to a certain gallery, but it really isn't helpful to the businesses that need support from all of us. And this place works best whenever we all work together. But everything we do and implement must stand up to law and international law. Every agreement we've made, we should be honoured. And Alliance have always called for those agreements to be honoured. But we are in 2024, and 8 years after the referendum, and we should be looking at solutions for businesses and working to support and help local businesses, and certainly that totally includes the road haulage companies. You know, Steve talks about the Green Lane, and I thought it was Darth Vader with the tone of voice of it was some doomsday thing. You know, we've got to mitigate and help here rather than dramatise this up to something it isn't. And we welcome the UK's efforts to try and deliver an ambitious SPS agreement with the EU, and that will go a long way to removing the barriers for all of our road haulage companies. And the sooner that can be agreed, the better for all of us and the better for our economy. You know, with Brexit, Northern Ireland has lost 3 or 4 freedoms from the EU, and I regret that we have lost the freedom of movement and the freedom of finance and services, and we must do it all in our power to take advantage of the freedom of goods within the EU, giving us dual market access. And I've said several times, there's a window of opportunity and we need to seize that opportunity. Because you have access doesn't mean you get it. You get greater business. You've got to actually move into that, and we need to look at how we expand and grow our economy here. Yeah.
Thank you very much for giving way. One of the issues, obviously, that we've had recently, particularly on, for example, Dunstan amalgam, was a derogation that was made by the European Union, which isn't actually on a legal basis. But I think one of the questions I would ask the member to consider is, what is his party's position on supporting wider derogations to be able to do that? Because indeed, his members within the Windsor Framework Democratic Scrutiny Committee have taken a more absolutist route. Do you think we should be much more open to derogations?
And the member has an extra minute.
I think the member talks about concerns and keeps putting forward problems, but they aren't actually highlighted by any of the main official industry bodies. So this isn't being highlighted. If you go to search for this, you can't find it. And when we look at our local economy, the reality, and it's been quoted in here that trade's down, that's not true. That is absolutely not true. Trade between GB and Northern Ireland has actually risen overall. And if you look at HMRC, and if we don't want to take, the absolute figures, black and white, has been said here, is the value that HMRC is saying the trade figures between GB and Northern Ireland has actually increased. It's actually up 13% on the latest figures to 22 to 14.1 billion. At 12, you were selling yourself short. It's 14.1 billion, and that's an increase of 13% from the year before. Now, whenever you break those figures down and you look at those figures, you can look at motor vehicles up 34%, If you look at minerals and fuels, oils is up 55%, but there are elements of a decrease where miscellaneous edible preparations is down by 32%, and I think that's the one that you're quoting. So you're quoting one figure, but not quoting the whole vision of what is happening. And we're seeing a change in our economy, and business is just getting on with what business does, which is to supply for their customers and to provide jobs and to grow themselves. And there's a realignment happening within business, and they're taking advantage of different rules. And our focus should be on growing our economy. It should be given, we've come from a low base, and our focus should be on getting jobs, getting prosperity for people locally. I'm going to tell you about a local company in Lisburn, a haulage company who are part of this. And they've exploited that. Their business is now, they're looking to expand in such a way that they used to come GB to Northern Ireland. They then changed their model and went to Europe and come into Northern Ireland, and now going back to GB. They're now they are expanding by 3 times what they're doing. They've signed a Marks and Spencer's contract, and they're supplying that's a great news story. I've already given away, and I'm running out of time. But but you can't have it every way. You choose Brexit, you get realignment, and that's the business is working that, and business will work. But we must bring solutions, not problems. We need to bring solutions and help. Business is way ahead of where we're at politically here, and we need to move forward and help make life as easily and streamlined as possible. I totally agree with that. And will always be a bit of heartache at the start, but we need to learn experiences and help to make and mitigate and make this better. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Principal.
Thank you, David. And I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Speaker. I welcome today's motion and the opportunity to discuss this crucial issue of trade between Britain and Northern Ireland, and particularly I welcome the opportunity to recognise the critical role of road hauliers, who play a vital role in our trade ecosystem and who have been faced with multiple challenges since 2016. It will be said many times in this debate that Britain is a key trading partner for Northern Ireland, and of course it rightly is, and rightly so. It is in all of our interests to ensure that our trading relationships between our 2 islands remain strong, and that we work together across the Chamber to break down barriers to trade, both on this island, north and south, and with our neighbours across the water. Trade sits at the very core of our economic prosperity, and it sits at the very core of our opportunities in our communities. Indeed, since 2018, trade between Northern Ireland to Britain has risen from 10.6 billion to 12.8 billion, despite not yet having fully recovered to its peak of 14.2 billion in 2016. We have said many times that it was always going to be impossible to ensure a completely frictionless Brexit, given the magnitude of that ill-fated decision. Its impact has played out in our communities through the loss of funding, which we all discussed here on this floor last week. Through our diplomatic relationships, which are only beginning to recover, and through the immediate economic shock as well as the longer-term hit to our prosperity. In that context, those who are at the nucleus of our trading relationships, including road hauliers, have been forced to contend with the unpredictable and the changing landscape in new barriers. Those workers help to literally keep our economy on the road, bringing opportunities and growth to people around these islands. I recognise this opportunity today to recognise their concerns, as well as the work of the Road Haulage Association in dealing with those concerns, and they who have taken practical and pragmatic approach and sorted out their members to navigate the new arrangements, particularly as it relates to the Trader Support Service. We also want to support road hauliers through ensuring that there are no barriers to trade across this island as well. The all-island economy is crucial in supporting the RHA through the right policy development that can align standards north and south where possible to help support these movements in navigating these relationships on this island, especially the next phase of implementation of the deal at the end of September. We always said that pragmatic politics and sensible solutions would be the way to deal with any barriers to trade, never by pulling this place down or stopping Stormont from operating. That just would not help trade, and we can see that it hasn't. We also know that the approach will be complemented by a new approach from the government in London, hopefully, which has started to build back relationships with our European neighbours and colleagues. And I do believe that momentum is building around that approach. And in fact, it is the only approach when dealing with partners across this continent. We need good, close working relationships with all of our neighbours. It is in marked contrast to the approach of previous government and those who sought to tear up those relationships for the sake of appeasing the most extreme in their flank. We need the new government to continue on the path of engagement and dialogue in Europe and continue that momentum at pace. That momentum will drive us to a path to a frictionless trade as possible. It will also help to ramp up the opportunities that we now have as part of this new set of relationships. I think it is always misguided, Speaker, to discuss the real challenges in terms of trade without also recognising the unique opportunity that we also have now for largely unfettered trade between our islands and with Europe. The goodwill generated by any reset of European relationships must go hand in hand with an acceleration of work in the Department to put in place a dedicated strategy to maximise the opportunity, particularly for places like the North West, which has so much untapped potential. Finally, Speaker, dealing with these colleagues will require serious work by this Assembly. And it is yet more evidence of the case of why we should be here in this Assembly, and I hope we can go forward in that spirit together. Thank you.
Thank you, Sinead. I call Cathal Boylan.
The issues related to this motion far outstretch trade alone and are being faced week in and week out by our road haulage sector and industry. It should not come as no surprise to anyone that the legacy of Brexit has caused disruption to the lives of people who live on this island, and the haulage sector is no different. It is inescapable that the decision to leave has both created and worsened issues for the industry. It has been clear for some time that the number of people in the haulage workforce is miles away from where it should be. The Roads Haulage Association has previously suggested that the workforce needed thousands of people to address these labour shortages. If the haulier workforce was stretched before, the implications of changes to immigration requirements post-Brexit have only added to the issues being faced today. The ending of the freedom of movement has meant that those who may have come here and become a key contributor to this industry no longer have that choice. In addition to labour shortages, and as a consequence of ending the freedom of movement, haulage companies have experienced a skills gap in those people who are willing to work in the industry but who are not trained and equipped with the skills needed to do so. Good work has been done with the Labour Market Partnership and others to ensure that people who are keen to work in this sector are trained so that there is a supply of skilled people to meet the industry's demand. It is therefore imperative that initiatives such as the Employment Academies through councils and other skill-up programmes are available to give people the licences, tests and other skills needed to begin a career in transport and help alleviate the shortages faced by the sector as a result of Brexit. This is an area which has seen and must continue to see investment. To conclude, our constituents and every other sector across the island rely on the haulage industry, and it is important that the British government engage with the EU to straighten out issues currently being faced by the transport sector.
Thank you, Cahill. I call Gary Middleton.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I also thank the proposers of the motion for bringing it forward. From the outset, I think it is appropriate that we firstly acknowledge the importance of road hauliers to Northern Ireland. They are the backbone of the economy, maintaining our supply chains across the United Kingdom and further afield. Our domestic business community rely on them for goods exports and movement of materials, and our customer bases depend on them for imports into our shops and businesses. As already has been stated by my colleague Philip Brett, purchases by Northern Ireland businesses from GB amounted to some £11 billion in 2022, over double that procured from the entirety of the EU. This figure alone, coupled with the pivotal role our hauliers play in the movement of goods, requires government to both listen and act on the concerns raised. We know that the Road Haulage Association have been involved in the Hauliers Technical Discussion Group alongside HMRC, Treasury and the Trader Support Services in an effort to address some of these challenges already. Outstanding areas of concern include the lack of HMRC guidance on the movement of parcels due to come into force at the end of the month, problems being encountered with the Trader Support Scheme, and a lack of clarity on some products entering Northern Ireland from GB. The business community often fear uncertainty the most. This is something that we are all familiar with, and so it is incumbent upon us all to work to reduce uncertainty and address the legitimate concerns such as those outlined within the motion. The lack of clarity and guidance on future arrangements on business-to-business deliveries between GB and Northern Ireland is currently a concern, particularly from those bringing goods in for commercial processing. Indeed, I had a constituent who just contacted me last night in relation to their particular businesses and challenges that they have, particularly in relation to Amazon. They had been advised to, bringing goods into Northern Ireland, they were advised to use an address in GB, and for them the GB address to post to Northern Ireland. That's something which obviously is a particular concern to that business. Equally, the SPS requirements continue to threaten the resilience of the supply chain of food and plant and animal products. There are continuing bans on some plants, which are of course unacceptable. There remains barriers to the movement of second-hand farm machinery, with unresolved problems continuing for those attending trade shows and sales. Thirdly, the motion also identifies issues with the current turnover threshold for businesses moving goods from GB to Northern Ireland. Whilst the Windsor framework quadrupled the turnover threshold below which companies in processing can move goods under the UK internal market system, some larger businesses still remain outside of its scope and are therefore excluded. This has been exceptionally frustrating for larger businesses whose sole purpose remains within the United Kingdom, a grossly unfair situation upon which the government should indeed intervene. It is clear, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, that whilst there has been an improving picture subsequent to the Windsor Framework and the Government's Safeguarding the Union Command Paper, difficulties do remain across many of these economic sectors which require resolution. I trust that those who for so long championed the protocol will be willing to identify the ongoing areas of concern and work collectively and constructively to support the likes of the Road Haulage Association to see a satisfactory addressing of these concerns. Whilst I note the commitments made by the Secretary of State on the 2nd of September to take all necessary steps to protect the UK internal market and to make progress on the commitments laid out in the Safeguarding the Union Command Paper, the proof of the pudding will be in the eating. Continuing barriers to trade within the UK are unacceptable and undermine our economic integrity. It will be for the new Labour government to put action behind their commitments on these issues and to prove not only to this House but to the business community and our road hauliers that the taking of all necessary steps to protect our internal market will mean exactly that. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Gary. I call Kate Nicholl.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. And I would just want to start by recognising the importance that road hauliers make to our economy. The Alliance Party has long maintained that there is no such thing as a good or sensible Brexit for the UK as a whole, but for Northern Ireland in particular. It poses huge challenges for our economy, our environment, society and political stability. And it's not a rehash, it's reality. However, we now have to make the most of the hand we have been dealt. The particular concerns raised by the Road Haulage Association are not detailed in the motion, that the proposer has highlighted insufficient clarity has been provided regarding green lanes and potential disruption to trade and the bureaucracy it entails. The truth is that it is impossible to entirely square the circle of the challenges and contradictions posed by Brexit and to completely avoid friction and new bureaucracy. Saying that, the gaps which exist can be reduced significantly through trust and through creativity. We must be open to maximising flexibilities within those special arrangements, so long as they meet the tests of protecting the Good Friday Agreement, preserving dual market access, and that any changes are mutually agreed between the UK and the EU in line with our international legal obligations. While the Alliance Party supports the special arrangements provided for under the Windsor Framework, we want to improve the implementation and support people and businesses in Northern Ireland to adapt. Top of our list is a negotiated veterinary medicines agreement and a grace period for the next phase of goods labelling in the interim. An SBS agreement needs to be bold and ambitious enough to meet UK and Northern Ireland needs. It can't just be a tick box exercise. And if it's done right, as my colleague said, it will go a long way to address problems. We also want to see improved information and assistance to businesses based in Great Britain regarding trading in Northern Ireland. And I think the Trader Support Scheme needs improvements. We know that, it's clunky, but it also needs to stay. Early and enhanced engagement between Northern Ireland's elected representatives, executive departments and other stakeholders in the development of EU law will be vital in helping all those working in this space. We must recognise the concerns of our businesses, but we must also work together to improve the operation of the Windsor Framework and ensure that Northern Ireland remains a great place to live, work and invest. Finished.
Okay, that was interesting. Okay, thank you, Kate. I call Matthew O'Toole.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, no doubt I'll have the opportunity for taking interventions during my speech. I don't intend to speak for all that long. I've spent many minutes, perhaps even hours, on my feet in the Assembly Chamber talking about Brexit and our post-Brexit arrangements. In many ways, it's what brought me into politics in the first place. There are a few specific points I want to make, some of which have been covered by previous speakers already. I actually share some of Declan Kearney's insight into this motion. I agree with some of the thrust of the motion, but it is strikingly absent in a few key areas. Nevertheless, in the spirit of goodwill and a collective spirit of making representations and trying to get the best possible outcomes for all of our businesses, we will not be dividing on it. And I hope some of the things that are aspired to in the motion are acted upon. I would make the point, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, that we're able to debate this motion. We're able to allow it to go through, presumably without a division, because, shock horror, we have a Northern Ireland Assembly here, sitting, in which people who are elected to speak for the workers, people and businesses of this society can come to this chamber and talk about issues facing businesses, issues which do include disruptions to trade between Great Britain and Northern Ireland. We weren't able to do any of that for nearly 2 years after the 2022 Assembly election. That just goes to show that if you stand for election and you believe in devolution and you want to use your mandate, the place to do it is in this chamber. Collapsing devolved government won't help anyone. That point has to be made again and again and again. And I know it's probably not comfortable for members across the chamber to hear that, including members who very enthusiastically advocated for Brexit, but it is true. So, to come on to the point about GB-NI trade, I think it's important to say a few things. First of all, it isn't a churlish or facetious thing to say that the process of what is called hard Brexit, i.e. the UK leaving the single market and customs union, is, by pretty much any standard, the single biggest erection of trade barriers that any modern state has inflicted upon itself. That's the starting point. There is no example since the Second World War that I'm aware of any major economy deciding to effectively impose a form of low-level or quite high-level economic sanctions upon itself. So there are going to be consequences. The movement of goods is going to become more difficult. It's also true to say that the movement of not just goods but services and indeed in many ways, unfortunately, possibly people, has become more difficult on this island. It is often said that there are new barriers to trade across the Irish Sea, and there are some. I wish that that had not happened, but it is also true to say that people who do trade in services across the island of Ireland have seen new barriers and new disruptions. There are new regulatory divergences, both in the present and potentially in the future. I would have liked to have seen those reflected in this motion. It specifically talks, this motion, about a sanitary and phytosanitary agreement. Well, I would have liked to have seen the motion be slightly more specific in calling for the new UK government to be ambitious in negotiating a sanitary and phytosanitary agreement with the EU. I see the former Economy Minister. I don't think, maybe she can correct me, happy to give way. Perhaps she doesn't agree with me. I think that would be a huge step forward were the UK to agree an ambitious sanitary and phytosanitary, a veterinary agreement with the EU. I presume she'd like to see that, because that would radically minimise the barriers that exist between GB and NI, because there would be much less disruption. The reason why, by the way, we need that is because it would be literally impossible to have separate SPS, sanitary and phytosanitary arrangements on the island of Ireland. And no serious person who is involved in agri-food thinks that you could operate two different SPS standards on this island. It is literally impossible, and I'm happy to give way to a single MLA in this chamber who wishes to stand up and tell me how you can operate two different standards for livestock or plant goods on this island, because there isn't one. No one since 2016 has ever produced a credible example. So we have to have alignment across this island. Whether you're the biggest unionist, the biggest nationalist, the biggest pro-European Remainer going, it's impractical. We simply can't have it. There are cattle that graze in both Fermanagh and Monaghan. There are. Whether you like it or not, there are. So we cannot operate separate standards. So we need to have, the way we need to address that is through greater alignment between the UK and EU. And I hope that in addition to taking some of the actions that are outlined in this motion, that we will start to see people properly get behind closer alignment between the UK and the EU. Of course, the best possible alignment of all is rejoining the EU. I don't think that's going to happen, but there is one way to rejoin the EU, but that debate is for another day. Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Matthew. I call Timothy Gaston.
Thank you. While I support the motion before us today, I am concerned by the way it talks around the presenting issue without actually naming the presenting issue. While hauliers remain very concerned about the operation of the Irish Sea border in the round, the issue that they are particularly highlighting at present is their concern around the imminent arrival of the Irish Sea Parcels border and Irish Sea Green Lane Customs border on the 1st of October. In engaging with the arrival of these new aspects of the border, it is imperative to understand how they are new. First, we have been living in a grace period since the arrival of the protocol, but now, in 14 days' time, that grace period ends and the border comes into effect for the first time for business-to-business parcel movements. Second, we are confronted by the imminent interaction of the complexity of the new Green Lane Customs border, with the existing Red and Green Lane SPS border and Red Lane Customs border arrangements. The lives of hauliers are being made impossible by the fact that, notwithstanding the imminent arrival of the Irish Sea Parcels border and Green Lane Customs border, on many points of process detail, they remain still in the dark. Many months ago, they sat down with the relevant officials and pointed out that the last time they sought to introduce a customs border on the 1st of January 2021, the hauliers were only informed in detail about the new process the day before. And yet, here we are, just 2 weeks away, and while they have some information, the hauliers remain in the dark on many key questions of process detail. In the context of the limited information that has been made available to them, hauliers are particularly disturbed on two levels. First, about the failure of the Government and Trader Support Service to understand that the interaction between the Red Lane and Green Lanes is generating growing complexity, which is entrenching rather than qualifying or removing the sense in which the border is an obstacle. In the real world, lorry loads are mixed and potentially subject to multiple different procedures, depending on whether they are Red Lane SPS, Red Lane Customs, Green Lane SPS, Green Lanes Customs or parcels. As one haulier commented, we are creating the most complex set of customs arrangements anywhere in the world, with global customs processes imposed on a small region economy relying on just-in-time services to keep business moving. Second, the government seems to think it can rely on hauliers to extract detailed information from traders, moving parcels and negotiating the customs green lane border, the extraction of which is extraordinarily time-consuming and expensive. The hauliers' point is that if the government wishes to extract large amounts of information from traders, then it is the responsibility of the government to get that information. It is very concerning that some traders have decided to stop trading with Northern Ireland because the data requirements are too burdensome. At the end of January, the DUP leadership told the people of Northern Ireland that they had secured a significant advance on the Windsor Framework, which the party had rejected as unacceptable. Gavin Robinson told us the Green Lane is gone, and on the 8th of April he told William Crawley the removal would actually begin in the autumn. However, what we see is not the removal of the Green Lane border, but the next stage of its arrival in 14 days' time. As the final grace period has come to an end, in terms of the border, nothing has changed from the Windsor Framework in any shape or form. This is just the Windsor Framework, which through EU Regulation 1231 and EU Regulation 1128 offers the movement of some goods within the UK, GBTNI, on the basis of simplified customs and simplified international SBS border requirements, but does not remove them, at which reserves to the EU the right to default to 100% readily in OCR if they are not happy. Implicit within this upholding of the border is the upholding of the integrity of the new legal regime that exists in Northern Ireland and across the island of Ireland as a result of our new colonial status arising from our subjection to legislation made by a foreign parliament in which we have no representation, not just in relation to one law or 300 laws, but 300 areas of law. October the 1st is the day when reality finally catches up with the current DUP leadership's safeguarding the union fantasy. When we discover, as the TEV warned all along, that the Emperor had no clothes, and when we will see most starkly than ever before that unionists now need to find new credible, honest, competent, border illiterate leadership to deal with the protocol and uphold the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Those in this chamber who blame Brexit are Brexit deniers. To be clear, the problems associated are with the Northern Ireland protocol and not with Brexit, which has been denied to the people of Northern Ireland.
Thank you. Okay, I call on Lord Elliott to wind on the motion. Just to advise you have 10 minutes to wind.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And as always here, it's been quite a useful debate. And I'd like to start off with two contributions there. Just the first from Kate Nicholl and Matthew O'Toole followed that. And both of them talked about the arrangements must be mutually agreed between the EU and the UK. And I think Mr O'Toole highlighted the issue of a more ambitious that the UK should be more ambitious about the deal with the EU. I have to say, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I agree totally with both of them. Problem is, it takes two to tango. It takes two to make a deal. And I have witnessed at first hand how once the UK go to, and maybe they're not ambitious enough, I take that, Mr O'Toole, I do accept that, but when they go with any sort of a deal, the EU reject it. Now, we did get a deal around the human medicines and medical support, and that was very, very useful and helpful. But we need the same for other things, the likes of animal medicines and medical supplies. I do have to say, I sometimes think that practical common sense has gone out of the window when we're trying to deal with some of these issues, because there are simplified processes to deal with this. There's not many goods that travel anywhere now within the world but are barcoded. They're capable of being tracked electronically. So why can we not make better use of all that systems? And I do have to say, hauliers, they're very adaptable, and they will deal with this. I know it's a huge, complex matter for them, but they're very adaptable in the sense that they will put measures in place, and fair play to them for doing that. Difficulty is it will come at a cost. Come at a cost to businesses, to the economy, and finally, a significant cost to the consumer, because that's who's going to pay for it in the end. And what really worries me is that some companies have already told customers in GB that they are ending sending goods to Northern Ireland. So it's not a matter of trying to actually get the goods. We're not going to be able to get them at any money. They're just not going to send them here. And there's bound to be more practical and realistic arrangements that can allow those simplified goods to come to Northern Ireland, whether they remain in Northern Ireland or go on to the Republic of Ireland. Look, the trade just can't stop because of these, what I would term, many minor issues, but people make a big aspect out of what should be minor issues. It's a nonsense, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, that we can bring live animals from countries in the European Union through Great Britain and into Northern Ireland and probably go on maybe to the Republic of Ireland, but we can't bring live animals from GB itself. So they can travel through it, come to Northern Ireland, but we can't bring them in from GB itself. It just doesn't make sense. So I do have to say that this next implementation of the region's Brexit deal, or the Windsor Framework deal, as I would call it, is coming fast upon us. And I don't think government have been realistic enough to try to deal with it in a practical manner. Just dealing with some of the contributions here, Mr Aiken opened it and talked about these new arrangements coming into operation at the end of the month. And he outlined the very simple processes that we will all encounter. By the way, it wasn't simple. It sounds extremely complicated. And if anybody could follow that, apart from Mr Aiken, would they please hold their hand up now and explain it to me again? I'm willing to give way for the rest of my 6 minutes to listen to the people explain it in detail. Mr Kearney did highlight that it's important to have a collective approach in dealing with the issues of the Windsor Framework, and I think we all agree with that. That has been highlighted by others, including Kate Nicholl as well and David Honeyford, that we must have this collective approach, which I fully agree with. Philip Brett actually highlighted about getting the deals right and how important that is. Problem is we didn't get them right to start with, and that's where we've run into the problems now. I agree if we could get them right now, that would be a huge benefit, but we're just not. And there seems to be a breakdown of communication, there seems to be a breakdown of deals between the European Union and the UK. Yes, David Honeyford did highlight about the need to bring solutions, but I noticed he did nicely dodge the issue about derogations and whether he supports further derogations or not. But if he wants to clarify that, more than happy to give way to Mr Honeyford to do that. Sinead McLaughlin highlighted the unpredictable landscape that the road hauliers have to deal with, and that's right. And as I keep saying, they will adapt to it, they will manage it, but it's at a huge cost, both practically and financially. Cathal Boylan actually brought in something different than many others, and that was around the shortage within the labour workforce. And I think that's something that almost every business in Northern Ireland is finding the strain with, is the difficulty in accessing a workforce that's suitable to them. Gary Middleton talked about the lack of clarity on business to business being a major concern, and he also highlighted something that I have focused on for quite a while and been attended several meetings on, and that is the second-hand farm machinery and the difficulty around bringing that in, and where there's inspections to see if there's a wee bit of soil that has come from Ayrshire or Yorkshire still sitting on a piece of machinery that's coming into Northern Ireland. I've already dealt with Kate Nicholl and Matthew O'Toole's presentations. Timothy Gasson highlighted that we've been actually living with some of these issues for some time. It's just that they haven't been implemented. And I suppose that's right, but we've had time to actually try to find a solution, and we haven't done it. Just haven't found that solution. So there is a real need to up the ante, and I genuinely hope that the EU and the UK governments, supported by our executive ministers as well, whether that's FM, DFM or other ministers, can find a solution to many of these issues. Otherwise, it's not going to be the businesses and the road hauliers that's going to be the final problem. It's going to be the consumer here in Northern Ireland. And I'll finalise something that I started off with, and that is there needs to be practical common sense around these issues and dealings.
Thank you. So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary if any noes. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Would members take their ease, please? We change the top table.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can you get yourselves ready, please? Thanking you. Matthew, thank you. Okay, the next item of the business is a motion on dynamic pricing. Clerk, could you please read the motion, please?
That this Assembly notes the extortionate prices charged for concert tickets as a direct result of dynamic pricing, recognises the lack of transparency around dynamic pricing, and the fact that consumers may be unaware that the price of tickets can be increased by 100% of the original purchase price. Further notes the role of the Consumer Council in protecting consumer rights and the need for concert goers to be informed of their rights around dynamic pricing, and calls on the Competition and Markets Authority, as part of their investigation into Ticketmaster, to provide recommendations on how ticket providers and music promoters could be prohibited from engaging in dynamic pricing.
Move to move the motion.
Moved. Last Can Corlia.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Con, could you please open the motion?
Last Can Corlia, and thank you, members. The motion is about highlighting the need for fairness and transparency for both the consumer and the music artist when it comes to the practice of dynamic pricing, which adjusts the market value of tickets and products depending on demand. While prices can go down as well as up, I have been contacted recently by constituents who were seeking to buy tickets for the Oasis reunion tour and who ended up paying up to 100% more than the advertised price. Consumer law, members, is clear. Ticket sales sites must be transparent in their dealings with consumers and give clear and accurate information about the price that people will have to pay. I therefore would like to welcome the decision by the Competition and Markets Authority to investigate Ticketmaster, and would take this opportunity to encourage people who bought or attempted to buy tickets for the Oasis concerts to participate in that inquiry and to have their say. Rather than entering into a fair transaction, people have entered into what's effectively a lottery process, with the actual price of a ticket not being known until hours after they first entered the waiting queue and were completing their ticket purchasing process. I recognise, Last Can Corlia, that dynamic pricing is used in multiple industries and across various sectors. However, unlike buying, for example, flights, where an individual can use an alternative airline or resort where you will have a range of accommodation options, Ticketmaster have a monopoly in relation to the live concert market. Thousands of fans have been left disappointed and frustrated indeed by what can only be described as price gouging by Ticketmaster. The hike in costs from using dynamic practice is not unique to this Oasis concert or Ticketmaster, but it does highlight a growing problem that needs to be addressed to prevent people being exploited. I also want to acknowledge the massive contribution musicians, artists, bands, and all those involved in the music and arts sector bring to us as a society. The benefits are social, economic and creative, keeping us right at the leading edge of the arts on an international basis, and indeed allowing us to punch way above our weight in that respect, attracting visitors,
goodwill and investment to our island in a way that few others manage. We absolutely need to protect and better and fairly support this sector to allow that creativity to flourish and grow. We also need to protect music fans in working class communities who helped launch the careers of artists such as Oasis, but are now suffering as a result of these price hikes. These eye-watering ticket prices are also not reflective of what the wider music industry, particularly artists at a grassroots level, are receiving, and that's a major issue as well. Indeed, the live music industry has encountered significant challenges in recent years, particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic. The 2024 Arts Council research on working and living conditions on arts here showed that 80% of respondents saw financial barriers as a challenge, 59% didn't feel secure in their role, 54% don't feel valued, and over half of the respondents indicated that they would consider permanently relocating for better career opportunities, and that would indeed be a sad loss for us all. We need to see a proactive response to supporting the music industry as a whole, and one that deals with the challenges of dynamic pricing. Therefore, I would urge the CMA to provide recommendations on how ticket providers and music promoters could be prohibited from engaging in dynamic pricing to ensure that the sale of tickets is open and transparent, allowing people to make an informed choice before they enter the queue in the knowledge that should they make it to the top, they are in a position to make their purchase. I would ask all members to support the motion.
Thank you. I call on Diane Forsyth. I call on Paul Frew in that case.
I've been called many things, Mr. Speaker. Diane's not one of them. But thank you anyway. Again, I welcome this motion here today because this is a topical issue, and it's right that the Assembly should debate it. Although there will be times when I do believe that dynamic pricing is actually a good thing. It could actually add competition, and it could lead to consumers actually getting a better deal. So I'm not necessarily against dynamic pricing. I think what the issue is here, and it's been alluded to in the motion which we support the wording in this regard, is the lack of transparency. Add in the lack of transparency with the fact that fans are involved. It's just not consumers. It's actually fans. And what does fans mean? It means fanatical supporters. And so that brings a completely different dynamic. And most people who will be queuing up to buy tickets aren't necessarily buying tickets for themselves. Chances are they're buying tickets for their friends or their children. And that is where the emotion comes into it. And I agree 100% that when you venture on that course, when you are in that queue, as soon as you hit the button on your computer to enter that queue, you should know exactly the price that you're going to pay for those tickets. And in many cases, it's not just one ticket, as I've said, it could be up to 3 or 4. And that's a lot of money going out of a family home. So it is vitally important that the Competitions and Markets Authority lead this investigation. And I would, as has already been echoed here, I would encourage anyone who has been impacted by the Oasis ticketing experience to feed in to that Competitions and Market Authority investigation by this Thursday, the 19th September, because it would be good to hear from all of those people. It's the Oasis ticket experience that has caused this catalyst and evoked this investigation by the Competitions and Markets Authority. But Oasis is not the only band, and Ticketmaster is not the only company that uses this type of dynamic pricing. So I think that when we talk about fanatical support in the music industry, the entertainment industry, you can see where the damage can be done with regards to dynamic pricing, and that there should be a look into it, an investigation into it, and further regulation or the potential for further regulation into that. Businesses should, of course, be able to match supply and demand. And I don't think any of us here today are talking about regulating an open and free market. But it is not right that you go into a queue or go into a system whereby you do not know the price. You do not know the price of what you are going to buy this product. And that has a massive impact on anyone. Imagine a mum trying to buy tickets for children. And when they get, after hours and hours and hours of queuing, after hours and hours of their young ones saying, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Have we got the tickets yet? And then you get to the point where you see the cost and you know, as a parent, that these are completely and utterly unaffordable. That could bring catastrophe to that household in more ways than one. The emotion that has built up with regards to the young people needing entertainment and looking to go and see their favourite bands. And they're heroes. They're absolute heroes. So the emotion involved in this is what I think can do the massive damage. So again, this should be looked at, and the Competitions and Markets Authority should investigate this to see that those people who work hard for their money, who spend their money on the entertainment business and who pay Ticketmaster and these bands a lot of money to go and see, are not shortchanged and are not short in the pocket for following their dreams and seeing their heroes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Fruit. And could I call Sean Mulholland, please?
Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the proposers of this motion. It's something I really welcome the opportunity to speak on. It's something I'm really passionate about, having worked in a grassroots music venue for years. I welcome the CMA investigation. The point has to be made that dynamic pricing isn't a new phenomenon. It is far more common, I think, than people really realise. Whether it's Bruce Springsteen, Taylor Swift and Billie Eilish have all used the practice. But this definitely maybe came to light because of the Oasis reunion tour. That's one out of a number of puns I'm going to use in this speech. It was exacerbated by the fact that 50 million people were vying for 1.5 million tickets. And let's be clear, fans seeing ticket prices rise from £148 to over £350 is not right. And that is less about standing on the shoulders of giants and more on the necks of your working class fans. This practice prices out the everyday fan. It removes their ability to attend multiple events. It begins a slippery slope, in my eyes, of making live music totally inaccessible to people, which is the antithesis of where we want to go in promoting and sustaining our live music sector. So I think we need to see caps on the percentage of seats that are being dynamically priced and a cap on how high these seats can be sold for if we can't get a ban in total. A major issue in the selling of these big arena-sized events is the secondary market, the likes of Viva Go-Go and other secondary ticket selling platforms. And I want to see more regulations there in terms of that element of ticket sales. Scalpers and bulk buying ticket platforms can falsely inflate the demand for tickets, and they need to be called into account, and they need to be heavily regulated, because it's not the band or artist that benefits from that type of ticket sale. Indeed, the only entity to benefit from that type of ticket sale is the platform itself, and these bulk buying platforms with the sole purpose of selling them on at a massively inflated cost. I welcome the fact that UK ministers have committed to including dynamic pricing in a consultation into ticket resale websites due to start this autumn, with an emphasis on transparency and the technology around queuing systems that incentivise price hikes. So while speaking to promoters over the weekend about this upcoming motion, they can't fault the likes of Ticketmaster, and although they hold a 90% market share in this space, I've been told it's due to their efficiency, their scope and their ability to handle the volume, which is why so many promoters like MCD and Aiken use them. But we need to have transparency, and we need to have oversight and proper communication with ticket buyers. Yes, of course. Where'd that come from? Oh.
Would the member agree that some might say that we, when people are being ripped off, it'll not matter too much to the individual, whether that's through ticket resale sites or whether that's through Ticketmaster and Live Nation adopting the very systems that touts and resellers have used before them.
Thank you very much. I'll not get into it.
And the member definitely maybe has an extra minute.
But again, it doesn't matter who's overcharging or where the money goes to. If a person is having to fork out an inflated price, it does limit the amount of live music events they can attend. One element of this that I have to admit that I was misinformed about until I spoke to promoters is that I thought dynamic pricing was at the demand of a ticket selling platform, and whilst they do benefit greatly, especially as their booking fees normally rise pro rata, so the more expensive the ticket, the more they receive, this practice is solely down to the artist and their management, with ticket sales making up approximately 95% of the artist's fees in some cases. So these huge artists who rely on their die-hard fans and fair weather fans caught up in the hype to sell out arenas need to realise the impact it's happening. And in the spirit of the Oasis hype, I'd encourage them to dig out their souls and end the practice. I promise that's the last album name I'll drop in. But during a highly publicised, greatly anticipated tour by a global star, I heard of parents taking out loans and getting into financial difficulties simply to afford tickets to these gigs. It's exactly these artists that can well afford not to engage in this price. So both as legislators and consumers, we should be vocal in discouraging the artists themselves from engaging in the practice. Another element, it would be remiss of me as the Assembly's All-Party Group, Chair of the Assembly's All-Party Group on the Arts, remiss of me to not bring up is the future-proofing of our live venues and the music sector in general. A recent report to the House of Commons Culture, Media and Sports Committee outlined several key recommendations to support the live music sector, particularly grassroots venues. No band or artist starts out playing the SSE or Croke Park, and you can be sure that dynamic pricing is not happening in our grassroots venues. And if we look at the Oasis gigs, £200 million plus spent on tickets, £20 million plus spent on ticket charges and £2 million plus on facility charges and fees. Not a penny of that went back into future-proofing our venues. So I want to see something brought in that, again, the Music Venues Trust put this out just before the election, £1 from every stadium and arena show in the UK going into a fund distributed across the grassroots music sector, safeguarding our future, would serve everyday music fans so much more positively than spending 3 times the amount on a ticket simply because they are seen to be in demand, whether that's falsely conflated because of bulk buyers, ticket scalpers or secondary ticket platforms. So I welcome this motion and we'll be supporting it.
Thank you. Colin Crawford.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and like many others across this House, we welcome this motion and we'll be supporting it today. As one of the new and recent MLAs to Northampton, I look forward to working to promote our creative industries, including our music industries and all the other fantastic sectors that Northern Ireland promotes. This afternoon I want to take the opportunity to focus on music ticketing and recognise the remarkable circumstances that have provoked this debate, some of which have been rumbling away for years. Live events are important not only for the economy of Northern Ireland, but also for the connection and community and our sense of well-being. There is no doubt when big artists like Taylor Swift and Oasis are announced, there are many people excited and many people already fearing the thought of not getting tickets due to the demand. I recently had a concerned constituent reach out after she had planned to purchase tickets for the Oasis concert in Croke Park in Dublin. Already knowing the demand for the tickets was going to be through the roof, she had tabs open on both her phone and laptop, hoping to secure tickets. Waiting from 7:30 a.m. in the virtual waiting room, she finally got through at 8:10 to find that tickets she had expected to be around £150 based on the pre-sale had risen to more than £330. With many households feeling the financial burden, and dare I say it, Christmas only a matter of weeks away, many will struggle to justify spending this amount of money on tickets. Additionally, those travelling long distances for concerts will potentially have to factor in the whole hotel stay for the evening. It was reported that once tickets had gone on sale, it was reported that once Oasis tickets had gone on sale, many fans had their hotel rooms in Dublin cancelled and prices tripled. We in the Ulster Unionist Party understand the economic principles of supply and demand, which are totally different from charging extortionate prices in a way that is seen to be totally unfair. For those booking tickets online who believe they will be charged one price, they'll then have a few moments to decide whether they would be prepared to pay potentially double as an unfair pressure. While always encouraging free markets, we must also be mindful of consumer protection, whether that be here in Northern Ireland or in any other part of the United Kingdom. We want live events ticketing to work in the best interests of Northern Ireland fans. I would encourage the Competition and Markets Authority to intervene, to provide recommendations on how ticket providers and music promoters could be held to higher standards when engaging in dynamic pricing. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. A good few of my music puns have been taken away already, but I'll have to roll with it. I'll just, I'll make do. Look, we will obviously support today's motion. I, along with obviously many hundreds of thousands, millions of other geriatric millennials and Gen X people, attempted a few weeks ago to get Oasis tickets. So I was one of those people who was pathetically, while doing childcare, not very well. I was neither doing the childcare very well nor securing tickets very well. Refreshing the screen on the Ticketmaster website to be told I was number gazillion in the queue. I didn't even get to the point where I was quoted some extortionate sum of money. I was just number 400,000 or something, and it wasn't 400,000, but whatever it was, while my other geriatric millennial dads and I were on the WhatsApp group trying to figure out, was there any chance of us getting to Dublin? Would they announce a second ticket? Could we go to London? Whatever. Anyway, I give that naff little anecdote to say that clearly this is an issue that lots of people have experienced and that lots of our constituents have been frustrated by. I just want to touch on something that Shan Mulholland says first, and she obviously has real professional experience in this area. Part of the reason why we have got to a stage where there is such a huge, disproportionate commercial emphasis for live or for these artists in terms of mega concerts and the extraordinary cost of them is that recorded music has become so effectively poorly paid and valueless because of digitization and the internet and everything else. There is a huge disproportionate burden on raising revenue and making money effectively from concerts. So that means that ordinary working people are faced with completely unacceptable and extraordinary costs. It is particularly sad, given that Oasis are proudly a working class band and so many of their fans are ordinary working people, that they were faced with this appalling situation where you go to the end of the queue and you get this extraordinary and grotesque number. And people have talked about the laws of market economics, and not to get into into economic theory one way or the other, but there obviously is no such thing as a perfectly free market. It is also true to say that when it comes to the laws of supply and demand, a ticket to see a band that has not played in a very long time and there is no other Oasis, and they have not played together in 15 years, and they hold it's a very particular product with a very particular type of value, and the value that is inherent in that is something which is based on the connection that those fans have with that band. So that's why it's so kind of grotesque and I think frustrating for ordinary people. But it's also why we also need to think about the pipeline of new talent, because if we aren't supporting grassroots music and if we aren't allowing working people to be able to afford to go to concerts, then they won't pick up a guitar or start learning the keyboard, and they won't create live music in the future. There is another part to that, which is our funding of the arts, which is abysmal here. It's something which we would like to see in the programme for government, an aspiration to increase our per capita arts funding, which is, and that includes our live music scene, is extraordinarily poor. But we support the broad thrust of this motion. Some might say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that it should have that it could have, perhaps should have actually specifically called on the Minister responsible, who is the Minister of Economy, to do something about it, because it mentions the Consumer Council, which is an arm's length body of the Department of Economy, and it mentions the Competition and Markets Authority, which is obviously the competition, the regulatory authority in London. I would hope, and we had attempted to amend the motion to say this, I would hope that as and when these reports do come back, that the Minister of Economy will be ready to produce a master plan, for those who are in the OSB sides, for how we actually deal with this challenge, because it is a serious issue, and we can't simply pass motions here asking for other bodies to do things without fronting up where our ministers and departments have actual responsibility and deal with it. But it is also true to say that given the fact that none of these concerts were actually in Northern Ireland, there would have been a limited amount, specifically relating to the Oasis concert, that the minister in question could have done. But I would like to hear ultimately what the department and minister intended to do. But I won't look back in anger, Mr. Deputy Speaker, at any of that. I hope that whenever we do finally get recommendations from the Competition and Markets Authority, that there is a proactive plan to deal with this. I also hope that we are serious and ambitious about properly supporting live music venues and grassroots music, because as Shan Mohan said quite rightly, you can't forever and a day separate these huge mega concerts and internationally renowned artists from the grassroots music scene. At some point, once that relationship breaks down, there won't be a pipeline, and if you're making it impossible for ordinary working people and young people to go to these gigs, you're going to make it impossible to maintain that healthy pipeline. Thank you.
Thank you. Colin Declan McAleer.
Thank you, and I take this opportunity to speak on the motion today, and this is an issue which I actually had touched on last week on a member's statement, and so welcome the motion that's been brought here today. And whilst the practice of dynamic pricing has come into focus following the exorbitant prices charged for the Oasis tickets, it's not a new phenomenon, and certainly it was disgraceful a few hours ago where Oasis fans, including myself and my children, and thousands of others, waited online for hours trying to get tickets for the gig at Croke Park, and then for the price of them to rocket for hours, inside hours without warning. And I suppose in my own case, I was faced with a choice of standing or seated tickets in the range of €400 and nearly €600, which is way beyond the range of ourselves and indeed the vast majority of people. And the point that Colin made was important. It's not that you can go on the soft peak. It only has 2 gigs. It's not like if you want to go to a hotel or go choose an airline to fly in, or a time to go somewhere. You can't go on the soft line. It only has 2 gigs, so you're very much restricted in that. And certainly, I'd say, whilst it's not a new phenomenon, the Oasis issue has put a spotlight on it. And I know this has happened at other acts as well, and I know my colleague Louise O'Reilly in the TD in the Dáil is something that she's been highlighting for a while. And again, certainly in my case, so they have to understand too, that how the prices have rocketed. And I think the bottom line is that really, the bottom line is you need to know what the prices are before you enter into the queue in the first place. And they should be advertised. Everybody should have an equal chance to buy one. And to be honest with you, it feels like that this is the dynamic pricing. It's not much different in my mind to ticket touting. And the ticket providers and promoters, I think, it's a practice that needs to stop. And certainly it's left a bad feeling in people's mouths. And my president of our party, Mary MacDonald, the TD, made the point that that working class people have been thrown under a bus by Oasis, and as Matthew O'Toole said, their fan base is mostly derived from working class communities. So I do welcome the Competition and Markets Authority investigation into this in relation to the Oasis concert. I also understand that this issue has also been reviewed by the Competition and Consumer Protection Commission in the south of Ireland. And the CMA investigation is looking at the possibility of unfair commercial practice, whether people were given clear and timely information, or if they felt under any particular under pressure to purchase tickets at short notice at a higher rate than they thought they would. And certainly I welcome the call in the motion for the CMA, as part of their investigation, to provide recommendations on how ticket providers and promoters could be prohibited from engaging in dynamic pricing. So in conclusion, again, I want to make the call to anyone who attempted to buy these tickets a few hours ago to not look back in anger, but to share your views with the CMA. And this could involve sharing like WhatsApps or pictures of screen grabs. And that's important that that's done. Only 3 days left, the 19th September, for anyone who was caught up in this and felt hard done by out of it to have 3 days to take part in this investigation. So I commend today's motion.
Thank you very much indeed. Now call on David Brooks.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I too rise to support the motion and to raise concern around dynamic pricing, which seems to be a polished and market agency approved term these days for price gouging. Equally important, I think, is to address the dominance of Live Nation, Ticketmaster's parent company, and its subsidiaries. Mr Speaker, I will acknowledge the interest, as Matthew has, that I too sat by the computer on that day, along with a number of other MLAs. I know Deborah Erskine and Cheryl Brownlee too had a number of devices sat out trying to secure tickets for the US. Yes, sure.
Deputy Speaker, I just wanted to confirm, because everybody's declaring an interest, just to confirm that I didn't try to get any tickets.
You have an extra minute, but don't break the wonder wall.
Well, I'm sure. Yeah, you'll be glad to know that I've got rid of most of my puns, because I think we all had a similar idea on those grounds. But yes, sitting in front of the computer watching as my hope of tickets slid away a few weeks ago. Poor. Though this is a growing trend in the industry and should not, I think, be focused on just the one event in terms of the US gig. These unethical practices have been more routinely used in the United States for some time, and have seen prices for sports and live entertainment rocket beyond the means of many working families, and we should learn the lessons of their experience. The practice sees the ticket prices fluctuate in real time based on demand to maximise the revenue, and leveraging the opportunity cost placed on fans during a short pressurised window. Those who use it have pointed to other industries where similar approaches have been used, and the member had talked about flights and hotel bookings, as well as Uber, for example. But few can ramp up so quickly within such a short window, and pressure people into parting with more money intended or planned, even as a clock ticks in front of them, until they lose their chance to buy. However, it often results in a scenario where the average consumer is unfairly priced out of experiencing live events, or spends beyond what they can or what they can afford in a moment where they are deliberately tempted to make less rational decisions. Rather than a fair market, Ticketmaster's method of gouging creates a tiered system where only those with deep pockets or the fastest internet connections can secure tickets. If Ticketmaster and Live Nation believe that the long and popular battle to curb ticket touts was only about ensuring that any money went to the right people, let me disavow them of that notion. The average punter, our constituents, care that they are not ripped off. They care that the system is fair. Despite the huge efforts into propaganda against rival price gouging resale sites like StubHub and Viagogo, Ticketmaster have simply absorbed and adopted the ticket touting model, and they've told it it's okay when they do it. If fans are to have their arms twisted up their backs by price gougers, it makes no difference to them whether their hard-earned cash goes to a multi-million-dollar New York Exchange-listed company or an individual tout with similar ethics. For those who have paid higher prices for a show they desire, can I assure them there is no virtue or solace for us to take in the legitimising of touting practices, no warm fuzzy feeling because those practices are now controlled instead for the profits of companies like Live Nation. I say that as someone who myself has bought a ticket from a third-party reselling site for an event that I dearly wanted to see, which Luke Holmes in Belfast earlier this year. They say success has many fathers and failure is an orphan. I should imagine, given the number of those fleeing the dynamic pricing ship, there would be little opposition to move to banning in this context. In the Oasis case, the artist, the ticket merchant and the promoter all seem keen to distance themselves from the responsibility for the decision to use the method. Moving then to the dominance of Live Nation, the parent company, as I said, of Ticketmaster and its affiliates, which exacerbates these issues. As one of the largest players in the industry, Live Nation wields unprecedented control over the market. Their stranglehold is not only in ticket sales, but extends to venue ownership, promotion, merchandising and artist management. This clearly limits competition and leads to higher ticket prices and fewer options for fans. When a single entity controls so many facets of the event industry, it diminishes any genuine opportunity for smaller, innovative companies to thrive, stifling diversity and creativity. Given the relative economies of scale, I think the dominance is even more pronounced here in the UK and Ireland than is in the US, but I don't have the stats at this stage to back that up. The merger and acquisition practices of Live Nation and its subsidiaries are not merely about growth, they're about monopolistic control. Such concentration of power leads to higher costs for consumers, reduced choices, and a market driven more by profit margins than by the celebration of live arts and culture. The US has recognised this, and they face an antitrust case taken by the Justice Department there. We should see similar action from the UK government and relevant competition regulators in defence of consumers here in the United Kingdom once the investigations have taken place. There is no point cracking down on ticket touting just to have the model adopted by a billion-dollar industry. There are more transparent and equitable pricing models, and a fairer, more competitive marketplace is desirable. I would appeal to the Executive to work with and impress upon the Government the need to fashion an industry that values accessibility and diversity over that monopolistic control.
Could the member draw his remarks to close? Thank you very much. Awesome. Thank you. Colin Kent-Nicholl.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I have to say I'm very disappointed in the number of members who have made Oasis puns during their speech, and I include you in that, Mr Deputy Speaker. I think we should all be above that, and you will not be hearing any puns from me. Actually, you won't be hearing very much from me because my colleague Sharon Mulholland, despite her numerous Oasis references, was far more articulate and far more knowledgeable on this subject than I could have been. And I really appreciated David Brooks' speech just there. There have been so many really interesting points that have been raised, and I don't have much to add. I also tried to apply for to get Oasis tickets and then started to feel more stressed than when you're trying to apply for kind of Christmas experience tickets and gave up when the site crashed, and I'm glad I did. And it's already been mentioned that while the issue around dynamic surge pricing, prices changing according to demand and whether the government should clamp down on this is not a new one, it has been highlighted in a significant way by the Oasis ticket debacle. And I welcome the way the motion has been framed because the focus is on the core issues. Firstly, the lack of transparency and communication with consumers to ensure that they are fully informed of their rights. I think it's right that the Consumer Council has a role, and await with interest the CMA investigation into this. Most products, and I was thinking about this, and I think Declan touched on it really well. Most products that use dynamic pricing allow free choice. But in the case of tickets, there is no free choice. They're finite. You don't have the luxury of time or of shopping around. People waiting for hours are then given only minutes to decide whether they want to buy a ticket that is potentially hundreds of pounds more than originally advertised. So the point about knowing when you are waiting in a queue that the ticket could only go to the maximum of this price, you're not wasting time. You know what you've potentially signed up to. It's common practice for flights, trains, hotels to charge more at peak times or at short notice, and under UK consumer protection law this is allowed. What is not allowed is to mislead consumers. I think it's really interesting, the practice, and David touched on that as well, in the US, how common this is and how it's becoming more so here. 2022 tickets to Bruce Springsteen up to $5,000 is madness. And that led to legislation being introduced around regulation. So I think it's something to keep an eye on, their legislation and how that progresses. But it's not a new issue, and I hope this moment acts as a catalyst for a change to deliver a fairer system for consumers. So thank you.
Thank you, Anna Collins. Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. At the start of this motion, I want to say two things. Firstly, I am absolutely not a fan of Oasis. Some people in this chamber may be lifelong fans because they sound like them. but I'm not one of them. And then secondly, that to many outside this chamber, it may seem a wee bit bizarre and even a wee bit frustrating that we are taking 90 minutes in the Assembly to debate Oasis tickets. And to anyone waiting for years for a hip operation or a knee operation or maybe much worse, or to anyone locked in poverty without any opportunity, it's not hard to imagine that you will be wondering whether we might have better things to discuss and to debate. But the fundamental issue under this is actually important. This is an issue about a monopoly, trampling on the little guy, about big companies trapping the working class into paying much more than they can afford. And that's why we're discussing it today, and that's why the time has been set aside for it. It's about extortion, pure and simple, and that is the reason we're all here debating it with the puns and all set aside. But like everyone else here, a few weeks ago I heard first-hand stories of people forced to queue for hours just to get a shot at one of those prize tickets for the reunion tour. There were some of the 14 million people from 158 countries who form part of that digital queue, people who have been lifelong fans, just hoping to revisit the music of their formative years. They made a choice at the beginning of that queue on the basis of the information that they had at the time, only to find out hours later that the price had ballooned to something that was totally unaffordable for many and much more than double what was originally advertised. And it's not hard to imagine why those fans actually felt robbed, hard done by, and actually in many cases completely conned. So consumers need and deserve openness, transparency and a level playing field. In all of that context, I'm really glad to discuss the motion today and we will be supporting the motion and note that the CMA is already investigating this instance of so-called dynamic pricing. We have also already heard from the consumer group which and their advice that people who were charged overinflated prices should be refunded. And I know many of us would agree with that assessment and are also reassured by the attention this practice has received, both by the press and by the relevant agencies. The CMA has already stated that it will investigate concerns on the sale of concert tickets for Oasis. And I have to say, every day is a school day, and I enjoyed the contribution of Cheyenne and David in relation just to that monopoly and what is actually happening behind that dynamic pricing. But tempting as it may be, Speaker, to put this solely on the CMA, I do not think that it would be right, and there must be a role for our own government here, either through engagement with the UK government or through measures that can be taken much closer to home. I think it would be wrong to let the motion pass without making a clear call on the Economy Minister to confirm that should recommendations be produced, that he will undertake to do everything in his power to advance those whatever changes in legislation or policy that is required. After all, in 2021, the CMA produced recommendations on protection for consumers buying tickets on the secondary market, and I don't see very much evidence at all of their implementation by the UK government. And recommendations is one thing, but actually delivery is quite another, and CMA can assist policymakers, but it cannot implement that policy. That is our job. That is the job of the department. In the south as well, we've already seen the practice of reselling tickets above face value band, and the new Culture Secretary in Britain appears also intent to take action on this issue through the department's work. So, of course, Mr Deputy Speaker, I also think that when discussing these type of practices, we should recognise the huge importance that live gigs and concerts are to our cultural offering. Arts and culture is the fabric of our towns, our communities, right across the north, and ensuring that everyone has access to watch, to participate in the arts and culture is vitally important, both in our well-being and the well-being of the places we live, as well as our economy. But it must be affordable and it must be accessible. So in conclusion, Mr Speaker, we support the motion and look forward to seeing the recommendations produced by the CMA, as well as any actions that can be taken forward here by Stormont, as well by our own ministers, to end this unfair, exploitative practice. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Jerry Carroll.
I declare an interest as somebody who tries to purchase music tickets when I can and when I
like the artist in front of me, and I'm forced to use Ticketmaster, unfortunately. And for years, Deputy Speaker, Ticketmaster have acted as a parasitic middleman, fleecing artists and fans alike, while it's contributing absolutely nothing to the music industry. And dynamic pricing experts expect music fans to pay, as we've heard already, hundreds in ticket premiums. The executives are absolutely laying in their pockets with cuts of up to 30% from that ticket pricing. Ticketmaster boss as well, Deputy Speaker Michael Rapino, was named the 5th highest paid American CEO in 2022, who profited off the backs of those who see almost none of it. This is a foul system that is ripping the joy out of the arts and ripping people off at the same time. And Ticketmaster, Deputy Speaker, is not new to scalping customers. For years they have been monopolising the live music market and hiking up prices with hidden fees and costs. They've recruited professional scalpers to cheat the system to resell tickets at eye-watering prices. That way they can get a second cut when tickets are resold again. The problem goes way beyond this, Deputy Speaker. The growth of streaming services offer another way to rip off artists while making billions. Platforms like Spotify keep costs low by paying artists pennies, whilst they share an 85% cut of profits with big-time labels. I think they pay $0.00173 per stream to artists, was a really tiny and shocking figure. The music industry is riddled, Deputy Speaker, with bloated corporate middlemen whose only purpose is to leech off those with actual talent. And this is not about supply and demand, this is about greed. Regular people are being priced out of experiencing their favourite artists and going to their favourite gigs. Big corporates set the prices, control the algorithms and pocket the difference, and it's not just ticketing platforms who do it. Dynamic pricing doesn't just start and end here. We have heard pubs discovering that they can charge more on their drinks later at night and at the weekends, and shops installing digital labels on essentials so that prices can be changed on an ocean. What a disgraceful state of play we have with this at the minute. Access to arts, goods and services should not be left to the whim of the market. People are being fleeced for trying to survive, but also to enjoy themselves. This is why it's important to discuss this matter today. This Assembly, Deputy Speaker, needs to protect people from money-grabbing executives and advocate for proper public regulation of dynamic pricing to limit the power of money-driven scam artists. At the heart of all this, Deputy Speaker, is class. Those who have wealth or wealthy families can afford to pay inflated ticket prices. Those who can't do without, but also are the same people who have to grapple with all the other problems of working class life, long waiting lists, mental health crisis, and so on and so forth. Class runs really, really deep in the arts, Deputy Speaker. Roisin Lanigan in the Irish Times at the weekend stated that half of nominees for Brit Awards, Mercury Prize and BAFTAs were privately educated, yet only 6% of people in Britain of the total population went to private school. So class is everywhere, class runs deep, and what we need to have, class runs deep rather, and what we need to see and to have in our society is art for the masses, not just the ruling classes. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call on Philip McGuigan to wind. And Philip, you've got up to 10 minutes.
Last Concoiner. It was I suppose, an enjoyable debate on a very, very serious issue, leaving aside all the members who tried to insert pretty cringy puns into the debate. It is, as I said, a serious matter, and at the heart of it, because everybody, I was scoring out aspects of my own contribution because they were being covered by everybody else. So everybody that spoke basically got to the heart of the issue. Fairness, August, transparency are the two issues that we saw in recent weeks. Is it fair to ask people hoping to go to a concert to see their favourite singer or band to queue online for several hours with no idea what price they may be or they may end up being asked to pay for tickets, should they be lucky enough to reach the end of the queue before tickets are sold out? And as we did find out recently with the Oasis ticket sale, they may be asked to pay a price 4 times the cost of what they initially expected the price of the tickets to be. And we all saw and used our own examples in this debate, where in some instances 2 people sitting beside each other in the same home using 2 different laptops could be asked to pay £300 difference in the cost for the exact same ticket. So is that fair? And I think, given the contributions of all the members today, I think clearly in this chamber we recognise that isn't fair. In terms of some of the individual contributions, and I say everybody touched on the same points with different degrees of variations. I mean, I think Colm Gilder, you made a very good point about the contribution of artists and bands to society, and the fact that whatever system is in place, we need to fairly protect them as well as our fans. Paul Frew talked about, as everybody did, not being against dynamic pricing per se, but you know, in this instance, there are clearly issues that need to address, and people, as he said, should feed into the CMA's investigation, which ends on Thursday. Sean Maholland talked about the pricing out of everyday fans, and that was a contribution I think that by and large everybody made. She suggested we need to see a cap on prices, and we need there is a need for particularly regulation of the secondary market. As I say, I had wrote down she and David Brooke were vying for the worst pun, but then everybody piled in on that. Colin Crawford talked about not just the issue of people feeling ripped off when it came to tickets. I mean, if you're going to a concert, given the fact that we don't have a Casement Park in the north, in most big concerts you're having to travel to Dublin, so I mean there's the added cost of transport, there's the added cost of hotels, and he quite rightly pointed out that people aren't just feeling ripped off when it comes to tickets. You know, many concert goers already face huge hikes on accommodation and feel ripped off with that, and he quoted an example where people who had booked hotels for a particular weekend before a concert were actually being thrown out of their hotels once a concert was booked, and then their hotel rooms were being rebooked for extortionate costs. Matthew O'Toole outlined his own experience of trying to get tickets. Again, he touched quite rightly on the fact that this is ordinary working people who are being faced with trying to find extraordinary or face extraordinary costs to see their favourite band and their heroes. And he, as Sean and others, pointed out the impact that this will have on the grassroots music scene if not dealt with. Declan McAleer again outlined his own case and explained the difference in this example of people going to concerts compared to other examples of where dynamic pricing may actually be of benefit to consumers, where prices are actually lowered as a result of supply and demand. He also outlined how some of our own colleagues have been highlighting this in the Dáil, and the fact that this Oasis example has left a bad feeling amongst everybody. David Brooks went into a lot of detail on dynamic pricing, essentially price gouging, he said, and that we need to learn from some of the things that are happening in the US so that we don't see them happen here. Ticketmaster, as he said, because of their monopoly, it will, and this was something Jerry Carroll laboured on as well, only people with deep pockets will eventually be able to buy tickets. So we need to see action from government to address this. Kate Nicholl welcomed the motion and the wording of the motion and the tenant of the motion, so thank you very much for that. She again pointed to what Declan had said about the difference between this aspect of dynamic pricing compared to others, and it's not the same where there's no free choice when it comes to people looking to go to concerts and there's no ability to shop around. Sinead McLaughlin quite rightly pointed out, you know, the fact that there are other serious and important issues that people will expect this Assembly and MLAs to be talking about, and I mean, thank God we can do two things at once, but that this is also a very, very important issue right at the heart of it. She talked about the resale of tickets, and that's another thing that needs addressed, and that she felt that there was a role for the executive. She talked rightly about the importance of concerts, music, culture and arts to what we do here, and it must have everybody must have access to that. And as I say, Jerry Carroll spoke very passionately and scathing of Ticketmaster and profiteering of fans, and outlined criticism of his with regard to the music industry in general at the top corporate level, and again made the impact of, or pointed out the impact that this was having on working people. I mean, I can only speak from my own experience, and I assume that's like most people, hadn't heard the phrase of dynamic pricing in those terms, much less understood its impact on concert goers less than 2 months ago. So, whilst I accept, yep.
I think actually the language is an important point, because not only does Ticketmaster use the term dynamic pricing, it also talks about platinum tickets, the implication of which is that there is something extra or special about those tickets, and really all that is the same tickets that others have bought at face value being raised because of demand. So some of the language being used to mislead consumers is important in this too.
Absolutely, and that's a very, very good point, and adds to the transparency of the issue, fairness and transparency. Others have pointed out that, dynamic pricing for concerts didn't start with Oasis, but it was the issue that kind of brought it to everybody's front and centre view. And most people were shocked by what they saw. People felt, all of you in here who tried to get tickets, and everybody else who tried to get tickets, and people who actually got to the point where they could buy tickets and the tickets had been grossly inflated. People felt ripped off. So as I say, most people when they began that process were unaware of the situation. So there's certainly an issue of transparency in that case, and one that's being investigated, and we await the outcome. But there is fundamentally an issue on whether the practice of dynamic pricing, even with knowledge, is a fair practice for distributing tickets for concerts and events. And as I said, given the debate, I think it's clear of the view of the people in this Assembly that it isn't fair, and something that we need to deal with. So in closing, Lascon Collier, just again to reiterate what most people pointed out, there is an investigation currently taking place by the Competition and Markets Authority into the Ticketmaster scenario, and urge people, if they feel or they want to, they certainly should contribute to that.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Ladies and gentlemen, item 8 in the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you very much indeed.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.